Welcome in, welcome in, and hello, my favorite gamer words to tonight's Monday stream. Give me one hot second because I can hear myself, and that makes it go absolutely insane. There we go, fixed. Oh, but anyway, welcome in, everybody. I hope you're doing well tonight. I hope we're doing well tonight. Here, it's been an interesting weekend to say the least. We got a couple of things we could yap about tonight to say the least. So get those white monsters. We're heading to Agartha, boys. Welcome in. Also, hopefully my mic is a little bit better. As I just said, I could hear myself, and I actually put in the effort. Believe it or not, I actually put in the effort to fix the mic problem that's been existing for like 3 months now, where I've been a little bit too quiet. I finally figured out how to hear myself in OBS. It was just a couple buttons, but I figured out how to hear myself in OBS, and I realized, oh shit, I really am actually quite quiet after all. So yeah, now OBS is saying I'm actually too loud. So I don't know about that actually. Hold on. Holy shit, you're right. I can hear you. Oh, I know, it's a miracle. It's I'm finally not like super fucking quiet. That's been existing for like 3 months now. I don't know why it started. My conspiracy theory for my own self is that it was after the karaoke stream that I did for Christmas. It's only on Rumble now. But I did a karaoke stream for Christmas, and I messed around with my mic settings for that. And my guess is that I just didn't revert them back or something like that. I don't know what happened, but that's probably what happened. OBS always says it's louder than what stream hears. I mean, it's supposed to be in the yellow, and it's in the yellow, but it's pretty high up, getting into the red. So it's not supposed to be that high. It's supposed to be mid yellow, not high yellow. But oh well. I wouldn't call it a miracle, more of a tragedy. I know, how dare a woman actually be, loud and be heard. Hear my roar! Roars! I'm gonna be singing Katy Perry before you even know it. My headphones can tell very much the professional one. They're the professional one. I'm not professional though. I'm just really fucking retarded, like extremely retarded, like unbelievably never before seen retarded. Kind of like that reaction gif of that one legitimate retard, with like the cube and the light, and he's just like, ooh, ooh, like trying to. Oh my god! I just licked the microphone. And like that's me. That's me. Just don't yell and we'll be fine, lol. I have a limiter, so it should be fine, but I was testing it last night with my dad and his wife here. And so, like, you're supposed to yell as loud as possible. I was not going to be yelling as loud as possible at 3 a.m. So I did some yelling, some light yelling, but not the full max that I can do. So we'll see how bad it actually is. The two retarded fix kick chat. Hey, okay, I should explain for the kick bros, because I do multi-stream on Kick, YouTube, and Rumble. Trium did spend 2.5 hours of his life the other night trying to fix kick chat for showing up on screen, and needless to say, no avail. Like the poor man spent 2.5 hours just pressing buttons and fucking and just messing with everything like that. Actually he broke it during the process, so half an hour of that was actually just fixing it to make sure everything actually worked all over again. But yeah, it didn't. Yeah, so it seems to be something on like Kick's side, because it's not actually communicating with the software thingy that that actually shows it up on screen. I don't know all the tech stuff, okay? I don't know tech. There's a reason why I had the man do all the work. Um, but it's just a Kick problem, so it was probably on Kick's side, which is a shame because I do love Kick, and especially I'm very happy to be partnered with them. I like now let me just say warm bodies greatly appreciated. Cannot 10 out of 10 recommend. Just a lurk over on Kick is amazing. But yeah, yeah. So can we say slurs on Kick then? No, sadly no. For two reasons. One, it still does cross over to the YouTube chat. That's why there's Restream bot in both chats technically. But most of you guys seem to chat on Twitch. Not Twitch, fuck Kick. I mean, green. It's basically green Twitch. But most of you guys seem to chat over on Kick. That's like the average, and so YouTube does get a lot of the Restream bot. But technically it crosses over, YouTube over the Kick as well. And so, yeah. So, because of that, can't say the slurs. Also, Rumble doesn't actually allow you to really say slurs. I mean, some light slurs on occasion, right? Kind of like the F word with YouTube, like late in stream. That's okay, but no hard R's. I mean, for fuck's sakes, and Kick. The letter N has been censored. Rumble, it's free for all. Yeah. Well, I do need to do a Rumble only stream this month. Sometime. I don't know. I don't really I like the Rumble only streams. I try to save it for like ultimate racism, because then that's why you can actually say the N-word, right? On Rumble. But so far nothing's actually have occurred that like has really kicked off anything that can really be like, yeah, I really want to say the N-word. Like, I just say it on occasion as it is, but I don't have any, like, topics at the moment where I'm just like, yes. The N-walls are added again. There hasn't been a major... I mean, like, cause the problem is, too, which is part of the whole tragedy with America, is the fact that every day there's a white woman getting killed by a black. Like, every fucking day. It's actually very rare for like Arena Zarutska to actually pop up and be actually super, super popular. Because it's every day. Every day there's a new white woman just being murdered and raped by a black person. It's absolutely insane. I'm not even being hyperbolic. Like, every fucking day. My timeline has at least one story of the statistics being statistics again. And it just gets old. After a while, it's quite tiresome. Like, oh, yep, they're at it again for the 100th millionth day in a row. Ah, yeah, I love diversity. Wait, there's ultimate racism? Have I been missing out of major events? Yes, once a month I host a Rumble only stream, and we just let the towers and N-words just fly. And I usually just save it for, like, the massive racist stuff. Was always that way, just reported now? Yes, exactly. But, like, people get old and tired because of it. Because it's, like, every day. It's like Callum. For, like, a month, last year, he was posting, 0 days of that channel migrant rape, and eventually he just gave up. Because it really was every single day a new case in Britain where there was another woman just being raped. Another girl, actually, but still, female vagina being raped by some quote-unquote refugee asylum seeker immigrant. You know the kind. Until eventually just like, well, he just kind of stopped because it's every single day. When's the next one? I want to build more towers. I don't know. It'll probably be sometime this month, but I have to figure it out. I'm like I said, I'm trying to save it for like a topic that like means it, right? Because like, oh, listen, I say the N-word on quite occasions. In fact, when I've been playing P.E.P.E, which I haven't played in a minute at this point, but when I was playing P.E.P.E when it came out, for some reason, I was saying it a lot. Like it's a really chill Pokemon game, wholesome Pokemon game. But whenever something annoying would happen, I'd just be like, goddamn, like whenever Pokemon were being like annoying, or like something, I picked up something, or I broke the wrong block, or just some minor nuisance, just N-word, and I was like, this is probably a bad habit to develop, and why am I doing it now for the Pokemon game? Ah, so like, but at the same time, just saying it for the sake of saying it is also kind of cringe in my opinion. Like, oh, look at how cool and edgy I am. Look at me, how based I am. I say the N-word. Oh my god. I like that I personally find a bit cringy. Like you can use it, you know, for humor. You can use it for like, you know, day-to-day random stuff and nuisances. But just saying it for the sake of saying it because you're the based and edgy. Oh, look at me. That's yeah, that's ugh. That's gross to me personally. Uh, hilarious bad habit, yeah. It's not a good habit to have, especially when like you know, I went on vacation a few weeks ago, and I'm just like, ah, shit, I have to watch. I have to make sure I don't say this out loud now. I'm actually around people. I'm not by myself. The void sled slurs says the void sled says slurs on our natural habitat. Yes, playing Pokemon and saying slurs. What more could a void ask for? Hmm. The hood says it all the time. Why don't you say it? Oh, I say it. See, like, oh my god, one of my favorite things is like the blacks being like, it's our word, and I'm like, no. Your words are ooga booga, okay? From whatever tribal African shithole that you come from originally. Right? English is a white person's language. It is the king's English. It comes specifically from England, a white country. And I'm white, believe it or not. I know it's hard to believe, but I am in fact white. It is my language. It's my word. Suck my fucking dick. So, I don't care. I do not care. Even back when I was, like, more left-leaning, like, social justice warrior, I was never so extreme where I wanted to censor speech. Like, free speech has always been really important to me, even back when I was a social justice warrior. Because, like, we're talking about the time period before they, like... I mean, they were always insane because they're women, and they had ridiculous beliefs, and including me, like... But I never was that far. That far along. I just was just like, yeah, the patriarchy, the wage gap. Oh, you know, that kind of stuff. And I was never like a fan of like censorship and not being able to say things, which is actually one of the things that turned me away from being a social justice warrior, is how much they were actually like trying to promote censorship across the board. She's like, no, I don't want this. Like, I remember on Tumblr reading a post about how somebody wants people to stop saying the word bitch because it's derogatory and insulting towards women. And it was just like, what are you doing? Stop this. Get some help. Like it doesn't care if it's offensive. It's still just a word. Like, I'm gonna use bitch regardless. Just like I'm gonna use cunt. Goodbye. Jamal! Amalgamyte strikes again. I am brown and I'm speaking the English as mom. Rajesh, yes. Well, we haven't heard the bird chirp from you. Yeah, there was a smoke detector. Actually, fun fact: this happened a few days ago, or last weekend, something along those lines. Where one of the smoke detectors in the house started chirping, and I was just like, "You gotta be fucking serious! This is not happening on my watch. I'm not." And it was so annoying. It was so fucking annoying. I was like, okay, I had to like figure out which smoke detector it was because like it was echoing. And I was like, so I figured it out. And then I took it down, and then I replaced the battery, and it was still chirping. And I was like, you gotta be fucking serious. You gotta be fucking serious. What do you mean it's still chirping? And so I just took the battery out completely. And then told my dad when he got home, about the situation. I don't know if it's been fixed, actually, now that I think about it. Because he started to mess around with it, because he didn't believe me that the new battery still made it chirp. Until he did it, and then it still chirped. And so we think it's because it's an old smoke detector, like from the 80s. Like, this thing is fucking ancient. I took it off the wall and was like, Jesus fucking Christ, this thing is significantly older than I am. So it's probably that. And I don't know it's been fixed, actually. Maybe I should admit this on stream, because apparently it's illegal not to, you know, you're supposed to have working smoke detectors in the house. I hope it, you know, for legal reasons it's been fixed. I'm also black. I keep chirping even after she changes the battery. Fuck! I really am Jamal. Ah! I didn't realize this. I made a mistake. I have done goofed here on live on stream. I don't use it openly out of both being respectful and not getting my whipped cream tone has be. But I truly see just a word. Oh, and then your chat scrolled away. But yes, I mean, it's not something I'm gonna say out loud in front of people. I'm not suicidal, you know. I'm Jeffrey Epstein, right? Risen from the dead. I'm not suicidal. But it really is just a word. Cease void! No! I must yap, it's in my biological nature. I jest, but actually true. There is a biological reasoning why women like to yap so much. It's because they're the ones supposed to be raising the kids and teaching them the language, right? Like, the baby is growing within the womb for 9 months, and then they pop it out. And then it's attached to their hip for the next, like, few years. And then even as a toddler, they're still very attached to their moms. And it's not until they get a little bit older, until like 5-6 years old, that they really start like getting into their father a lot more. It can happen earlier, like around 4, but they're still quite reliant on their mother, which is why women being in the workforce is retarded for a multitude of reasonings there. And so, but women have to actually teach them the language. Like, they're talking to them in the womb. That's actually quite healthy. Like playing Mozart, you know, music, that kind of deal. It helps with their development reasonings. And yeah, they have to yap. They have to spread the good word, after all, and raise their children properly that way. Which is why, but instead, when you have women in the workforce, they just yap online instead. Or in this case, to random it on the internet. You're now all my children, chat. I am the dommy mommy of your dreams. Will I dom you? Of course not. That's fucking gay and disgusting. But I am your mother now, even though I'm younger than vast majority of you. Missed opportunity to say 6-7. See, I said 6-7 so much last night for Oko stream, it crashed it. So, I'm trying not to say the 6-7s too much. Yeah. Woman in Iceland went on strike. CEO said it was nice having everything just work for a change. Did that actually happen, or is that just one of those, like, a joke? Because I would believe it if it actually happened. But that at the same time, I feel like the CEOs would probably, get lambasted pretty hard for saying that publicly. You're not younger than me, mommy. You're disgusting, Grosky. Please die. And video game life, obviously. Stop the 6-7s. I will not stop the 6-7s. I am Zoomer Brain. I will give you aneurysms. Lol, nah, no, I'm getting dom clash way too much my personality. See, that's base, right? Men should not have dommy mommy fetishes. That is spiritually gay. You are spiritually weak if you have a dommy mommy fetish. You have been psyoped into the safe horny, and you need to be free. Unleash your bestial man and just start raping women already. See? That's how you fix it. Amal, can you pack extra Oreos in my lunch? No. Sorry, you're on a diet now. You only get 2 Oreos per lunch. That's I don't love you enough for this. I actually, you know what? I love you so much. I'm making you lose weight. Even if you're anorexic, you're gonna have to lose even more weight because well, welcome to the internet. You either are 300 pounds or 75 pounds, and there's no in between. I'm not safe horny. I'm dangerous horny. Mods, nuke this man. He's trying to be an edgelord in chat. Reddit edgelord in chat. I'm not safe horny. I'm dangerous horny. Oh, look how cool I am. I am Genghis Khan. Good. Spread your seed. Impregnate all the women out there. Your base white woman is Asian hate to disappoint you, Vinnies? Yes. Listen, race mixing with the Asians is better than, like, the blacks, but it's still race mixing in the day, and I disavow. There are so many of those guys, though. The Dami type simp economy is strong, sadly. Well, it's because it's safe horny. Like, it's just because of fucking safe horny. It's just absolutely disgusting. And it's a blight upon the internet, because it is an internet phenomenon. Well, I guess it's spread into IRL, obviously. But it's this, for those who don't know what the fuck safe horny is, it is where men have been so demonized, and if you just and especially after like the Me Too movement, this is when it like really started becoming a little bit more prominent, because it's like, oh, men objectifying, that's gross. Men are just such degenerate slobs. I can't stand them. And so male sexuality has been just completely thrown out the window. You have to be attracted to the 300-pound fat Blasian chick with the shaved side hair, and the actual hair that she does have is rainbow colored, with all her piercings and tattoos. In this case, like actual attractive women that are like decent, weight, with nice tits and ass, beautiful blonde hair, white skin. No, that's evil. That's horrendous. It's the male gaze, right? How dare you how dare you actually be attracted to an actual attractive woman? And so safe horny was developed as a gay version of male attraction, where they found basically Reddit safe ways to be attracted to regular attractive women, but emasculating themselves. So the Dami Mommy is one of those examples there, where you can, so if a woman actually has nice tits and ass, you can be attracted to her, but only if she steps on you, because she is emasculating the man, and she is asserting her dominance. And so the man's, it's not the male gaze in that case. It's not degeneracy in any way, shape, or form, because it's the woman that has the power in that dynamic, and that's what weakens the men. Literal humiliation ritual, exactly. That's one like the safe horny examples. To me, it's the most prominent one because it's a meme, right? Step on me, mommy, oh woo, that kind of stuff. Absolutely gross. But there's other versions of safe horny too that exists out there, and it's the only safe way for men to be attracted to actual good-looking women on the internet without being completely demonized. I think like foot fetishes, that's another thing that is like safe horny coded, because it's, even though it's like sort of kind of a meme, it's also not. It's a meme because of safe horny, because it's a way to actually be like, men like attractive women, and part of being an attractive woman is having nice legs and thighs and ass, and the foot is the furthest away from an ass, but at the right pose with the feet up in the air, you can kind of get a good like curvature in the right position there, and so like you can still kind of appreciate the form of a woman with the excuse that the main focus is the foot. Like there's that. it's unnecessarily complicated, but it's just because of the fact that men cannot be attracted to regular normal women with big tits and ass. That's it. That's literally it. Because of me too and feminism. And it's just like, no. How dare you? Stay horny, you Amal, if you're afraid of attractive men. I see a man this handsome in the wild, I stay 10 feet away. Well, that's different. Like, that's different. Like, I thirst on stream all the fucking time, especially for like game streams or like movie nights on the Discord server. I have no shame because I'm a woman and women don't have shame. At least modern women don't. I have no shame showing my attraction for masculine men to dominate and rape me. So I'm not being safe horny. The problem is I just don't in real life. If I see an attractive man, then I just stay 10 feet away because he's too attractive. So yeah. Oh, I didn't realize there's a super chat because I read that from the kick stream. But thank you, Thomas Manex, for the $2 videos. Thank you. Yeah, but she's scared to approach someone. Listen, I firmly believe it's the man's job to approach the woman and ask her out. I know that also died with Me Too and, you know, the internet and the you know, modern feminism in general. But if a woman asks a man out, that is also spiritually coded in gay. So, you know, like it's a man's job to shoot his shot and pray that you don't get arrested. Because I really hate it. Like, I've never been one to be like, ew, a man asked me out, that's so gross. I take that as a compliment. Like, even if I get asked out when I legitimately have a boyfriend, it's just like, it's a good thing, because then I'm attractive. It's a compliment to be asked out. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are a woman complaining? Oh, it's because they professionally want to be victims for the rest of their whole entire life. Because then when they hit the wall, then all of a sudden they want to be catcalled again. Which, by the way, has been proven statistically recently. It's fucking fantastic how that works. Oh, I can't believe I'm the hottest part of my whole entire life that men are attracted to me and wanting to talk to me. It's the worst thing ever. Hits the wall. Boom. Oh shit! Oh shit! Wait! What do you mean you're not catcalling me? Aren't I still pretty? I'm not. I'm like 30. Still isn't too old. Like, please, still come on, like, look at my tits. Well, look at my pixel titties, please. Just I don't like being catcalled because it's objectifying, but at the same time, it would be nice. I hate women so much. So fucking much. Like, I remember at when I worked at the gas station, I was training this one girl who's the daughter of, like, I was like work friends with her dad because he worked at the gas station. So like I kind of became like work friends with her, and I was training her, and she was overweight. A bit significantly so, but she had a nice face, overall. And I remember, and she had to walk to work, because she lived nearby, but she, you know, her family poor. Once it came, also worked at the gas station after all. Anyways, and so she had to walk to work, and she was complaining about being catcalled and having cars honk at her when she was walking to work. I'm just like, listen. Okay, the car honking is a bit much. Yeah, I would agree, because it's like you're not going to get into some random strange guy's car. But it's still a compliment. Like, that means you're attractive. That means men want you. Like, you know, don't go out and be a slut. But, you know, just like, that means that guys like you or are interested in you. It's a fucking compliment. And she's like, oh, you're right. I'm like, yes. Appreciate it. Eventually you'll be gone before you know it. She's like, oh, okay. You're right. And I'm like, thank you. Now, hopefully I didn't make her into like a gigantic slut, because she then got like an inflated ego from it. But I was just like, this is also roughly around the time the Me Too movement as well. And I was, reading online and watching Sargonian videos about the different aspects of like Me Too was happening because of the Harvey Weinstein scandal, and I was just like wanting to like resisting everything in my power just to stop and like choke her or shake her, because I'm just like, stop fucking falling for the stupid fucking propaganda, you dumb fucking bitch, like the money. Hmm. But yeah, hopefully she didn't turn into a huge slut based off the boyfriend problems that I was hearing when she worked at Taco Bell. She probably was already there, but you know what? Listen, I can only control so much. And welcome, to the modern world. Women are sluts. It's okay, women being catcalled lost a very short period part of their lives, just their 20s, then they will age out. It's not okay. Like, because it's... obviously the consequence of women getting it in their heads that, they're attractive if they get catcalled too much is obviously leading to the whole slut factory that occurs. And like, same with like the dating apps effect, right? That's the more updated version of being catcalled as dating apps and getting all those likes from all these, different men. That's obviously a problem, but these are the same women that are complaining about being catcalled and then being disgusted at how dare a man like ask a woman out randomly when she's at work or at the grocery store, or I don't fucking know, where do you ask a woman out anymore? Nobody goes outside. Or at the gym, there we go. And then it's creating this culture where men can't do that, and if they do, they're labeled as creeps. And so then men aren't asking women out, but then the women have the audacity of complaining that the men aren't asking them out. And so it's a lose-lose overall, mostly for the men because they're the ones actually risking to be arrested. But then you have the audacity of the woman whining on top about that they're not being asked out. It's just like, how about you just shut the fuck up? How about you just shut the fuck up? Like, seriously, stop. Put some duct tape over your mouth. Actually, she probably would like that a bit too much. But still, like, ugh. It annoys me to no end. Annoys me to no fucking end. I was in night shift lead at Taco Bell. Fornication's easy in food jobs. Yes. Like, it's... when you have a bunch of people working together, specifically men and women, obviously, right? When you have a mixed work environment there, and it's usually not the best of the best because of it's a low-paying, wagey job, it definitely makes the more animalistic instincts just run wild. You can try to convince people hundreds at a time and still never get them to see your side of thinking. Yeah, I know. But which is why I just yell into the void. I just yell into the void, and then for some reason some people like me, screeching about various things, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's nice. But I'm not here to debate anybody, right? One, I personally find debates useless, and two, I'm not a debater, right? Like, I'm a dumb woman. Like, I'm not here to debate, I'm just here to screech. And if people, agree, then great. People disagree, then no big deal. You're kind of retarded. But anyway, but no big deal. And if people, find some sort of middle ground, then that's fine with me too. I don't personally care. I'm just here to yap. Yep. Not being asked out is good means we can go back to arranged marriages, no free love. I would agree with that if we actually were going back to arranged marriages, but the problem is we're not going that way. You don't see parents, reaching out to their friends that also have kids and arranging the marriages that way. It's just, why don't you have a girlfriend yet? Or why aren't you married with kids yet? Is the female version of it. And there's no help there. It's just like, go out and be free. Because in a way, like, they didn't have that problem back then. Like, the boomers didn't have that problem. They could just ask a random woman out at the park, and she would say yes, go on a date, and go from there. It really actually wasn't a huge deal for them, and they were able to still have families, big families too, no issue. personally, I do advocate for arranged marriages because women have too much freedom, and so therefore they need leashes on them, and arranged marriages is one of those leashes because women can't actually choose properly. But, you know, it wasn't that bad back then where arranged marriages weren't actually necessary. So, like, they don't, the boomers don't understand because they didn't have this problem. Communities were a neat idea, I know. Fascinating. Imagine living around with your own kind, with neighbors and families and friends, and working together to actually keep the area nice and safe and secure. And as you build your lives together, and then continue on from generation to generation. Fascinating concept. Never would have guessed, you know, that humans could ever create such an idea like that. Next door invited me around to help her get her bracelet off. Hey, yo! Hold on. Oh, hold on there, buddy. Good for you, if I'm understanding that correctly. It was just like, why is she asking you just to get your bracelet off? And I was like, oh, wait. Oh, that, haha. See, you have a chance. You have a chance, buddy. Take it. Thank you, Thomas Manex, for the $2 videos. Your stance to get chosen / approach won't get you far. Some of my gym bros have absolutely no game, quote unquote. As a woman, you have to climb those guys like a cat to get your cross clear. I mean, in the modern day, yes. That's because men have been so demoralized and neutralized as a whole. Partially thanks to me too, but overall because of feminism throughout the decades, every generation is getting worse and worse. I try to advocate to change that. I'm probably not getting very far, but you know, I'm trying. my endless yapping. and game is a skill, but a skills you can develop. Like, obviously be careful with pickup artists, but there is a little kernel of truth with a pickup artist. Because the big thing is you have to be funny and much more importantly, charismatic. The charisma is literally the key, which it is a skill. And I'll be honest, chat, I don't know how to actually develop it. Okay? I don't know exactly how to help you develop charisma. I wish I could, but unfortunately that's I don't know. But as the resident vagina holder, I can tell you it is essential. You just have to be open, be very smooth, be funny, and be able to like just talk and not be like super awkward and fumble. And I don't know how to properly develop that without going to like the cringy like pickup artists exactly, because those are their own cesspool of problems there. And those are very forceful, too performative overall. But it is important. I just don't know how to exactly help you develop that. Thank you, Gus of the Dorks, for the $5 videos. Thank you. Mal, congrats on taking the lead on being a pony in a pinup calendar. I know I'll get one. Fuck. Should go Pegasus. Followed Equestria. I have a good feeling I have no control what pony form I'm going to be taking in Arch's calendar. For those who don't know, unfortunately, actually, I'm not sure if I should share this information, but with Gus of the Dorks bringing pony slander into my chat, I feel like I have to explain myself. I am not a Pegasister. I am not a brony. Arch fucking Warhammer is trying to ruin my reputation by making me into one, and he's got a calendar that he's working on, and now right now I'm leading the polls to becoming a pony for the calendar. I didn't ask for this, but apparently it's been happening. But you know what? Hey, I guess that's my job as a woman, right? Just to not ask for things and just take it. Being a hypocrite if I complain about it, but I really don't want to be a pony. I really don't want to be a pony. I'd rather be my Nazi cat girl. Why can't I be a Nazi cat girl? I'm literally roleplaying a Nazi cat girl for the vampire campaign. I would love that to be on the calendar. I love my character Lily Mouse, okay? Like, But no, I'm stuck to be a fucking pony. Fuck my chud life! But Amal, you keep sending me pony pictures, and you keep trying to tell me Applejack's better than Raider. Boog, you're Mexican. I don't want to hear it from you, you fucking spick. When will the pony attributes be added to the VTuber model? Never! Never! Hey, it might be a Drake pony, Dragonic pony at least. Technically, Arch already made me a pony like a year ago now. I'm like Kieran, which is a special type of pony. I don't know how it works. I'm not in the MLP. I already have a pony form! I guess blame Arch's chat last year voting being MLP calendar, but that's because he's unironically a brony. Nobody believes me that he's a fucking brony and finally he's revealing his true colors. But apparently, like, he was telling me the other day that, like, until I came into the Archcast, like, him being into MLP was like old lore. I was like, what do you mean it's old lore? That was like 2 years ago or a year ago, whenever that time period was. Like, how is this? How is this old lore? Have I really been around for that long? It's like, I remember it was a few years ago now, but on his Warhammer channel, he made a April Fool's video about MLP, and it did so well that he did it another year, and between those two videos, he actually started really unironically liking My Little Pony, because it's actually a good kid show with good messaging and good animation. And because of those two things, his base knew that he was a brony, and there's also Boog in chat trying to like groom him into being a pony. And it's like, how is this not like known anymore? Am I that old? And thanks to my own self trying to actually make fun of him and oust him as a brony, it's now, this is the consequences of my actions, chat. This is my fucking consequence of my actions, chat. He's trying to make me into a fucking pony. I was just trying to ruin his career. God damn it.
Is it the Jews? Is it the Jews? I was thinking always the Jews.
He went and read the comments. He freaking read the comments. Yes, he took it seriously for the lore videos. Like, he did a very in-depth dive for the April Fools, and he did it twice. And he actually enjoys it. He even has a favorite pony and everything like that. And nobody really remembered it, I should say, by the time I came around, apparently. But he was telling me about that, and it's just like, what the Time is relative, hence one you can seem as like a lifetime. Wait a minute. Yeah. Mods, ban Clarky! I'm not a mod pony! I hate that sweet so fucking much. This is my life now. This is my life now. I'm just supposed to be stuck to be a fucking pony. Oh, man. As a former brony, it was a nice show, but looking back at it, yeah, I see why everyone assumed I was gay. Yeah. Let me get out of it. Just look back and go, God damn, this is a wild time. Like, I've heard it's actually a really good kid show, and if I have like a daughter, I'll probably like watch it with her. Because like I've heard nothing but good things about it. I've seen some clips. There's an anti-communist episode and everything like that. Like, but it's still a kid's show. And I'm not a fucking pony. Like, I used to be like an Instagram art account way back in the day, and I had a friend at the time who got me into that specifically, and she was into My Little Pony, and a huge part of the art Instagram community, we can say, was actually drawing MLP, and like a lot of them actually did have really good art, and so yeah, I would follow them because it's like it's good art, plus they would draw like other stuff too. Not the not safe for work version. I didn't follow any of those people. I was 12 years old, okay? And like, so like I tried my best to get into MLP because my friend was in it, the art community was into it, they had good art, all this fun stuff. And I just watched the first season, or I don't even know if I watched the first season. I just kind of like, I feel like I'm losing my IQ. Like I'm losing brain cells watching this because it is very much a kid show. Now apparently like it gets a little bit more better for adults because like technically kid shows should also be made for adults because you're supposed to be watching it with your children, and so should also be entertaining for adults, which was something that old shows used to be able to do. But at 12 years old, I was just like, I'm too old for this. And so I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And now here we are, how many years later, and it's following me into the darkness here. Thank you, Squabadude, for the $6 reduce. Thank you. Amal been gone for a while. His $6 to tell you I nearly hit a horse with a few days ago with my car. I mean, a long time no see, Squabadude. I'm glad you're doing well, especially for not hitting a horse with your car. But please don't die. It seems like this 2026 has been a really bad year for you so far. So, I mean, I'm glad you didn't hit a horse. I'm assuming it's the Amish. Please just take better care of yourself. There's too many close calls. Oh, and thank you, Squabadude, for $2 dues. Here's another $2 for you as a pony to call another pony a nay. Gar, yes. I'll make sure the dude let the arch then, I guess, because he deserves it. I'll call him a nay. Gar. 12-year-old mom was like, I'm too old for this shit. Unironically, yes. Though it might have been like the whole like, oh, I'm 12, you know, that little the kid thing that you do where like, I'm too old for this stuff. I'm an adult now, blah 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 blah. But it's also a kid show, so yeah. I'm not gonna give myself that much credit or that much leniency. Or both, I don't know. One of them. Let me blow my nose, and then I'll stop molding about becoming a pony. We'll get into today's topics, because we do have, well, Tyler Oliveira released a video, technically yesterday, about the Indian invasion of Texas, and it is a very long video. But I had other topics as well, which I have a good feeling we're probably not going to get to tonight based off how the start of the stream has gone. It's fine. Everything's fine and dandy. I'm just crying. It's fine. Okay. So, back to the serious news, because I'm a political VTuber, believe it or not, and I like to talk politics. Oh my god! Ooh, woman yapping about politics? Disregard. So, anyways, before we actually get into the video itself, here's a nice little chart just to remind everybody what states are hiring the most H-1Bs. Here, and also the companies as well. So fiscal year 2026, shows all of them. We got, California and all of its glory there, but we also got Texas, because, don't mix with Texas. Texas is a nice, base, red-pilled fucking state here. Just has the second most amount of H-1Bs whatsoever. Texas, number of employers, 2,863. Beneficiaries approved, 10,640. Total receipts, 10,904. So, out of 10,904 applications, 10,640 have been approved. So only like 300 roughly, actually less than 300 have been denied. And that's just in 2026. There's still more coming. There's still more coming. Amazon is the biggest beneficiary of H-1Bs. We also got Tata Consultancy Services. I don't know what that is. We got Microsoft, Infosys Limited, Google, Apple, Cognizant, Meta Platforms. What the fuck is Tata? That sounds kind of familiar now that I'm thinking about it, but now I'm kind of curious. Tata Consultancy Services. Is this like consultants just in general? Oh, okay. I understand now. I can see clearly now. The rain is gone. Fuck your cookies. Also, your site is fucking shit, which makes sense because you probably have so many Indians here. But it literally is just a consultancy service specifically for tech stuff. We're building the world's largest AI-led technology services company. Here. But it's just... Wait, have I looked at this website before? It looks really familiar. I did say the name sounds relatively familiar. I feel like I've looked at this... Have I looked at them before? Because, like, this whole thing right here... But then again, it's actually very, like, typical corporal slop. It's, like, World Economic Forum styling of a website. But this looks familiar. But yeah, so it's just specifically for tech bros. India is the first one. Okay, so... We should just ban this company from America? From my 30 seconds of research here, right? Professional streamer at your service. From my 30 seconds of research, I just say ban this company from America because they clearly are just using and abusing the H-1B system and the other visa systems as well to import the third world and the first one. Not America, not Europe and UK or anything like that. No, India. India's the first one on their website. Yeah, no, they shouldn't be in America. Give a Texasite howdy to Modi. Seeing that he actually had a legitimate Easter fucking message yesterday on actual Easter, I guess I have to. It's annoying. Thank you, Zalaxon, for the $2 videos. Thank you. Deport all, Operation Flush the Toilet. I would agree. There not should be a single Indian in America whatsoever. They should all just be in India, right? India for the Indians. China for the Chinese. Australia for the Australians. And America for Americans. I know, horrible concept, super fucking racist and xenophobic of me. You should just throw me in the gulag while we're at it. I'm a horrible person for this. India for the British. I'd be kind of down for that, actually. But they got the food we need to carry. Oh, yes, Piers Morgan, my tiki masala. I've never had fucking tiki masala before, and I don't need tiki masala in my life. I'm fine just eating my tacos. My Americanized tacos. Ugh. You expect Illinois to be having blue H-1Bs because of the 1099 trucking companies? Well, I mean, it is pretty blue. It's like what? Let's see. California, then Texas, then New York. Then I would probably say Illinois. So, oh, New Jersey. New Jersey's roughly the same as New York. So Illinois is probably like the... Oh, and Rhode Island. Kind of forgot. It's so tiny. Okay. Anything else that I'm missing? Okay, Illinois is like 6 on the list, which is still pretty high up when you have 50 states. But notice it's like all the blue states. Well, and then Texas, which is basically turning blue. California, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, Michigan's deeper blue, New York, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Virginia, Georgia. Technically a swing state, but the cities are pretty blue. I mean, even Arizona's a little bit of a darker shade of blue than it should be. But Arizona voted blue for the first time ever. Was it in 2020, I think? Or was it 2024? It was in 2020 it voted blue for the first time ever. But just miraculously, in 2020, I don't know why. What's the consensus on race mixing with the feather Indians? Not that. Still, don't do that. No, just stay within your fucking race. Why is that such a hard concept for people? Just stay within your race. You have a million fish in the sea. Stay within your own race. But Amalgamyte, what do you think about the poor trucking companies? Who else would isekai entire families? Well, that only happens to Japan. And, well, they have some Indians moving into Japan, but not enough to make it happen. The new India is Canada? Well, joke's on you. Texas is also the new India. The whole entire Western world is becoming the new India. I mean, even Britain's got a huge population of Indians, too. It's mostly covered up by the Pakistani rape gangs, because they're actually raping and murdering. But Britain's got a huge Indian population. They're like a plague. They're like locusts. They just, like, spread everywhere. It's insane. Arizona's blue because of the illegal aliens voting there? Well, that and the Californians moving. After 2020, you know, in the COVID lockdown, even technically before then, but there's been a mass flood of Californians moving into the surrounding redder states just because they're fleeing their horrible policies that they themselves voted for. It's horrendous. It's so annoying. It's like, stop fleeing California, because then they move to a different state and they still vote for the same shitty policies, and this makes the new state they move to even worse. So like every single state's gonna be blue. It's just as bad as the Browns flooding. This makes me very upsetting. Very upsetting. A million fish in the sea, and a lot of them are Indian or Chinese or African. I meant, like, within your own race. Even if white people are only, like, 8% of the world population, right? 6 to 8% roughly, depending on how black-pilled you are with the statistics. That's still quite a few million people you can choose from. A lot of them are boomers, but you still have a decent amount of choice there. You just go and breed. Give her the MAGA cock. You know, and inject her with freedoms and traditionalisms. It's actually been really funny, the MAGA cock meme that's been spreading the past week. Because, like, there's been some leftist woman, you know, screeching on Twitter, what do you mean that the dick is so good that she stops being, you know, liberal or woke? Actually, woke is what they've been using. And it's just like, well, just the factory resets, honey. That's just how it works. But back to the H1Bs and getting MAGA cock. Speaking of MAGA cock, we have Greg Abbott here being a wonderful rhino that he is. I need to actually... There we go. That is quiet as fuck. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna have to ass blast this to the goddamn moon here. I'm gonna have to do some shenanigans in OBS. Bear with me, cause he's so quiet. He doesn't want the world to hear his betrayal. Let's boost this to 150%. That should be enough?
As I'm governor.
No, still quiet. Okay, remind me to change this before I switch to Tyler Oliveira's video.
As I'm governor of this great state.
Still quiet as fuck. Jesus Christ. Elon, I will suck your fucking cock if we can actually get audio balancing on Twitter.
As I'm governor of this great state, Texas will be a land for the Indian community, a land of absolute. And we will continue to celebrate Diwali here in the great state of Texas. So happy Diwali, everybody. Happy Diwali. As long.
I want to point out that you can tell that whatever jacket he is wearing is like very sparkly, like it shimmers on him. But the way he's dressed reminds me of a priest. like his white undershirt. They can kind of see there, just like as the collar, and then the the sleeves as well. Like minus the shimmering, he kind of actually looks like a Catholic priest. Except he's sitting here in some sort of Indian household thingy, surrounded by Indians, talking about as long as I'm the great, as long as I'm governor, Texas will be the land for the Indian community, and we'll continue celebrating Diwali here. Like, yes, Catholic priests are notorious for celebrating Diwali and other Indian celebrations with their Hindu religion. A treasonous priest, yes. Like it's the glitter makes it does look very Indian, right? It's that faux show of wealth, right? Or like, look at me, I'm all the bedazzled and cool and shit. But if you ignore that, he just looks like a fucking priest, and that really irritates me. It really irritates me actually a lot. uh, but obviously what he's saying is abysmal too. Just like, yes, me, Greg Abbott, a white man, because I am actually legitimately American. I should be representing white Americans, because that's my constituency. That's who our American Americans are. But no, I'm just gonna sacrifice my whole entire state to a foreign country and a foreign religion for foreign people. To me, is like borderline treasonous, if not like legitimately treasonous. And Amalgamyte's perfect world, this is actually treasonous. At an amalgamation radar station, you would be hanged for saying something like this. But no, he's a governor of Texas, and he's been the governor of Texas for fuck, how long now? Like, I feel like my whole entire life he's been governor. Like fucking Lindsey Graham. Like Lindsey Graham's been governor of senator of South Carolina like my whole entire life. Greg Abbott's basically in the same fucking book. Just get them out of here. Is that in action? 100 fucking percent. He's showing his clout. And standing with the Indian community in the process. I want off this bus? Yeah. Yes. But no, we're on it for a long time. I tweeted out basically like quote tweeting this, being like, yes, and vote for the blue party that's gonna import millions of browns, or vote for the red party that's gonna import millions of different colored browns. Like this is our choices. Either vote for the fucking Democrats, and they're just gonna flood America with illegals, and also legals too, because the Democrats are not gonna stop the Indian migration. They're not gonna stop the H-1Bs. They're probably gonna expand upon it as well. So Democrats are still worse, but we're sitting here and it's just like, yes, let's expand the H-1B program. Oh, that's cool. Let's bring in more in. Because why not? Why fucking not? And meanwhile, well, Oracle files for thousands of foreign workers requests them in layoff bloodbath. So they filed for roughly 3,126 petitions to employ H-1B workers in fiscal years 2025 and 2026, but they've laid off a bunch of people as well. Like, they axe 16,000 corporate employees. And Amazon has. Sorry, my apologies. Oh, here. But it's just like, yes, let's just keep on breaking more in. Let's stop giving actual real jobs to real Americans, but let's import the fucking third world instead with their fake tech degrees. Because that's what they are. They are fake tech degrees. They have literal degree farms in India, where they give them fake degrees so they can get an H-1B visa to go to Canada. Well, with their visa fee system, because they have a similar but different, or America, or wherever else. And then they get here, they get the job, and then they have another visa program to import, their families, and then they have kids, and they're just like fucking roaches. They just won't stop fucking breeding and bringing them more in, and it's just disgusting, absolutely fucking disgusting. And this is why I do want to watch this. Now, I know I've been doing a lot of more React slop recently, and so my original idea for tonight's stream was actually focused more on articles and different things like that. But this is a really big important video, so we will watch it. I watched like the first like minute and a half just to kind of see, and it's just like it's insane, like absolutely fucking insane. Oh, what this is, like he says in the video. I guess I'll spoil it, but Texas went from 3% Indian population to 33% since 2000. Within one lifetime, one generation, they have gone from 3% to 33%. A third of, like, making, like Jesus. Just a third of Texas population is just Indian now. Welcome to America. React Jim, not React Slop. True. Flight from Syracuse, Tyler Oliveira, and Nick Shirley are all React Jims. Not React Slops. My apologies. I don't mean to offend. Unless you're black, then I do mean to offend you. Anyway, let's get this party started. Is it at 100 and, not 100. Yeah, it's at 1.5. Okay. I thought about making it 2 times as fast, but it's too fast for that. 33%, yes.
This is Frisco, Texas, a once quiet farm town turned home to one of the largest and fastest growing Indian communities in America. Where are you from?
India.
From India?
I'm from India.
South India.
I'm in H1B.
I'm into IT. Motherland India or Texas, USA?
Obviously, Motherland India.
Obviously.
Obviously, Motherland India.
As the Indian population exploded from 3% to 33% of the population since the year 2000, many Texans are...
Okay, sorry. Frisco, not actual, it's the state of Texas. My apologies for that misinformation. Regardless, still a city, a big city like Frisco. A third of their population is Indian. And this is just one city in Texas when there's other cities like this as well. Still not looking good. Still not looking good.
outrage declaring there has been an Indian invasion. But how are all these Indians coming to Texas? And is Frisco the only town in Texas where Indians are seemingly spawning out of thin air? I pulled up to the Frisco Town Hall meeting to witness the clash of heritage Texans and their new Indian neighbors. We need more or less H-1B people here?
We need a lot less.
Why?
I got laid off 20 years ago. I worked in IT. I have 2 master's degree. I was making over $100,000 a year. They said, you're too expensive. We're going to hire Indian. But I haven't been able to find a job in IT since. And it's really sad.
And you know what? I don't have another home in India. I don't have another home in Bangladesh. I don't have another home. I can't move to Somalia. I won't be able to live there. I'll die. This is my home. The devil would say, well, you're racist. That's racist. According to the devil's dictionary definition of the term, I am racist.
There's been a takeover.
Based. Absolute Chad right here. Like, this guy represents, like, the typical redneck Americans that the left likes to mock all the time. And they can suck my cock. Because this is actually true white American right here. Like, he's got the American flag, he's got the Confederate flag, which I know some people get little devices over the Confederate flag. I don't fucking care. That's still American history. He's got the whole Trump 2024 here. I mean, he's in some sort of wheelchair, so maybe he's a veteran. Maybe he's not, but regardless, he's still a white American. He's still my brethren. And he's being demographically replaced by all these browns. A lot of them are Mexicans, but in this case, he's got the Indians, and he doesn't fucking care. Like, if this is the devil's definition of racism, then yeah, I'm racist. Like, he doesn't fucking care. Absolute Chad right here, because he shouldn't. You shouldn't be you should be, one, you should be racist, but two, like, you shouldn't be scared to be called racist when you're actively being replaced in your own country by foreign invaders, whether they come legally through the visa system or illegally through the border. There's still foreign invaders here that are raping and pillaging, taking jobs and resources from the actual constituents, which are white Americans. They need to fucking go. If anything, legal immigration is even more dangerous than illegals, because by doing it quote-unquote legally, they can actually get residency and then actually vote and then partake in politics. And so that's where you see these, like, Indian senators or congressmen, like that one that can barely speak English, for example, or like Ilhan Omar. Like, they both came in here legally, and look how much damage they're doing. It's horrible. And it's actually ruining the lives of real Americans. Funny thing is, the imports are racist too. Well, yes, everyone's racist. Racism is natural. You're naturally supposed to be tribalistic and try to do things that benefit your own people. Every single race is racist, except for white people. It's something that's been purposely programmed and propagandized out of us over the generations, ever since the end of World War II, all thanks to a funny mustache man losing. But everyone else has in-group preferences. Would it be nice if we could hold hands and sing Kumbaya and all get along and not be racist? Yeah, that would be nice. That would be paradise. But it's not how the world works. The Jews do things that benefit the Jews. The Indians do things that benefit the Indians. The Chinese do things that benefit the Chinese. They're all loyal to themselves. It's only white people that have outgroup preferences, and this has been statistically proven multiple fucking times. Yeah, and then look at us. Look at us. Now we're the ones being replaced in real time. And losing everything in the process. It's not worth it. I'm gonna be fucking racist. Suck my cock. Oh, thank you, Clarky, for the 5 get the subby bubbies over on Kick. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't appreciate it enough. I love Kick so much. Kick has its problems every once in a while, but they're actually putting in the effort to make a good live streaming platform. And they've been nothing but good to me with my interactions with them. And it's actually much more freedom of speech stuff, and so I really appreciate all the support over on Kick. YouTube bros, if you ever feel like making the switch, I highly recommend going to Kick. It's a better live streaming platform overall. Yes, yes, yes. And warm bodies are greatly appreciated for for reasons. I'm all quit sounding like I'm watching the Lotus Eaters? No. I'm sorry. I used to watch the Lotus Eaters. I don't know what you're referencing there, because YouTube has like a 15-second delay, but regardless. And then thank you, I guess I'll just say it, because you're the one who put it in. But thank you, Michael Needs, for the $5 radios. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Texas stuff has only just started to the rabbit hole. I have a neighbor who's been a food trucker for a long time. Several H-1B trucking companies are currently getting rated by the FDA, EPA, FBI for the halal, non-FDA compliance, and how much cross-contamination has happened. Well, that's good, at least. Like, that's at least a good sign overall. But I know, sorry, the black pill here, but I know Trump's not going to do anything to solve the H-1B crisis, especially with J.D. Vance being the vice president and actually having an Indian wife. The amount of times they've gone into India during the presidency alone has been insane. And like the H-1B thing is a huge concern of the right ever since Vivek's and Elon's Christmas crash out, 2024 Christmas crash out, which I have not forgotten, even though it's been over a year now. And yeah, Vivek got kicked out of Doge, which was a good thing, but it only benefits the elites. It's literally global homo nonsense here, and it's just not going to be solved completely. It should be completely ended, and it's just not. But still, something's better than nothing, so I can't complain too much. That is a good sign. It just kind of feels like the Somalian situation in Minnesota, where they kind of handle it, but then it just doesn't get properly solved all the way. Correspondent was JD Vance. Listen, it's not my fault that he's hot! And also a race trader, okay? But he's still hot! And thank you, Scabadude, for the $4 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was born in 1991. The explosion of Browns has made my past a foreign land. Oh my god, yes. Like, there's been every fucking day, it seems like it's getting worse. Maybe it's me interacting with things. I'm not exactly sure. I'm trying to not interact with it 'cause it's depressing. But like every day I see on my timeline about these videos from like the 1950s or 1960s, 70s, 80s, and even the 90s. Sometimes even the early 2000s of like the different cities in the United States or in Britain and how much of a better life it was. And it's very, very upsetting. And oh god, there was a baseball like group team, yes, that's the word, that apparently did this whole like, look at the great city of Boston, and they posted a video of like of Boston back from like 1950s a few days ago, and they had to turn off the comments because of how many people were realizing how much of a better time period it was. Freeway, I think is what they're called. Oh god, what were they? Fuck. I just want to see if I can look it up for you guys. I know we're supposed to be watching a video, but minor tangent here. God, what was like something what's the, I guess, Boston baseball? Fenway. Fenway. Okay. Fenway. There we go. Let's see. Do they still have the video or did they actually delete it? Aha! Aha! They basically, like, did the typical, you know, like alt-right, far-right Hitler, you know, we need a Sodom grenade in the background posting here, with showing pictures, showing videos of what it was like back then. And you know what? I'll play it. Hopefully it's not copyrighted.
Blooms over the Charles River Basin. Tulips in the public gardens signal another New England springtime. Red Sox fans have had a long winter's wait, and they're always eager to be at Fenway for opening day. Yes, sir, let's go to the ball game. We're outside with the crowd right now on the Jersey Street side of the park. Time for that program, though. That scorecard, peanuts now. Baseball and Gansett a bit later. It's the opening of another baseball.
Like, do you notice anything, chat? Like, Red Sox opening day footage from the 50s. Is there anything that you can possibly notice about this video in general?
Season, and the usual colorful ceremonies get things off to a good start. And another season is underway as the Boston team breaks onto the field. Well, here's the first pitch, and the season is officially underway. We appreciate your loyalty to the Boston Red Sox.
Not a single brown, black, Indian, whatever, in the whole entire footage here. Not a single one. So unenriched. I know. Where's the diversity? They had to fucking lock it because of how bad the response was. Dear God, this is heartbreaking. What have we done to our civilization since the 1960s Cultural Revolution? Mayor Michelle Wuhan and the radical left have done everything in their power to erase this version of once beautiful city of Boston. America of the past is unrecognizable compared to today. Sad. As well, how you can post a video from 60 years ago in Boston and immediately looks like what Democrats call white supremacist propaganda. Just 19,000 likes, 18,000 likes, 24,000 likes, 16,000 likes. Where's the diversity? Where's the Somalians and transgenders that are the fabric of democracy? This is racist and transphobic. Like, just... It's... And so they had to lock it down. Because they're nostalgia posting. Oh, like those comments or you're woke? Fine, there you go. There we go. Peer pressured into my chat. There we go. Like. I would give anything to have this back. Same. Like, just, this was my dad's lifetime, right? My dad is a literal actual boomer. The actual that dictionary definition of a boomer. This happened in his lifetime. You know, he didn't, live in Boston or anything like that. But still, like, you can find videos of this for any major city or town from the 50s, 60s, 70s in America, Britain, Canada, Australia. And it's the same fucking thing. Same thing. Not a single brownoid in sight. And look how clean everything is. Look how happy everybody is, too. Like, everything is just paradise. And instead, now we have to bring in a bajillion jeets to and culturally enrich ourselves. Just... It's really depressing, and it's really hard not to glow and fed post when I see this stuff. Like, this is why I don't really interact with this kind of stuff on my timeline, because it just makes me really depressing and sad, because I miss this. I'm a literal Zoomer. And I miss this. I got, like, a little glimmer of it with, like, early 2000s culture, and I still like it a lot, because that was, like, the last time when we used to have stuff like this. You know, white boys in their parents' garages, making music just for themselves. Different shows on the TV. Different things like that. I got, like, a little bit of a glimpse. But by the time I was, like, really old enough to recognize it, it was already gone. And, well, here we are. Here we are. Why return? Those are people who forsook you to begin with. It was better, but they did not stop the degradation. Well, it depends on how you see it. Which I agree. Like, there's no point in, like, returning because we would make the same mistakes of the past. But it's also important that a lot of people actually didn't, like, fully vote for these policies enacted here. Like, these people really didn't vote for this kind of stuff. Everything from the 1960s with the civil rights crap, those actually the generation before the boomers, the silent generation that enacted this stuff, because the boomers were just being fucking born, which I guess this is what this is, the silent generation, obviously, that are participating in the ball game. And, like, but even still, people voted to try to not have immigration. Like, if you look at old videos of women being interviewed from the 50s and 60s, they say that women's rights is a mistake and women belong in the kitchen. In fact, I saw one for Britain relatively recently, more particular, where they're like, "What do you women belong in the home? What's all this nonsense?" A lot of what's been forced upon us have been done by the elites, by the globalists, by, dare I say, the tiny hats. Who? Here. Because very few people actually wanted this stuff if you look at the polling and interviews, but they still did it anyway. In fact, if you want a more, like, recent example of this, there's a bunch of data centers that are being propped up in the different cities now for, like, AI. And, you know, this is why the whole, like, RAM shortage thing's been happening, right? A lot of people have been talking about this. I'm not really into tech, so I'm not going to be, like, the best one with this information. However, there have been different hearings within these towns where people would spend literally hours arguing against the data centers being built, because they do have a lot of consequences upon society there. They increase the energy bills, they increase the water bills. There's like these humming noises that are coming from them and disturbing people in the middle of the night once they've been built. Like, there's obviously the EMF concerns. There's a whole bunch of, like, negative side effects to these data centers being built in these cities and towns. And people are completely against them. And after hours of arguing with their leaders, they vote for them anyways. They just vote for it anyways. Well, it is what it is. Like, I can see if I can try to find one. I know I saved it. I saved one example in particular that was just absolutely egregious. But I'm not. I would have. It's probably some. I'm not sure where it would actually be in my mess. Here. I feel like it's not that far, but when you put so many bookmarks into Twitter, then it gets all, like, mixed together. So I'm probably not gonna be able to exactly find it on the fly like this. Oh, look, the F word. It's still a little bit too early in stream for me to say it, but it doesn't matter what you want. They're gonna vote against your wants and your needs. I mean, just like, Greg Abbott sitting here, we're gonna continue celebrating Diwali here in the great state of Texas. People didn't vote for him, for the mass and poor Indians in the Texas and celebrate Diwali. They voted for him because they didn't want the Democrats to import the Mexicans and the rest of the third world. But here we are. Like, it's very, very similar thing happened with these people. And there's only really, one way to get out of it, and that's just to vote harder, chat. You just gotta keep on voting harder. Trust me, bro. Anyway, we're supposed to be watching this video, and we got a minute and 23 seconds in. So let's get back to this.
Racist.
There's been a takeover in Frisco of the Indian population and a lot of concerned citizens, and I'm leading the way asking questions. And I made this because corporations own Frisco. I'm a lifelong Texan turned T-Mobile whistleblower. I started talking about H-1B because T-Mobile uses H-1B to employ foreigners while they're laying off Americans right down the street. The Indian population in Frisco has exploded 33% of the population over the past 20 years, a 4,510% increase. And there might be a lot of people here that are coming here
Jesus
legally.
fucking
but there
Christ.
also seems to be some red flags with the H-1B visa program, and the question is, are Indian people using that to bring people over?
So you're telling me Frisco's turning into Little Mumbai at this rate?
That's what people like to call it these days.
I'm America first. I pro-American.
USA.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign. People whoever has done the fraud, they should be brought to the justice. And I'm now running for the Justice of Peace in Texas.
Justice of Peace.
Yes.
What's your name?
Martin Paretti.
Martin Preti.
Yeah. I want everybody enjoy the life, but at the end of the day, we want to do it right.
My beef isn't with the Indian people. It's with the system that are allowing them to do what we are experiencing here.
Oh, my beef is with the Indian people. Now, once again, I every single time we watch a Tyler Oliveira video or like a Nick Shirley video, I had to run defense because it's important to remember this factor. These are YouTube safe videos. They have a brand, and they're trying to make it, more importantly, normie safe. Normie safe. Because then normies can watch this, see what's happening, and be against it. But if you come right out the bat being like, yes, I am racist, so kind of like that one guy did, which was pretty spicy. But, you know, the guy standing with that sign there, and Tyler Oliveira himself, if you come out of the bat saying like, yes, I am racist, a lot of normies are going to tune you out because like racism is still considered bad, right? Like it's still a moral sin to be racist. And so they have to be like, no, I don't actually hate Indian people. I just hate the system that's allowing them to abuse this. Well, white people aren't abusing this. Part of it is because the system's actually not made for white people to abuse it. It's made specifically for the brown third world to do so. But still, white people aren't abusing this even when they had the opportunity to do so. It's only certain demographics are doing this. And it's okay to admit that certain demographics doing this, and it's the vast majority of them. And so therefore, I'm more than happy just to be like, yes, all of them fucking suck. Like, at the end of the day, right, when you're talking to an individual, it's important to remember that they are individual. Like that one Indian that was just being interviewed being like, I'm pro-America and stuff like that, right? Like, you still be nice and cordial and respect to them. You don't want to come, you know, out of the gate, just fire and fury, you know, bash them. It isn't curry any favor, Carrie, for you to do so. But when it comes as a group as a whole, you can judge groups. Statistics exist for a reason. Stereotypes exist for a reason. It's okay to judge people by a group. And then just remember that the individual could be technically different from the group when you work on an individual basis. But as a group, you can still judge them as a whole.
There sufficient talent in America? Do we need infinite H-1Bs, so to speak?
We do have enough talent in America. We strongly believe because you know, the Americans landed on the moon when all of these H-1Bs even born.
To be fair, we did borrow a few Germans.
You see, we got a lot of natural citizens also became Americans, right? So they're also getting laid off.
Do you think there should be a strong limitation on the number of H-1Bs?
I advocate for the limiting the H-1Bs. The Indians.
I'm curious where this, like, he's still got the very strong Indian accent. So is he like a sleeper cell? Like, is he a snake? Is he trying to like be like, look at me, I'm the based Indian here. I'm fully assimilating to America. Fuck my fellow Indians to get voted. And then once he gets voted in, then he's just gonna turncoat. It's not even really turncoat because he's Indian, right? And then just be like loyal to his actual countrymen. Because this is a little bit too, like, listen, pardon me for my doubt here, but I have seen this happen a million fucking times. I am pressing extra doubt on this was actually a real true based Indian. They're all snakes, I'm all, yeah, well, that's the part that I'm worried about. Stop trusting them? I'm not saying I'm trusting them. I'm just saying this seems like a snake to me. It just seems a bit much. Plus he's the politician, so he's Indian and a politician too. Yeah, but the only thing I can think of is like his fellow countrymen, like they're too low IQ to really realize the power play that he's doing here. Hypothetically, if he's doing a power play, you know, but and so they're gonna be like, oh, he's hurting our ISAT. He's throwing India under the bus. How dare he? And that could hurt his prospects because they're just little roaches at the end of the day. But then again, if he's a snake, his job is just to be a snake, not to really get his countrymen, because then he'll help him out in the end. Yeah.
Country. We respect pluralism, and most of Indians, they enjoy the American part of the American society. And I know you guys like the Indian food a lot, too, right?
This is true. I do enjoy tikka masala.
Yeah.
I do
we turn
not.
away from God and the Word of God.
I do enjoy the tiki masala. Okay, listen, I might be reading into things a little bit too much, but was that a Piers Morgan reference there and doing that tiki that more like the tiki masala reference?
We worship these Indians, these Somalis. If we just give everything to them, willing to cut your own throat, we'll die.
H1Bs are the scapegoats. The employers, those are the people who have to investigate it. You know, even in one of my friends told it in Dallas, you know, most of Indians don't follow the practice, the caste. If you're not in the same caste, they will let you go. It's happened in Dallas.
So casteism is happening here in Texas.
Yes, absolutely.
I have my heart for all immigrant people, but man, we got to do it the right way.
I want to ask you, infinite legal immigration that will still alter the fabric of any place, right?
Correct.
Would you be a proponent of infinite legal immigration?
Don't understand it quite what you're saying, but yes, I mean, if it's done legal, if it's done the right way, yes, because to what I've seen, countries have been blessed when immigration is involved. You know, when you got different kinds of groups involved, doing it the right way, following the
He looks a little bit swarthy. I'm getting like Mexican vibes off of him. He's like, I don't really understand what you're talking about. He's like, right after Tyler Oliveira just said infinite legal migration. Infinite. Do you not understand what the word infinite means? It means limitless. It means never ending. It means that it's going to go on forever. There. Like, it's... How is that hard concept to realize, after all? Like, it's just endless legals coming in, and that changes the fabric of the country. But he's like, oh, it's a good thing. I've seen the benefits of immigration and basically diversity. And specifically say diversity, but is what it means. And it's just like, no. No. That's not how it works. Japan's a paradise because of its homogeneous honorary Aryan society. India, the fucking shithole, because it's a homogeneous, horrible society there. And porting India is not going to solve the problem. It's going to make things worse.
rule of law. I think it's a good thing.
But if the law has allowed Frisco's Indian population to go from less than 2% to almost 20% Indian in the last 20 years, turning Frisco into a majority-minority city, is the intent of these work visas bringing Indians to America to support our labor force or to replace it altogether?
This is insurrection. This is the overthrow of the United States government, which is why 20 million people walked across that border. I can't go to Somalia and live, or Mexico. This is my home, America. The H-1B visas, we don't need them. We don't, not right now, someday, but not now.
And now, as of late 2025, T-Mobile USA opened a global technology hub in Hyderabad, India that employs thousands of Indians while they're laying off Texans and Americans. They've even sent Americans to go train these Indians in India. T-Mobile USA could have easily opened up this technology hub in the United States of America, and they could have ran it out of one of the 2 Frisco offices on Warren Parkway. On top of that, T-Mobile spent $81.5 million on salaries for H-1B employees in the United States in 2025. All salaries that could have went to Americans. Is it a coincidence that T-Mobile has a new Indian CEO as of November last year? Probably not.
We are the entrepreneurs, high-skilled professionals, fueling the tech and medical corridors that make our Garden County a national leader. In Frisco, you will find us serving in our churches, seeking peace in our temples, practicing charity at our mosques. We are guided by timeless wisdom that transcends borders.
Indian Americans play a crucial role in Frisco's growth. Many work in high-demand fields such as technology, healthcare, engineering, finance, and entrepreneurship.
My name is Shri. My name is Ardav. My name is Siddharth.
Of course, the orcs are advocating for orc rights. Yes, we're high-skilled and stuff like that. So we're so high-skilled that India is, you know, superpowered by 2030. So, just... I don't understand the... like... how people can actually fall for this logical fallacy here. If India is such a, you know, tech superpower with filled with the best and the brightest here, then why is India such a shithole? I know the answer. I know it's a 76 average IQ. I know it's because their culture is very wasteful overall. Like, India is so toxic, and they have so many dead bodies and trash in their rivers, that they had turtles, flesh-eating turtles, be introduced to help get rid of the dead bodies within the Ganges River. And the turtles fucking died because of how toxic the goddamn river itself was. It's the Indians that do it. The country is its people. The people is its country. You can't just import these so-called best and the brightest and then expect it to just be, you know, they're going to assimilate and be perfectly fine. And everything's just gonna go normal, it's just a slightly different shade of color. That's not how it fucking works whatsoever. And even if you want to make a more liberal argument against this too, and then there's also the fact that if you are importing the best, their so-called best and their brightest, their highest IQ, they're tech wizards here, aren't you hurting that country? Aren't you being a little bit colonialism here, you know? Aren't you being a little bit white savior by chance? Because you're taking the so-called best and the brightest away from their country, and so they're not able to make their country better. It just leaves them with the worst of the worst, so they can spiral into a bigger shithole. Like, if you know, there technically is that argument there from our left-wing stance. Now, personally, I don't give a fuck about India. If they're gonna be a shithole regardless if we import the best and the best. But, like, it just makes you think. Like, with the logical, you know, the amount of hoops they have to jump just to be like, this is actually a good thing overall. It's not. It's not.
Hi, my name is Mathila. Hi, my name is Anvika.
Indian Americans make up 1.6% of the population, but are responsible for $200 billion in taxes, have the lowest crime rate. And over the last couple of years, we've seen some of the greatest polarizations in the history of America. People are upset. The American dream is alive and well here, and it's not because the streets are paved with gold, it's paved with the ingots of possibilities.
Every person in this room right now, their ancestors have come
Ingots of possibilities that should go to actual real Americans, not just the fucking endless third world.
from a different country, a different continent. Despite these positive contributions, Indian Americans sometimes face discrimination or hate.
I urge the council and the residents to reject such rhetoric that divides residents based on what or where they came from.
Let me be clear here. There has been no credible evidence presented to any widespread H-1B visa fraud in this city. Today, many Indian families are living in fear. Replace it with reality. Unqualified.
They're living in fear. Every single demographic tries to do this. So I'm living in fear now. I'm being discriminated and hated against. So maybe don't be such horrible people, and you wouldn't be discriminated against and have these problems. But they can't help it because that's just who they are. But they always use the whole "I'm living in fear" thing. I'm hiding in the cupboards at 2 a.m. because I'm afraid some sort of white American's gonna come in and just shoot me. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen whatsoever. If anything, a black American's more likely to actually shoot you just because they're black and they're just roaming the streets at night. But like, you're not gonna get shot or you have your life in danger because you're Indian. We just don't want you here. Just go back to your country. Is that such a hard concept? It is. It is a hard concept for them because they completely resist it. They don't want to go back. They know India's a shithole, and they know India's a shithole because of them, but they don't want to do anything about it. Yeah. Thank you to the chickens for the $2 reviews. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. With luck, fuel shortage will slow them coming. True. True, that is, I guess, one positive of the Iran war, right? Is that there's a fuel shortage, then it gets a little bit harder for them to be shipped in.
Indian and Muslim workers scamming Americans out of jobs, stealing tax dollars, and destroying our nation in Texas. And the funniest part, if these were truly high-skilled Germans or Poles, we'd welcome the net positive. Instead, we get low-quality scammers with fake degrees abusing our systems meant for generational Americans. And America is an idea. It lives in the hearts of all of us, the 243,000 residents of Frisco, and I say this with love. Thank you all for being here.
He said America is an idea. Do you agree with that?
I think it's more than an idea. And I made sure that, he made a point that the Indian population in America is 1.6%. Well, in the city that he's running city council, it's 33%. So it's pretty obvious that there's a problem going on here.
Let's say we have infinite legal immigration. Is it better than illegal immigration?
It's funny because we've almost been tricked. We've been marketed this thing where we believe it is good to import people for jobs that we can't sufficiently do. We built the jobs. You're telling the people who built the jobs we can't do the jobs. Yeah. So it almost sounds like a scam. Well, they threaten them with H-1B.
It is a
and they
scam.
hold that over their head because if they don't work a certain amount of hours, they won't sponsor them. So they can't threaten you with being able to go back home because your home is America, like the United States if you're an American citizen. So, and they can just work them to the bones.
So I headed into the heart of Frisco to speak to some of these elite H-1B engineers we've imported from India to save our economy from our unqualified, lazy American labor force. There is the Karya Sidhu Hanuman Temple, the god of courage. Where are you from?
I'm from Andhra Pradesh. From Karnataka. I'm from India.
South India. Hyderabad? Are you from Hyderabad?
Yes, I am.
Really?
I'm from Chennai.
Are you here on like H-1B?
No, right now still I am my student visa.
I see, like
so
F1.
yeah, yesterday the H-1B results got rolled out, so I'm just waiting for my decision.
Yeah, I'm on a waiting for the same results.
Are you anxious right now?
Let's hope for the best.
I work in a software company.
Software?
Yeah.
And are you H-1B?
Yes. So if I get my H-1B, I can stay here for more 5 years.
What happens if you don't?
I still have my time, like almost 2 years from now.
2 more years.
So maybe I need to try for a different visa or else go back together.
I'm an H-1B.
H-1B. Did you come here as H-1B?
No, I studied here.
So F1, OPT, H-1B? Okay, it seems like that's the common pipeline. Come here as international student, get green card?
That's what it is. Yeah, that's what I did.
Have you seen the new wave of...
I paused, I unpaused to let him finish the timeline there. The pipeline. Yes, come here as a student. leech off our fucking system this way. This is one of the many reasons, why our college are just so fucking expensive, because we're also paying for the third world to get a degree here for some stupid reason.
It's always the Jews.
And then they get the H-1B, and then they get the green card. Like, this whole legal process. And meanwhile, they can stay here. They can stay in America this entire time. They're not, technically a citizen whatsoever, but they're still working. They're still taking the jobs. They still have a house or an apartment. I mean, he's got this nice little, smartwatch here. I don't know what that is, but nicer-ish clothes, and just able to live their life. That house could have gone to an actual American. If like that, like imagine all these people, 33% of Frisco, Texas, not being Indian, right? They're just all gone, poof, gone one day. Imagine how much cheaper housing would be, because all of a sudden there's 33% less of people that you have to house. Imagine how much the job market would just open up overnight, because it's just all the jobs would be open again. And actual Americans, and the wages would also rise to help compensate and try to attract people to get the jobs in the first place. Imagine how much better things would just be if just 33% of Frisco, Texas just went boop, gone. But here we are, because we have this whole legal system that's set up in a way to disenfranchise white Americans on purpose, just to let the whole entire third world in. Come here as a student, raise the college costs there because of the federal's paying for it, and then go to the H1s, take the jobs, get the green card. All of a sudden they can vote and then run and be a politician. Like I said, I firmly fucking believe, and nobody can convince me otherwise, that half the goddamn population of America needs to be deported. Unironically, if you do the math, half the population needs deported at the bare minimum, because deportations are the moderate solution. Don't ever forget that.
People from Telugu.
A lot of them, yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah, legally, yeah.
How long you been in the States?
Around 10 years.
Are you on H-1B?
I graduated.
Okay. Okay. Are you like on F1 visa?
10 years! And still on the visa. Just go fucking back home.
I see. Why did you end up here in Frisco? Did you have friends and family here?
Yes.
Okay.
This is actually my uncle's.
Uncle's restaurant? Yeah. Your goal to go from F1 to OPT to H-1B?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Motherland India or Texas, USA?
No, obviously Motherland India.
Obviously.
Obviously Motherland India.
So my motherland is India, because I'm born and brought there, grow here, and I'm here to serve the US. So I can say that the second land for me is US, because I'm getting here, the US give me the respect, job, and the good opportunity.
But it's still second. The US is clean, gives you all these nice houses, gives you the much better paying job, you can grow, have a family here, but it's still second compared to Motherland India, the literal shithole of a country, where they don't have any actual plumbing, running toilets, trash is everywhere. They kill their turtles, their flesh-eating turtles, so how much waste is there. You see plenty of pictures of them, taking baths in the Ganges River, and it's just the foam floating up from all the toxic waste. Literal shithole is still better than the United States, because it's where they're born, because they're tribalistic for their own country, as that's how you're normally supposed to be. That is how normal humans work. They're always a blood and soil nationalists for the country that they fucking come from, no matter how fucking bad it is, and they will sacrifice everything for that country, and then they'll send back the remittances back to India. But you, the American, just like that, the horrible racist redneck said earlier, well, this is your only home. This is your only country. You have nowhere else to go. But gotta suffer.
Obviously, I'm planning to go back to India, so...
Your daughter, is she a citizen of the U.S.?
Yes, she is.
Okay, so you're gonna bring her back to India one day?
Definitely, yes.
Oh, that might be challenging for her. Hyderabad or Frisco, Texas more?
Hyderabad, of course.
Hyderabad, of course. Then I have to ask, why are you here in Frisco?
I had to. Feels like I'm still in my hometown.
Really?
Everybody from my hometown here.
Wow. So you moved all the way from Hyderabad, thousands of miles away?
To Hyderabad.
To Hyderabad in Texas. The India Bazaar is right there.
It's just like Hyderabad, except that we have clean running water and toilets and this cute little coffee shop. Well, this is Indian coffee shop, but still it's, everything's nice and new and fresh. He's fucking massively overweight. Just like Hyderabad. Just exactly like Hyderabad. Why? Because literally everybody that come from there has moved to Texas. They don't change anything. They don't change their religion. They don't change their names. They don't change their customs. They just transplant themselves over to Texas. Chat, we are 10 minutes and 47 seconds into this 1 hour and 12-minute video. And I have it at 1.5 speed to help get through this faster. And I'm already tired of it. Like, we're gonna continue watching it, obviously. But I'm just sitting here just like, I have an hour, we still have an hour more for this video. Excuse me. I still have an hour more for this video, and I'm just... I can't chat.
So you moved all the way from Hyderabad, thousands of miles away? To Hyderabad in Texas. The India Bazaar is right there. I want to see if we can find some F1 students in this 7-Eleven. And secondly, I want to see the moment I walk in there if I will be met with an Indian cashier. Hello, question for you. Are you on an F1? Are you an F1 student? Okay, are you H1B? Yeah. You're H1B? Yeah. Working here at 7-Eleven? Yeah. Okay, where are you from? India. Where in India? Angara. Yeah. Is that close to Hyderabad? Yeah, I'm going to call the manager. Okay. So, do you work in IT? Yeah. I'm
gonna call the manager. He knows exactly what's up. Surprised he actually answering honestly at all. But hey. H1B working at 7-Eleven. Because totally not some random white American teenager could work that job. For fuck's sakes. The gas station I worked at, I was a teenager when I got hired there. It was perfectly fine. I was able to do the job. It's a gas station. It's not that hard. There's actually a decent... If you're actually like a good worker and you work at a nicer gas station, that there is quite a lot to do, but it's all very simple tasks, like filling the coffee machine, filling the slushy machine, going into the back and like refilling the cooler and everything like that. Just basic bitch cash transactions, giving people their cigarettes and cigarillos and everything like that. Like, it's very simple work that a teenager can do. In fact, teenagers can do much more advanced work if you actually challenge them to do so. But yes, just jobs that people just don't want anymore. Just don't want to work at a gas station whatsoever. We'll just give an Indian instead.
Yeah. I'm working with the Walmart here as a software engineer. Yeah.
I'm into IT. I work for a company.
IT?
Yeah, yes.
I knew it.
Did you work for IT?
IT. Why do they dominate IT?
Just dominate IT because they have a master's degree in computer science. They study back in India.
Okay.
They complete engineering, and that's how they just dominate. I'm a student.
Student right now? Yeah. And you work in IT?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, are you F1 visa holder? So as F1 visa, how many hours can you work per week?
40 hours.
And is it legal to work full-time on an F1 visa?
Yes.
That's a nice cheese string right there. Who would have thought? Chicken tandoori pizza before GTA 6. Well, Frisco has become Dallas's unofficial Little India. You can find H1B Indian spawn points all the way up in small Texas towns like Argyle, Texas. Okay, we're in a little Indian suburb near Denton. We're in Argyle, Texas. Lots of Indians. But how did they get here? And why are they in this small, semi-rural...
So we moved from Frisco to Argyle, and it's still Little India.
Suburban town. You gotta tell me, as a Pakistani, why are there so many Indians here?
I don't know. They come on IT.
Are a lot of F1s working here?
Yeah.
Yeah? Illegally, right? Illegally. I knew it.
They don't even pay right amount for these people, you know.
How much?
Like hours and hours. They pay low here.
They pay low here. Should I expose them? Hello. Who's the manager here? Is there a manager here? Are you the manager? Are you the manager? Yeah, I have permission. I'm here to ask you, are you paying F1 students illegal rates?
No students.
No? You have paperwork?
Yes.
Yeah, you pay them legal rates? Are you sure?
Yes, sure.
Do you own the store?
I'm the manager, right?
What visa are you on?
I'm on a work visa.
On a work visa. H1B?
I have a work visa. I don't want to reveal.
I was told on good authority there may be some F1 employees here being paid under the table illegal rates. That's what I'm asking you. Is that true or false?
Sir, this is a busy time.
Is it true or is it false?
Talk outside.
Where are you from?
I'm from India.
Hyderabad.
I'm from India, Hyderabad. I'm from Hyderabad.
Is it Hyderabad?
Yeah. In India.
Okay, Hyderabad?
In the same state, but in a different city.
What visa are you on? F1 student? Yeah. What do you study?
Computer science.
I'm on green card.
Do I need to specify that?
Yes, if you could. Oh, you don't want to? Why?
That's my wish.
I see. I imagine you're on not an F1 if you're working, right?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm a TN visa. I'm permanent.
Okay, so your green card. Yeah. Would you prefer India or USA?
US is good. Why not?
Okay.
US, that's why I'm here.
Is your wife here?
No, yes, yeah, but yeah.
Is she on a? Is she also on a visa?
No, she's not. She's on the same green card with me.
Same green card.
Yes.
And do you have kids?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
And are they here?
Yes, they are here. They're going to school.
Okay,
Everything
so
is good. They're born and raised here.
Oh, born and raised here?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you working?
Software. Engineer. Software.
Software engineer. Did you get a college education in India?
I want to point out that the guy who's permanent and has a wife on the same green card as him, imported her in via the green card system, because there is, once you get a green card, you can still import others in that way. There's a whole visa system to help bring that. And then the kids are still being born and raised. And he still has a really thick accent as well. Still living in Little India in this Argyle, Texas, I think that's what it was. I know we moved from Frisco. And they're just all on visas, all from Hyderabad or surrounding area. I wonder if Hyderabad's like one of those big centers for the college degree farms, because they exist entirety of India, but I wonder if like that's like one of the bigger versions of it, because
Is it the Jews?
like so a lot of people don't know this,
I'm assuming
but
it's always the Jews.
different countries have different standards for their degrees. And so you as an American can get your degree and let's just say computer science. And you did all these classes, all these years, all that fun stuff. Let's say you get your bachelor's. And you want to move to Germany and work within the computer science sector, IT, well, whatever the case is. Well, Germany has different regulations and different classes and different credits and for their version of whatever the bachelor's is. And a lot of it can transfer over between like Western countries, but not all the time. And so a lot of times you do actually have to go through and take German classes to try to rectify your degree. And in some cases, depending on the country, you have to completely redo your degree because of how the standards work. And you think, well, it's the same job, it shouldn't have different standards. Well, that's just how it works within the different countries. It's just how it is. So the fact that India, which is nothing like America, they can have all these degree farms that somehow magically work perfectly with America to get these H-1Bs in. It's a little bit suspicious. Just a little bit suspicious, especially when a lot of them have been proven to be fake and these people don't know jack shit of what they're doing once they've been like interviewed by actual like white people. But the key is to actually get a few Indians in the company and then have them take over HR and the hiring practices and management, and then they can start just importing the rest of them along with it. Because they are tribalistic, once again. They care about their own people, once again. They want to get the fuck out of India, and they'll bring as many people as possible. And they'll still just turn it into Little India where they go. But hey, that's actual real Americans' problems, not theirs. Elite human capital, yes. Thank you, Crowder Color, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How's the Indian watching going, Amalgamyte? Oh, it's fantastic. We're 15 minutes in and I want to blow my brains out. I'm having so much fun. Just so much fucking fun. Thank you, Squabadood, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Short but true horror story. India could send 1 million Indians to every country on Earth, all 50 states, and still have 1 billion Indians. Yep. Yep, they are like a fucking plague. Oh. When I say funny, whoops. Thank you, LRP Sahar, for the $20 reduce. I know who you are. When I say the funny T-blank-D acronyms, I'm like sort of joking. But I genuinely despise Indians so much, they fill me with such a visceral disgust and hatred that I feel literally zero empathy for them. I do not view them as human. And their suffering brings me joy. FNAF fun. Disavow base, but disavow base, but disavow. I'll add your $20 reduce to the FNAF fun here. I'll take a nice little break from losing my goddamn mind with this visa system. I'm half tempted to like slow this down because there's so much going on here that like I feel like I'm missing some stuff, but like a lot of it's also roughly the same. And I don't think it's probably a good thing for my own mental state to miss some things. So it's like, Jesus Christ. I am dangerously close to fed posting. Oh. People at the top just wanted more people who don't ask questions. They don't want those to start seeing through things. Yes. Oh my god.
Or the USA?
India. Yeah, I work in IT.
IT? Why are Indians so good at software engineering?
That takes a lot of math,
Brain power?
physics. I came here on F1, but then I converted to H1.
So you came on F1 and then graduated to H1?
Yeah.
How hard was that process?
It was cool, actually.
I'm from Canada. You're from Canada? Yeah. So you came from India to Canada to Texas? Yes. Most people...
I'm sorry. I came from Canada. Not dodging the little India allegations for Canada, that's for sure. As Canada's also had a massive increase in Indians since 2020. Like statistically, God, I have the graph somewhere. But it's like it just skyrockets. It just shoots up. It's absolutely insane how bad it is. The Indian migration to Canada, and it's just like, you know what, Canada doesn't pay as well as America does. They don't have as many freedoms and whatever the case is. I'm just gonna move to America as well. Just absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. We imported like 15% of our population from India in just like 5 years. Yes, it is so bad how like it's just unbelievably bad. Okay, so Canada, but like America's done the same. America's done the same. This is why, like, I know I beat this dead horse. I'm looping, right? Like every single stream, I like to lambast my fellow Americans and be like, listen, we're just as bad as like Britain is, for example, when it comes to immigration, or like Europe. And this is what I mean. Like, in this case, it's Indians and not exactly Muslims, but it's still the same thing. America is just filled with browns to the T. America's only like 55-ish% white at this point in time. And like it's just this is just how it is, and a lot of it is because of Indian and legal migration as well. We are just as bad as ever all the rest of the Western nation. It just looks a little bit better because we have the vast amount of land here. But all you take is go into one little suburb, right? One little city that has like that's the hub, because these people don't live in the country. They don't know how to take care of land. They don't know how to raise farm animals. That's a white person thing. But, you know, but once you go into the metal jungle, then they can see it for yourself. Thank you, Crowder Crawler, for the $10 reviews. Thank you. Since I haven't been a good P.E.P.E. lately, I am finishing up details on my Naked Snake cosplay. $10 to start a Bulletstorm fun. Good to add a non-horror game. Oh, it's okay, Crowder Crawler, you're fine. Naked Snake cosplay. Are you... Pardon my ignorance, but if you're naked, is that really a cosplay? Unless it's like a specific form of snake that I don't know of because I never played in the Metal Gear games. Anyways, Bulletstorm fun. We have so many funs. I know it's been a minute since you've been here, Crowder Crowler, but we've added so many more funs. I'm a little bit hesitant to do it. So maybe like when it hits like, I don't know, 100, then I'll consider it. Or I don't know. Okay, that feels really fucking doddery right there. That's gross. I bought this. I borrowed this model from Arch, and I'm trying to replicate it, but it feels gross when I replicate certain aspects of it. I don't know. I'll just think about it. I'll just think about it. Okay. The Void doesn't know. Of course I don't fucking know. I never played the Metal Gear games. Okay. Plus I got to play as Snake was in a Smash Bros. Brawl. Well, you go bonkers if you saw Naked Snake? Okay. Well, now I'm just gonna have to look it up. I'm not gonna pull up on stream because we need to go back to the video. Naked Snake. Here. Oh. Isn't this just regular Snake from Smash Bros? Like this is the version that they use for Smash Bros. Right? Right? Like, I mean, he's hot. I'm not gonna deny that. Like, Snake is hot. I know he's hot. I just was expecting him to be naked because it's called Naked Snake. That's Solid Snake? Safe search off? Naked Snake versus Solid Snake. Okay, there we go. Oh, that is hot. But like Snake is hot in general. Well, I'm not gonna deny. Okay, a white man with dark hair, scruff, a bit rugged and muscular. Of course, that's hot. I'm a woman. I'm attracted to muscular men. That's gonna be very hot. Okay, yeah, I can appreciate this. I know. No, do not save search off. One is dad, the other is the son. Oh. Well, I mean, it's still hot. It's a white, right? What else do you want me to say? It looks good. Uh, You're a woman. God, I know. It's hard to believe I have a vagina, but sometimes I have a penis. It depends on my mood. Naked Snake is the big boss, who is the original. Solid Snake is a clone of Naked Snake. Liquid Snake and Solidus Snake. He is 6'5". That is too tall. I'm sorry. At a certain point, there's a thing called too tall for me. I am a 5'1", manlet. 6'5" is a monstrosity. That is holy shit. 6'1". I'd probably say the cap is at like 6'2". But based off my previous experience, I always say the cap is at like 6'2". And then anything like that is just no, too much. Dude, it's just 6'7". Yes, 6'7". Oh, that's the perfect height. 6'5" is too tall, but 6'7" is perfect. Okay, we had a little break from the Indians. Well, and we got a little bit of gooning going there. Let's go back to Indians. Ugh.
People who come here on an F1 have the intention to get an H1?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you think that's fraudulent?
No.
No.
Because it is valid that you can convert from H1.
Let's see. Step-by-step process for Indian students to convert F1 to H1B visa. 1. Secure a job with H1B sponsoring employer. Work on OPT or STEM OPT before applying for H1B. Ask your employer to file an H1B petition. Understand the H1B visa lottery system. Change from status from F1 to H1B. Her thing is like, oh, it's legal, so therefore it's okay. Not the fact that all the Indians are abusing this and have all these fake degree firms, and she's riding a fucking Tesla, and she's got a nice fucking beautiful house. Meanwhile, actual real Americans can't actually get a job and actively discriminated against, but it's legal, so it's okay.
To H1. That is the reason most of the people come here.
But isn't F1 just for people who are coming here to study and not to work?
Yes.
Do you think it's a bit of a fraud to come here to study and then end up...
I'll go back too.
Did you go back before you got the H1?
No.
Okay, so you came here on F1?
Oh, yes.
And now you're...
TN.
Are they getting paid legal minimum wage in Texas?
Here, no F1 students working.
No F1 students?
These all have work permits. We have all work permit students.
F1, H1B, O1?
I have a work authorization.
I know you
My
do.
employers have all work authorizations.
So you're not employing any F1 students? On the record, yes or no?
No.
You promise me?
Yes.
You would swear to God?
Yes.
Swear on your mother's name?
Why you are asking like that questions?
Obviously, the H1B is a non-immigrant visa. When will you be going back to India?
We are thinking to go soon, but we are not sure about the date.
And how have you liked Texas thus far?
It's good. I like US. I like India more. That is the reason I'm trying to go back. Basically, at the end of the day, our family is important, right? Our family is in India, so we need to go back to India.
I see. Are you married here?
Yeah, I have a feeling with that fancy little car that she's next to, she's not going back to India anytime soon. Anytime soon.
Yep.
Is he also on H1B?
Yes.
So 2 H1Bs, and do you guys have children?
Yes.
Were they born and raised here?
Yes.
Do your children have Indian citizenship as well?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah.
I told you, right? If you want records to come with the legal, okay? I can show all my employee information. But
Let's see.
I don't want to.
Okay, you're gonna show me the paperwork or what?
Who? For me?
Me.
No, you don't have to write to come inside.
I just did.
You can just,
Why don't you just show me the paperwork and I'll be on my way? Do you illegally pay F1 students, yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine, I hope not.
Yeah.
All right, man. When I asked him to...
Oy vey! Tyler Oliveira is one of us. One of us. One of us. One of us.
Swear on his mother's name. He postured up. I thought he was gonna throw down. I thought I was gonna get punched for the first time in my life by an Indian. So this is a meme right now. Please be patient, student driver. This is kind of a joke.
Punched by an Indian. When Indians have the average wrist strength that is weaker than Nordic females. I think, if I remember correctly, it was Swedish females in particular. But being punched by an Indian, that would feel like a little love tap, wouldn't it? That's what it'd be like. Oh, you hit me? Oh, I almost didn't notice there. I just felt like a whiff of air.
meme online because there's so many of them. Are you a student driver?
No, I'm not.
Why do you have the student driver sticker?
No, why are you taking video?
We're doing a survey for people that have student driver stickers.
I'm not a student.
Do you have a student driver in your family?
Before I am a student driver, so I kept it. I forgot to remove it.
How old are you?
30.
I have a sticker which I put it
You
inside
have a
my.
student driver sticker?
That's for my girlfriend. So.
Come on. So your girlfriend has a student driver sticker.
And she has a student driver
Is
license.
your girlfriend a little girl?
No.
How old is she?
She's about 30. She just started driving. She wouldn't drive. Learning to drive.
I see. Did she know how to drive in India?
Yeah.
I see. So it's a difficult translation over here?
Yeah, it's left to right and all that. So probably she did her course 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Generally, it looks a little scammy almost.
Sure, yeah. Now I know. That's a great thing. I will do that.
Is that your sticker?
Yes.
It is. Are you a student driver?
I'm not.
Why do you have that sticker?
My kid sometimes tries to.
I see. But if so many of these highly specialized H-1B Indians first came to America to study at our colleges and then stayed here until they got an H-1B visa to work, then why exactly aren't American students educated in the same schools qualified to work the jobs we've been told we need these Indians for? Are Indians somehow vastly more overqualified than every other nationality on the planet and therefore receive 70% of America's H-1B visas? I met up with Mavash Siddiqui, a U.S. Foreign Service officer with 21 years of experience in national security and foreign policy, who worked as a visa officer at the U.S. consulate in India to understand what's going on here.
I'm not representing the US government. I'm not representing.
I'm surprised this woman actually met him. Because she's a foreign woman with a hijab on. Expressing, representing foreign interest. And there's no way she didn't know who he was. Oh, I like how there's like even incest. Not incest. This is not anime. Incense. And the in the background here. But fuck, sorry. I'm distracted myself with my own confusion here. But I'm surprised that she actually is meeting it with him, because unless she's trying to like BTFO him, like, you know, beat him at his own game or something like that, there's no way she doesn't know who he is. Probably it's actually one of the reasons why she's doing this interview, because like it's not every day you can get an interview with somebody high up like this, a U.S. Foreign Service officer, like in this little fancy studio or wherever hotel office thing that they're in, even with the incense in the background. Like this is gonna be a very interesting interview. Also, she should be deported.
Any other entity. It is just me, myself, and I speaking from my personal experience as a consular officer in India, which is 20 years ago. So an H-1B visa is a guest worker visa. It's a temporary status visa. You abide by the laws of the United States as a non-immigrant, and then your permanent residence needs to be in India, so you have to return back. When I served in India, my job was initially to basically focus on what is known as non-immigrant visas, that it is a travel document which is meant for temporary visitors. What I saw in terms of industrialized fraud was there was systemic corruption and fraud happening because everybody and their mother wanted to go to the United States. In that jurisdiction of Chennai, we were mainly seeing a lot of fraud patterns come from Telangana, the Telugu community, and really ravenous hunger amongst the 16 to 45 years of age people to basically use the visa loophole in order to cut the line and actually emigrate to the US. So the intent was to come to the US, work here, find an avaricious lawyer, go to the Department of Homeland Security, change the status from like a visitor visa to a permanent residence. This hunger and craving that I saw created this systemic, massive ecosystem of fraud. For instance, when I went as part of the fraud management unit to this place called Hyderabad, there is a huge back industry called Amalgamyte. There's a visa industry where you have storefronts after storefronts focused on basically creating fraudulent documents. A lot of F1 students, I'll give you an example. You know, there were 400 of them and they all had the same bank documents, but they had the guts to present these documents, which basically were fake transcripts, fake bank statements, and also, you know, fake degree certificates or high school diplomas, etc. So it was industrialized in the sense there were factories, and they also had these storefronts saying green card would be possible within 6 months, kind of thing. Like, you know, we were just like so overwhelmed that there was this pressure to issue, right?
Where was this pressure coming from?
The U.S. Embassy in Delhi had obviously a political appointee ambassador. This is during the George W. Bush days, and then we had obviously the consul general, but there were politicians who were pressuring, whether from the, you know, South India arena or from Delhi itself, saying, you know, you need to issue visas in order to make a better, stronger bilateral relationship happen. Even if that individual is not qualified, at one point we had this ludicrous pressure to say, if that person is not a terrorist, go ahead and issue thing. And so we started the system in Chennai to revoke H-1B visas where we saw a lot of fraud happen. The United States spits out 150,000 people a year. Amongst 800,000 students, you have 100,000 who've gone through this rigorous, like, computer science coursework, and then they're told they don't have an opportunity to work in our industry. But then you have these Indian H-1Bs come in with just a Microsoft certification. Some even had the guts to present us with graphic designing, you know, which is very different from, taking C, C++, assembly language, SQL, third degree calculus. That's very different. So it's just interesting how we had a very hard time revoking these because it's not like a simple revocation. It's a bit of a uphill battle for a public servant or a consular officer to revoke those, where the burden of proof falls on me. After a long, grueling day of interviewing 200 people, you have a stack of these H-1B revocations that you have to type up and send to the Department of Homeland Security and say, this is why we suspect fraud, which means, you're providing pictures and documents and a narrative and et cetera, et cetera. We don't have that luxury of time. So I saw the cracks and I warned people.
Are these H-1B
Bureaucracy. Bureaucracy. Now, okay. Still a foreign woman. She's foreign, a woman wearing the hijab. Still not a fan. Still want her deported, but she can be a little bit lower on the list because I appreciate the fact that she's within the sector that's supposedly trying to stop this, and she was supposedly warning people in the cracks. I'm a little bit doubtful just because it seems like this would actually benefit her and her people. Just as I don't think she's Indian. Somebody said that she might be Pakistani, and Pakistan and India fucking hate each other, right? Still don't want them here. But hey, I'll give her credit is due. She's supposedly trying to do it. Should go to a white man, but welcome to 2026. But it's just bureaucracy. Like, this is in a proper, actual functioning society, a proper nation. We wouldn't have all these, this paperwork here, all this red tape. You just would stop them from coming in. We don't need the H-1B system. We have the Americans here. We have an oversaturation of college degrees. A lot of them are useless, like gender studies. But we still have them. And we need to stop actually blocking white men from being able to go to college because of DI practices, too. We can just have it. We used to be able to have all these jobs and these companies brought up in the 70s and 80s and even the 90s. What has changed? Nothing's changed other than the fact that we're just being replaced at this point in time. But the bureaucracy's in place, and so she has to put all the burden of proof is on her, like she said. And we had to prove the fact that, they are committing fraud. Well, it's easy. Just just deport them. They're from India. Deport them. Why are there any Indians in America? It's that simple. That's how a proper nation will work. But no. Fucking bureaucracy. You have to actually prove the fact that they're a horrible human being, even though they're not supposed to be here in the first place. It's insufferable. There's a really easy way to fix this, and we just won't. There's a fix everything button, and we just won't. Duh. And we're only halfway. We're 22 minutes in. Oh my god. To be fair, a lot of people who give warnings and get ignored, buried. Yeah. I mean, that's true. Because, a regular office worker's not going to be able to do anything. She's not going to be able to fix anything, because the point of the system is what it does, right? No matter what warning she gives the Department of Homeland Security, they don't care, because the purpose of the system is what it does. Unless you have somebody like Bukele, who purposely comes in and does a bunch of illiberal things, like suspends the courts and the judges, and just rounds up people for having certain tattoos, and then doesn't give them a fair trial, and just throws them in the prison, which is exactly what he did. The reason why El Salvador is such an amazing country now, and actually one of the safest countries in the whole entire world, even safer than a good chunk of Europe, is because he broke down democracy, and he broke down liberalism, and he wasn't an actual proper authoritarian. Because the system was so corrupt, that was the only choice he had. Well, our system is immensely corrupt. We don't have the person in charge is willing to do exactly that.
visa holders superior to Americans in every way imaginable?
Absolutely not in screaming letters, NOT. So that's the halo effect that they have benefited from, essentially because of, the Indian lobby. Everyone's benefiting in this whole system, right? There's kickbacks that everyone gets. The visa back industry is there. So people have created this narrative. It's almost like information operations against the United States, right? Where
we are somehow inferior to the labor supply in India. And I say India because 70% of the H-1Bs are coming from India.
Exactly, right? And there is a visa category that they could leverage called the O1 visa, where they were indeed those, super geeks or very smart people. But these are not exemplary individuals. These are run-of-the-mill.
The O1 visa is actually what Elon's on. Because while he's white, he is South African. He's an Afrikaner. So he technically is a foreigner by that, but he actually comes on the O1 visa, which is literally for the best and the brightest, right? People are like, oh, the H1B is for the best and brightest. No, we actually have a specific visa for the legitimate geniuses of the world. Which is what the O1 is, and that's what Elon is technically on. Elon, the richest black man, yes. And Elon is okay, because he's white, and I'm tribalistic like that. And what he's doing by being in America is benefiting the whole entire world. Or at least the Western world. Like, him buying Twitter isn't, like, we would not be in the state that we're in with me yapping on YouTube like this. I'm not sure how much that would actually be able to occur, because it requires the cultural force to change for YouTube that allowed me to be as spicy as I am. I probably would still try, but after watching a lot of my favorite, YouTubers get demonetized, it would be quite the uphill battle. We wouldn't have Tyler Oliveira making these videos either, and exposing the fraud at hand. We've been having the discussion about how bad illegal immigration is, or at least not to the same extent. We didn't have the nostalgia posting with the sonogram in the background, for example, without Elon buying Twitter. And so, he is actually a good case of a foreigner coming in and making things better. But 1, he's white. 2, he's on the O1. And 3, I can still recognize that he's an Afrikaner. So, he would technically slightly be better in South Africa, but they're also being genocided in real time, like legit genocide. So, a true asylum seeker would be better if they're coming from Africa, South Africa specifically. Not these H1B system where they just let anybody, all these Indians in.
People, but when they come here between the 16 to 45 years of age, and the ones who have basically taken the F1 visa route, and then they get sashayed into the OPT program, and then they get preferential treatment by the Silicon Valley managers and the various IT industry managers who are basically get seated in the H1B managerial role. They would prefer their own Indian people, because it's not about necessarily, because the Indians are the best and the brightest. Bribery is quite normalized. The sad part is I saw a lot of H1Bs as well as J1s, especially physicians and others, who have bought their seats into medical school, and you have 40% percentile on your score sheet. You're basically an F student, but you can get ahead. That sort of stuff does not jive with our values. Our values are very different. Any minority American would have a worse chance to get into any of these big IT companies, because the value system is different, where
I like how she brought up a minority Americans. Tyler brought up regular Americans, but she brings up minorities. The purpose of the system is what it does.
H1B manager would expect that these people that he's bringing in, whether he or she are bringing in, the idea is to get a cut from their salaries. It's almost like a pyramid scheme. It's like a kickback scheme. It's like pay skimming, for instance. So a nice quid pro quo system, and everyone's happy. No one outs the other. And that basically the IT manager does know that if he or she gets outed, then this person will lose their job. So it's kind of like an honor among thieves. So today, I don't know what things look like, but I'm aware, from a lot of my colleagues who are currently working, that fraud has ballooned. So then you have religious workers being invited on an H1B. You have accountants being invited on an H1B. These are not specialized skills. Teachers being invited. Our colleges and universities create these wonderful best and brightest computer scientists and computer programmers and engineers. After a 4-year college degree, we go through rigorous training. That holistic training that happens in the United States far supersedes what you find amongst the H1B clout.
And out of all the 50,000 plus visa applications, how many of those were legitimate?
There were, easily between 70 to 80%. That was my denial rate. And we created that gold rush.
One example of how H1B Indians are
70 to 80% denial rate. And they still would bring in 50,000 of them. And a lot of them are still fraudulent. And that was only her denial rate. 70 to 80%. That's of course if she's doing her job correctly. She's not trying to benefit any other foreign groups by chance. Because if it is true that she's Pakistani, which I would believe it based off her name and how she dresses and stuff like that, obviously she's gonna have a more a bigger vendetta against Indians just because of the ethnic conflicts that occur between them.
used to suppress American wages. It all starts with this guy who needs some more cheap labor. To avoid the headache and cost of hiring an American, he outsources the job to an IT staffing company. This IT staffing company claims to have an army of high-skilled H-1Bs to fulfill the contract, all at a cheaper cost. And most of the time, these IT staffing companies will rent an office like the empty ones you're about to see, put that address on their H-1B's employees' paperwork, basically telling the government, don't worry, here's the office where he'll be working. But the reality is, the IT staffing company won't use that office for anything, and will send the H-1B employee directly to the client's worksite. The client
I know I missed it by like 15 seconds, but I just want to point out the office worker was a fat black woman, and I think that's pretty accurate.
Gets cheaper labor without the responsibility of sponsoring the H-1B. The H-1B makes great money compared to what they make in India. They can work towards getting a green card in the US, and most importantly, they don't have to live in India. All while the IT staffing company collects the spread between what they underpay their H-1B employee and what the client pays them. It's a win-win-win for everyone but the American worker.
India number one.
Now let's go investigate these genius Indian IT staffing companies littered all over Texas. But real quick, I just made $100 by playing games on my phone. And no, it's not too good to be true. Let me show you. Free Cash is a free platform where you can actually earn money by playing mobile games, doing quick surveys, and more. And they've got a 4.8-star rating on Trustpilot, so you know it's legit. Here's how it works. You pick a game offer and start playing. Boom! My Free Cash balance just went up. And you can win more money by completing different challenges within each game. Challenges can be as easy as playing the game for up to 2 minutes, and the cash rewards go up and up. I just made $10 for downloading Solitaire Cash on my phone. Just make sure you have app.
I'm not gonna skip the ad, even though this is actually very Indian coded in itself, because it's rude, and he has to make money somehow. He's had his site taken down multiple times after all. Not fun stuff. It's rude to skip the ad when watching a video. This is very Indian coded. Anyway, speaking of being Indian coded, to try to wash the sins of the father and all the shit off you to stop being Indian, you should go to thedragonstreasure.com and use code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order for your tea, soap, and coffee needs, as well as focused energy drinks. But the soap is the big thing in this case, because then therefore you can stop being Indian, so at least you can actually take a fucking shower, or a bath if you're a woman like me. It's actually good soap. I've been using the Three Wise Men recently. It's basically a nub at this point. I got the Ray of Helios in the backlog to replace it. It's fucking great. And you know what I did? I used my own code, Amalgamyte 10% off, to get, off the order there. It's a win-win-win all around. Once again, the teas are pretty good. I don't like coffee, so I can't tell you about that. But you got the new soap molds as well, like the dragon and a foot for you fucking safe horny degenerates as well. It's code Amalgamyte. T-Man, dragonstreasure.com, 10% off your order. Ayo! What exactly is the soap made of, Amal? The blood of all the foreigners. Can I eat the soap? Of course you can eat the soap. Why wouldn't you eat the soap? It's delicious. It actually does smell really good. Like, I actually do, unironically use the stuff. And it really is good. Really is good. 10 out of 10 shilling. Thank you. I did my best. I'm so bad at shilling. Thank you, Gators, for the $10 deals. Thank you, my dude. As an American working in the IT industry, I have seen all this H-1B scam crap in real time, stealing jobs from U.S. workers while seeing the same corpse, hiring Indians on a hiring freeze. Disgusting. Yep. And it's all over the fucking place. It's not even this IT industry. It's also like what we've been recently finding out about, like the trucker industry as well. The healthcare industry. I found this one Indian account a long time ago now. I'm not sure if it's a stream that had to be deleted in the purge or not. I can't remember. But I found this one Indian YouTube account. The whole thing was how to instruct people and how to basically abuse the H-1B system and other visa systems within different states. And a lot of it is through like the medical process too, for like healthcare services. It's like every single industry is being overrun. I mean, gas stations are notorious, right, for the small businesses loans, and you just take more and more and more. They're a plague. They're a fucking plague. Which is why, if you use code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order of the Dragon's Treasure, you can wash the plague off of you when you use the soap there. Or calm yourself down with the tea. Or wake yourself up with the coffee. Or lock in to grind for the job applications with the Focus Energy drinks. I'm sorry. We'll continue. Oh, Lord, we're fucked.
tracking turned on so you actually get rewarded. And you can cash out with PayPal, crypto, or even Amazon gift cards. To get started today, click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen and you'll get a $5 bonus just for starting your first offer. It won't replace your day job, but if you're gonna play games on your phone, you might as well get paid for it. Thanks, free cash. Back to the video. There is a single company, Qubits Tech Systems LLC, with 8 LCAs, all from this residential home. Bunch of software developers here making $51 an hour.
Yeah, this seems legit.
Hi there, worksite inspection.
Hey, who is this?
Hi there, this is Tyler. I'm here to conduct a worksite inspection. Am I speaking to Hari Madiraju?
It's not.
Huh? Sorry, you cut off there.
So I'm not at home, so what is this? I'm in the office. Wait, who is this speaking?
Is there another worksite that you're working from?
Yeah, 4425 West Airport.
West Airport? Okay, so there's no one working from the residential address here?
Why do they work for the... Where is your home?
Excuse me?
Where is your home? Do you live in your home or do you live in your toilet or somewhere?
No, I don't live in my toilet, sir. So I'm only asking because the LCAs state that this is the address. Is that not the case?
No.
So you don't...
Go to my workspace. Are you from government?
No, I'm not from the government. I'm conducting an independent investigation.
If you're not from government...
Yes?
Work right now, I don't have any people, but you can go to the workplace and work there.
All right, we'll take a look at your office. Thank you. Some attitude. Yeah. But why would this guy file 8 LCAs?
Look at how nice that fucking home is, chat. Just, if you're not, like, black-pilled enough, right? If you're not Fanta black-pilled and ready to fat post and glow, which is what you shouldn't do, by the way, that's illegal. Look at how it's a solid brick house. With big, gorgeous windows, a nice driveway, brand new car, a simple little garden there, and the house right next to it's basically the same. Okay, is this, do you have a house like this, chat? Or do you live in an apartment? Anyway. Don't fed post, it's illegal. Oh, lordy. Even fenced houses on the sides? Oh, yeah. Like, I just saw this little, like where they have, like, the generator stuff, but I see it on this side, too. So they have the backyard is fenced. My folks do, but that doesn't really count. Yep. Nope, my house costs slightly less than $110,000. Oh my god. And Americans are homeless and struggling. Yep. Yep. Anyway, carry on.
Why would this guy file 8 LCAs with the worksite listed as his residential home? So we went to his office only to find a collaborative worksite and his completely empty unit. No one in their office. Hari Madiraju finessed us. See my phone call.
Indian in the fucking background, but look how nice this office space is too. Absolute ghost town minus the one in the background and still fucking Indian.
Please leave your message for 214.
You son of a bitch. And strangely enough, many of these ghost offices were often clustered in the same locations, starting with V4 Tech. V4 Tech, very official.
Prosper, Texas. So when this video started, I did some misinformation, some disinformation. I was a bad streamer. And I said that 33% of Texas population is Indian. Well, I meant Frisco was 33%. Still fucking abysmal. But now we've gone to, like, Frisco, then there's, the one that starts with an A. Now we're in Prosper. I'm not sure if I missed anyone anywhere else. But still. And just look at how many Indians there are there and how bad the situation is. I don't know. Maybe my statistic at 33% for Texas was not far off. I mean, it was, because Texas is a massive fucking state. And there's also a decent chunk of Mexicans there. But, man, it's not good, chat.
Okay, take a look inside. We see some sort of Eastern monk-like statue right there. We have an empty little meeting room in the back here. It's almost like no one's here. Who would pay thousands of dollars a month to rent an office with no signs of human life, locked during work hours in the middle of the work week with no employees in sight? Hi, question for you. Do you know where they're at? Your neighbors?
No idea.
No idea? Okay, thanks so much.
It costs money to rent this place. And it's during business hours, during the week.
It's a ghost office, a shell. They have paper compliance. They have the physical location. They can register their H-1Bs to, and then they can send them off to go work elsewhere. So V4 Tech Inc., completely empty. They should be here. Someone should be here. 420. This is going to be a good one. And there were more ghost offices all over this complex. All right, we got no sign on this one. Hello? Hello? They ever show up here? Yeah. I just want to ask you, do you guys actually have neighbors? Does anyone ever show up?
That's a great question.
It's a good question, right?
Great question. Why are you asking this question?
Because we're convinced that this is a body shop. They have paper compliance, and no one actually works out of here. There's like 9 separate units in this business complex. No one's here. These ghost offices. I'm ready. Yeah.
Is that on?
It's on. We're ready.
He is thinking correctly. You are thinking correctly.
NG Talent Tech Group LLC, based in this office, filed 23 LCAs, and there wasn't a soul in their unit. Everything was empty. Hello? Hello?
And the door is unlocked too. I was going to give them maybe a slight bit of credit because there was no label on the underneath the 420 Blaze It sign. And so I was like, okay, maybe there's no technically nobody there. But like online government officials say that they're registered. The door is somehow magically unlocked and just nothing's there. Like anybody can just walk in and steal anything. Which I guess when the population's Indian and white, you're not actually gonna get a bunch of theft because for all the flaws Indians do have, they're not exactly violent thieves. At least when they're in the host country. But Jesus Christ.
Knock, knock. This one didn't even have a sign on the door. Talenton Technologies claims to have 6 H-1Bs. No one's here. In-office presence on the following days. Tuesday and Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Where were our elite Indian engineers and programmers holding the American economy on their shoulders? We have DevApps IT. This is the best looking one thus far. We have 11 H-1Bs. No one's here. Hello. Hey, do you know if your neighbor's here?
I haven't seen anybody over there now.
We think they might be running a body shop.
Oh, here in Frisco?
Yeah.
I get it.
What do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised. Last time I saw somebody was like 4 months ago.
4 months ago? That's crazy. Were they Indians? Yeah. They appear to be body shops. Basically, all I'm asking is, are there revolving doors of empty office complexes with a bunch of
And
Indians?
there's revolving people.
Revolving
So
people, different people?
We're in this unit here.
Okay.
The one next to us.
Okay.
People show up about every...
So you see a new group of people coming in and out of there?
And most of the time it's empty.
It's empty?
Like probably 11 months out of the year.
If you found out there were 10 body shops running out of this complex, what would your thoughts be?
It wouldn't surprise me. It just, the way that things are here in America right now, it just it wouldn't surprise me. Like,
you think we're cooked?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It doesn't seem like...
Base white man. Hell yeah. Is it bad that I'm looking at a No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna oust myself live on stream. But hell yeah, these guys are great. These guys are great. They know exactly what's going on. These are white men who at least have their own businesses, but they can recognize that the situation is getting dire for their fellow people. You looked at his dick. No, I didn't look at his dick, okay? I'm looking at the fingers, okay? I'm looking at his hands. I wasn't looking. I wasn't. No, I'm legitimately looking. Strong grippers. Ah, yes, the gripping is what I was thinking of, actually. Yes. Oh.
Abbott really cares that much. Like, he's probably getting paid himself, so our whole government's cooked.
But to my surprise, we finally found an office with an Indian inside. But the sign they had hanging in their office listed a different company than what they'd filed under.
And the trash is outdoors too. They didn't even put it in a trash bin or anything like that. Oh my god. Oh.
LC, you guys work here? Yeah. This is a body shop?
No, it's IT service.
Are you guys a staffing company?
Yeah, IT staffing.
Sweet, what's your name?
Sachin.
Sachin? Tyler, good to meet you.
Tyler, what's the name of this place?
Grand IT LLC, right?
Grand IT LLC, and this is one.
Wait, what's this?
Software guild.
So you guys share offices or what?
No. Like.
So are you guys Grand IT or Executive
Both,
Software?
yeah,
Both, okay. And you're not a scammer. Who was Executive Software Guild Inc. and who is this Prada-dripped Indian? Where were the other employees? What do we got? We got a brand new TV right here?
Yeah, it's a brand new TV. It's like a regular meeting area.
Okay.
Oh, regular meaning hasn't even taken the plastic wrap on it. Oh my god.
And how many people work here?
6 people.
Okay. What are their names?
So, I mean, we have multiple people changing. We have Vishnu, we have Madhuri, we have Hari. They're working directly from the client area.
And tell me some of the clients where the H-1Bs get staffed at. Are we talking like Verizon, like Deloitte? Who do we got?
We work for multiple clients. We work for USAA. We also work for Verizon.
So I gotta ask, why would anyone print out LCAs and pin them on the wall?
I mean, if someone like a ICE department, we can just show them directly. If they come for any verification of the candidate, we can show them, yeah, we are doing the certification knowledge.
And we have software developer. We have, who's this guy? What does he do?
Vishnu is the owner.
Is it basically blank? Sorry. I'm trying to look at them. Okay, so they're not really blank. So like there are some names here, but like this whole section is blank. Attorney or agent information if applicable. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, they're not completely blank, but they're just pinned to the wall just because if ICE just walks in for some reason, why would ICE ever come to here? God no, yeah. Vishnu, oh yeah, somebody's literally named Vishnu, but it's fine. Curse Vishnu, a whole new level.
Okay, he owns the company. Okay, we got another sort of empty office set up here, and I like that quote. If it doesn't challenge you, it doesn't change you. It's a good point. So why is it the Maryland labor law postings up there?
I mean,
And it's like the workers' compensation in Maryland. That's what I'm trying to figure out. All the Maryland paperwork right here. I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking questions. Yeah.
we work for the Maryland state as well.
I see. So you guys do CPA for Maryland?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you guys do like accounting too?
Yeah, accounting.
That makes sense. And you're not lying to me?
He's just agreeing with whatever Tyler says. Like, Tyler's giving him so many outlets and he's just agreeing with them, even if it doesn't make logical sense, so they don't... CPA. Oh, so you do... Yeah. We do accounting too? Yeah. Like, he doesn't know what Tyler's talking about. He's just saying yes to the questions. Let's just try to just be like, yeah, we're totally legit here. You can't make this shit up. Just can't make this shit up. Prada shirt, the gold chain necklace... The smartwatch, his empty office. He's probably just jerking off and playing games on his phone. I'm surprised he's even here at all. He can't make this up.
You're not lying to me? Okay, all right.
That's the reason we have posted all these.
I see. I'm just thinking you would post like Texas labor law and postings, you know? Because we're in Texas. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking.
And why was there freshly unboxed furniture and appliances scattered throughout the mostly empty office?
It's not just the TV. So it's just like maybe that's why he's actually there, because they're like relatively brand new overall. Maybe I'm not giving too much credit with the everything else, but like the other companies, the base white guys that had their own actual legit companies in the area, were saying like the other offices only have like one person that comes around, like, you know, 1 month out of the year, roughly, if that. Like they don't see them roughly at all, but they still have to go there to kind of relatively maintain, you know, that the place, whatever, in like inspection season or whatever it is roughly. So maybe he's only actually here because they're just getting set up.
Why was this on their wall? On our way out, I couldn't help but notice this 6-figure luxury car in the parking lot.
Oh, yo, I gotta ask him. One last thing. Is this your Range Rover? My man, don't be humble. Give us a quick whip tour. This thing's badass. See, that's proof of the American dream right there. The American dream's real, right?
The IT staffing business was clearly profitable. So
Gift from my mom. Okay, how does your mom, an Indian woman, be able to pay for that?
To another cluster of suspected ghost offices.
Okay, so we have Slesha IT Inc. right there. There's a guy inside. Hi there. Are you working on behalf of Slesha IT?
Yes.
Okay, hi there. My name's Tyler. We're conducting a workplace inspection.
Okay.
Are the other 4 engineers that work here present today? Where are they?
In each room.
Oh, in each room? Can you show me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. How are you doing today? Okay, and who's this?
Cameras.
Hi. This appeared to finally be the first company with actual H-1B Indians on site working on their laptops, as you might have hoped. While they are replacing American workers, I guess at the very least they're real.
Are you?
The safe for work version of the pinwheel. But when I do it... Oh, lordy.
Are you allowed to be in here?
You guys let me in.
Who let you in?
He did.
But you told some workplace inspection, right?
Yeah, I'm conducting a workplace investigation.
You're from news, right?
Correct.
Then how are you inside a private?
I just knocked on the door and you guys let me in.
And we would like you to go on.
And I'm heading out.
All right, 1300 West Walnut Hill Lane, Irving, Texas. Let's go. Finding an Indian in an office was like a needle in a haystack. Most of the time, my knocks were met with silence and a locked door. The American economy seemed faker to me by the second.
No one's here at either of the Pamela locations.
Margins for these IT staffing companies must have been enormous. To rent offices purely to achieve compliance on paper for the labor condition applications they needed for their H-1B armies.
6 in-office
Hi, if you
LCAs.
record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
There should be 6 LCAs in that office.
And then I finally found another Indian whose story painted an even bleaker vision of the future.
How many H-1Bs do we have in office today?
Right now we don't have any.
We don't have any?
Actually closing the company.
You're closing the company?
Yes.
Okay, so you have the LCAs on the while here.
Yes.
You guys are going out of business?
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear.
So
Okay.
basically, this is what happened, right? So
Yeah.
basically, we were in the business for almost 10 years.
Okay.
We filed all the H1s, but later on, like because of this AI and everything, so we kind of, wrapping it up, everything, and then it's kind of closing off.
His entire H-1B staffing company imported from India was now obsolete as AI became increasingly advanced. As Americans were replaced by Indians, Indians were beginning to be replaced by AI.
There is this misconception that all the H1 guys are like they are taking the jobs.
Well, they are taking the jobs. I like how there's a blanket and a nice couch in there. Like, did they half live? Like, that's I don't know what kind of couch that is. It's specifically, but like my fat ass is blocking this. Hold on. Give me like a hot second here. My fat ass is blocking it. but it has the little like holes in there for the cups, the cup holder thing. There's a blanket there. Like it looks like the reclining kind. It's one of these fancy couches. This is like a hella nice couch that like upper middle class like people have, and they just have it in this office with a blanket there. Like, do they just sit there and watch TV like they live there or something like that? Because that's what it seems like to me personally. Like, I mean, I'm glad that they're closing down because of it, but it just shows like to me, it just shows more of the scam. Like, but I also do like the phrase AI just stands for always Indians, because there was that one AI company months ago that at this point that got revealed to just be Indians. Like, they got all these different contracts and stuff like that, but it turns out just to be an Indian farm in actual India this time, thank God. And each worker just had like 10 phones on them, and they would just they would be pretending to maybe making all these prompts and everything like that. And it was a huge fucking fraud scandal there, just more fucking Indians. So the Indians are taking the Indians' jobs with the AI. They're Indians, will live anywhere. Yeah, this is better than, you know, sleeping in shit on the street. The American economy is that one joke where the one guy pays his friend $100 to dig a hole, and they fill it up and they create $200 of GDP. Ah, that's the one that Delta Cross shared with me the other night, except it was eating shit. And to be fair, with the amount of Indians that I keep on putting in, I think the Indian eating shit, it's the better version of it.
Yeah. The thing what I wanted to explain is that like these are not full-time jobs, right? So they are on a specialized skills. Only then they have those jobs and get it. But if you ask me, is there an abuse? Probably I would say yes. But then if you take the percentage of it, might be very less. And definitely what I would say is probably USCIS investigating all the things that they have to do, all the paperwork and everything good.
Countless offices were husks of their former selves. Perhaps the IT gold rush was over.
IT gold rush is over? I don't know. I don't think it is. I know AI is very powerful, and it will take the jobs, unfortunately, and it already is in the process of it. AI is crazy how much it can actually do. Like, I've been dabbling in a little bit more myself, and it's pretty fucking good. Like, I'll still use and commission actual artists for things. I have like commissions in the work as I'm speaking actually there. But for like little shit posts and memes and stuff like that, it's crazy what it can actually do overall. And like this is just like me just dabbling it. But you have actual people making arguably AI art with how much detail and time and energy that they put into it to actually create something brand new. I mean, Leaflet's obviously notorious for it. There's Skybrows. And then there's other people that do it too. What's her fuck? I forget her name. The lady who made the whole Wolf Stancil show. That was that was special. Like it's crazy what it can do. And on one hand, it's not exactly a bad thing, but it will take the jobs. It's already taking jobs, and that's gonna have consequences. Emily Yukis, thank you, chat. Thank you.
Worksite inspection with signs still on the wall. Okay, come on in. The paperwork on file led us on a wild goose chase to the back room. Not a single piece of furniture here. The sign on the door, empty room, empty everything. Do the lights even work? Are they paying electricity? They are. We'll confirm at the front desk if anyone's renting this.
Why is the door unlocked? I mean, I guess it's supposed to be an office where people can just walk in and be like, "Hello, I'm here for business purposes." But if you're going to have an empty husk, wouldn't you? I guess. Then I mean, it's just as suspicious somebody walking in and finding nothing. As if it was locked, you can maybe say that like, oh, you know, there's a problem when they weren't here today. But they're still paying electricity. Like, it doesn't make sense. Just anybody could walk in.
How are you doing? We're conducting a worksite inspection for Anand Pag Inc. Are they paying rent currently with you guys?
They've moved out like 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Each ghost office left us with even more questions than we had initially. Where was USCIS verifying that these worksites were in fact legit and that these H-1B Indians weren't locked up in a basement somewhere being forced to code C++?
52 LCAs, 3 companies, 1 suite.
And nobody's gonna be there.
Hi there. Is Synaptic and Cohash still in Suite 100?
Yes, they are.
Okay, is it a shared office?
Yes, it is.
A shared but empty office. Why rent out your own entire office when you could share one with several other companies? This was even more cost effective.
Hello, worksite inspection.
How much of the commercial real estate economy is propped up by companies like these renting out units to have a worksite on paper for their H-1B employees that are nowhere to be found?
Worksite inspection. Worksite inspection. This country is all an illusion. No one's around.
So they should have 4 people working on site. Do we have anyone here today? No one? Okay. So you pay them $20 a month to get an office space in the ether, maybe a mailbox, so you have paper compliance. But where are these people working? In the digital mailbox? In the cyberspace? Where are these Indians? This country is a joke, and you're living in it, and you're paying for it. Look at this.
It's tax season, guys. It's taxes. Have you paid your taxes yet? You got like, what? 9 days left to pay your taxes. Have you paid your taxes yet, chat? I'm sure they're all going to very good things, don't they? Aren't they? Yep. Are very, very good things.
Fully empty. Move right here. We have Sapnex LLC. 3 companies are registered to this location. Looks to be a completely empty office. Nothing in there. Take a look. Emptiness is all I can see. We have 4 H-1Bs. And guess who comes back? Shand Parvathaneni, our same attorney, is the recurring thread. He's threaded into many of these companies in different locations all across the DFW area. Could it be a coincidence? Very well could be. He could just be the guy, the attorney, the Better Call Saul of LCAs.
So I called Shand Parvathaneni, an Indian immigration attorney who files LCAs and H-1B petitions on behalf of countless companies with ghost offices. And
Okay, chat. We still got half an hour left into this. And I had to pee. Oh my god. I had other topics for tonight. I should have known. I should have known better. But anyway, I gotta pee. So I'll see you in 2 minutes, and then we're gonna go back to this Indian immigration dude, apparently, and I'm going to scream. Audio chat, I'm back. I have pissed the anger out of me, and now I'm just depressed. Oh, I'm sure when we get into this immigration lawyer here, I'm gonna get angry again, cause like, fuck. Immigration lawyers is like one of the things that really pissed me off that a lot of people aren't aware of. And how bad it is that we have whole NGOs and whole fucking goddamn. Okay, now I'm getting angry again. But actual law firms specifically put in place to help with foreigners to break the law, well, legally, obviously, going with a gray area to get their get in the country with either visa program, or they get their green card, or they're actually officially paperwork Americans and got their citizenship, and it just allowed to run rampant. Actually deflated by pissing. Damn, bossy frying chicken in there. I mean, I am hungry, right? I guess I snacked a bit before stream, but I need to actually eat properly. So I guess, yeah, I am frying chicken. Here we go. This is how I'm black, I guess.
I visited throughout this video. Could he perhaps explain what was going on here? But real quick, Patreon banned me for noticing too much, so now you can support our work at LrdAlucard.com to get access to videos we can't upload on YouTube, exclusive bonus content, and early access to all of these videos before they go up on YouTube for as low as $5 a month. Go check it out at LrdAlucard.com. Thanks for your support, and back to the video. I just want to ask you a few questions. I know I keep seeing your name pop up.
Sure. And like I said, I want you to ask anything and everything because this program has a problem. You want the best for this country, I want the best for this country.
Listen, we've
No,
gone
you
through
don't.
the LCAs. I see your name pop up, over 20,000 times from 2020 through the end of 2025. And you're saying the burden to update all this information is on behalf of the employer to then update you, who then complies with the paperwork and gets it all handled, right? Is that...
Okay, I get that technically the burden's on the employer, because, like, only the employer knows the details and gets the paperwork in check to send to the immigration lawyer. But you think that actually be the immigration lawyer that actually had the responsibility? Or some sort of government fucking program, if we're going to be having a government in the first place, that would actually put pressure on these companies to make it happen so they can prove, because if they just don't update their stuff, then they can just continue these fake filings. Because apparently, like, that one company moved out like 2 years ago, they said, but it still was registered as an office, it's still under their name, still a ghost town, still on the website, still pulling in money, still paying the electric bill. So clearly someone's still relatively active enough to, refile every single year. And yet the immigration lawyer's not going after them? Of course he doesn't, because he's actually trying to benefit them. There's a reason why his name's on every single one of them. He's like, well, so there's technically their responsibility. Well, go... Well, you obviously win because they don't do anything, because you're getting paid to protect them, and they win because they can just make these false fucking businesses. Of course you're gonna deflect.
It's correct, and a number of times we see a lot of companies don't do it, which means they're not compliant.
Sure.
And my responsibility is not to go, I keep on educating them, but if they don't do it, there's a site visit and the employee is not working where they're supposed to. Any non-immigrant person in this country, anybody, they have to let USCIS know where they live. It's a mandatory responsibility. The government has access to the systems. So when you talk about fraud, the fraud is not fraud that I know. Somebody's benched. That is where things start going haywire. The company doesn't start paying them. The employee is not working. And that is where it starts, not at the time of filing, because at the time of filing is very easy.
Come on, Sean, let's not be silly. But also, you could file a bunk LCA filing, right? And just put as many of those out there.
What would it do to somebody to be obligated to say, hey, I want to pay somebody $100,000 and $30,000 in taxes? You just tell me.
I mean, let's say you get money and you get a lot of it, and you don't have a moral back.
No, we don't get a lot of it.
Oh, come on. I know you're killing it. That's great. I mean,
No. I actually want the law firm, the other attorney is working, and that is where the problem is. And then the fees is one of the.
I like how this Indian immigration lawyer immediately starts getting on the defensive and start actually, like, passive aggressively attacking Tyler, and Tyler's just sitting there listening, because the Indian man has to defend his fucking Izzat here, or else, like, I'm surprised he even offered to talk to Tyler. Once again, like, I know Tyler is, he's famous. Yeah, obviously his Twitter post gets millions of views. He's got almost 10 million subscribers on YouTube, and he's well known within these foreign communities because of the investigation he's doing. However, no regular normies don't know about him, but I would imagine an immigration lawyer would. And so the fact that you would actually sacrifice yourself to actually talk to him, and then you just immediately go on the defensive, and nothing you say actually logically makes sense when you think of it for 2 seconds. The only thing that makes sense is just he's trying to defend the Izzat. Which, for those who don't know, Izzat is a specific system created by Indian culture. Like, it's a specifically Indian system that they have, where it's basically just clout chasing. Like, the boil down to the more a similar Western thing. It's clout chasing, but on a cultural scale, where they have to defend themselves and their family and their friends or their community. And for any sort of slight or attack, they cannot take any responsibility whatsoever. A good example of it is the fact, like, if you go to your, landlord and say that, hey, the toilet's broken or something wrong with the plumbing, can you go fix it? Well, by saying asking your landlord to fix it, you are actually hurting his izzat because you're accusing him in his eyes, of basically having something that doesn't work properly. And so, since you're accusing him and damaging his izzat, therefore he's going to accuse you, saying that you're the one purposely damaging it and you're lying. And so, therefore, there's actually nothing wrong with your plumbing, because, you're just clearly trying to hurt him and his izzat there. So he's trying to hurt you. So then it turns into this whole, like, family feud over whose izzat they have to defend. And that's just how it works. Except when it's on the global scale like this, it's other Indians' izzats. They have to defend each other. Because even if back home in India, they'll attack each other just because they're, at home. On the global scale, they see each other as one, mass, one plague to descend upon the crops of actual American soils. And any farmers, any actual real Americans that are trying to, get rid of them and send them back, it hurts their izzat. So they all work together like this, and it's a win-win-win all around. Clout chasing plus vendetta. Yep. Hence why this Indian immigration lawyer is immediately going on the attack like this. Gotta defend that izzat after all. Izzats where serving others considered weak and exploiting your neighbors is considered righteous. Yep, that's another way to go about it. Cause like it's a foreign concept that can only be explained by trying to combine multiple Western concepts into one. And even then, it's still not completely accurate because it's just different. It's a whole different country, whole different people, whole different history, whole different language, whole different culture. It's really hard for us Westerners to grasp because, like, we have a concept of shame. If we fucked up, then it's our fuck up and our responsibility to make it right and rectify it. But in India, if you fuck up, you didn't actually fuck up. The person accusing you of screwing up is the one that's harming you, and therefore you have to attack them. It's completely different. And yet we have to just, import the third world even more.
Come on, I know what lawyers make. Come on. For a different perspective, I want to show you an office in Plano of one of the largest IT staffing companies on Earth, Tata Consultancy. Companies like Tata built the blueprints for these rinky-dink mom and pop.
Oh, hey! I didn't know they were in the video. I pulled up this chart before the vid because H1Bs are now, the topic of Twitter thanks to his video. And there's a Tata Consultancy. I was like, this looks familiar, but what is this? And I pulled up their website before we watched the video, and it's like, oh, it's one of these where the whole point is to literally just import them. And apparently, okay, it's all coming together, chat. I feel enlightened.
Staffing companies with ghost offices we've been visiting. But the difference is, they have real offices and real H-1B Indians doing work in the places they say they are at a massive scale. They prove to corporate Americas that they could outsource IT work to an Indian firm like theirs, get the job done with H-1B workers at a fraction of the cost of directly hiring Americans, and they can hold their H-1B Indian army captive due to their visa being tied to them. Ultimately, companies like Tata are at the forefront of the replacement of skilled American laborers in exchange for cheaper, interchangeable, and captive H-1B Indians. For example, in 2015, last job of IT workers for Disney World Orlando was to train their H-1B replacements in 90 days that had been brought over by Cognizant. If these employees didn't train their new replacements, they were not eligible for bonuses or their severance packages. In fact, big outsourcing firms like Tata rarely even bother to sponsor green cards and often just import a new wave of H-1B Indians to replace the previous one once their visa expires. I pulled up to...
So they're literally held hostage. You don't get bonuses, you don't get anything extra. You have to train your replacement. That's like the ultimate emasculation right there. Like, it's happened before in jobs where you have to train your replacement, but a lot of times, like, it's you quitting and leaving to go to a different job, right? Or I have heard stories where that happens just on a regular, you're actually being fired, but you're forced to train your replacement. But like that is rare and far few between, just because of how emasculating and just absolutely like servile that is. But not only a replacement, like a regular American replacement, but a foreign H-1B that's getting paid significantly less than you, that can't even do the job even correctly because he's on a fake fucking college degree there and fake certificates. But you still have to train his 76 fucking IQ ass to try to do your job. Or else. Oh, when I was told I had to train my replacement, I just left. Fucking base also. But at the same time, fucking sorry, my dude. You have to train your head own replacement? God damn. Like, we literally need a restart and everything. Yeah, this is just insane. Absolutely insane. I don't understand how people just don't walk out on that. Well, they have to pay the bills at the end of the day, right? Like, they can't just walk out. I mean, Dark Soul is able to, which is respectable and, like, full credit to him. But for a lot of people, they can't afford to. Like, they still have to have that time period while they search for a new job to help get their replacement and then pay the bills. And then in this case, they're higher, like, bonuses and other benefits are being taken away from them. And a lot of people rely, once again, on the income and the benefits, too. Excuse me. So, it's only a few people can actually have the luxury, or the balls, or both, really, to be able to walk out in that case. You can train them wrong as a joke. That is true. That is true. Well, it depends on how long the training period actually is, because if it's long enough, they're going to notice that you're not training them correctly and then reprimand you. You're going to get fired anyways, but you still lose out on the bonuses and stuff like that in the first place.
One of these outsourcing firms' offices in Plano just to see the H-1B Indian spawner hole in the flesh.
Hi. We're here to verify that 12 of the LCAs filed on behalf of 12 H-1B employees are on site and they have the paperwork on the wall.
Okay, let me just...
Excuse me, do you work on behalf of Tata? Yep. Are you H-1B? Yeah. Okay.
This place was teeming with Indians whose sole job was to replace you lazy Americans watching this video.
Hi, my name's Tyler.
But you have an appointment or pre-approved?
No appointment needed. Thanks so much. What is your name? Are you the manager?
No.
Okay.
That's the reason I'm asking you.
Sure. Have a great day.
Keep in mind, these H-1B employees are on non-immigrant work visas. They are temporary.
And then a fat black woman, too. God, not a single white American.
Yes.
Don't show us, please.
Okay, no worries.
No, what is this for?
We're conducting a work site inspection. Here to verify a few things. We'll be out of the office.
Okay, I won't do that.
And pursuant to 20 CFR section 655.760, any member of the public can demand the public access file, and failure to make this information available within 1 working day is a violation.
Brief work site inspection. We're not trying to cause any trouble.
Imagine if you came to another country on a temporary visa and started smacking people's cameras. Give me a break.
Do you work here? Yeah. Okay, what's your name? We just want to see if the LCAs that have been filed for the H-1Bs here are...
Oh, there we go. An actual white American. What role does he have? Because I'm about a millisecond away of calling him a traitor.
Publicly visible to the employees here. They should be on the wall.
If you were USCIS, if you're an agent, if you were government, we'd absolutely let you in. You're not, so we're not going to allow that.
As per 20 CFR 655, H-1B labor condition application regulations, and 8 USC 1182N, you guys need to show the paperwork.
We would, to a government agency.
That's not the law says.
Okay, you can take that up with our immigration.
We will, yeah.
In Rockville, Maryland.
Sure. You're not going to show it. Okay. Well, thanks for popping your head out. You're non-compliance. We appreciate your time.
6010 West.
Hey, he's a race trader. 100% race trader right there. Holy fuck. How can you as a white man have any respect for yourself? Call yourself an American working for a company that's actively trying to replace you and flood your country with foreigners. I get that it's hard to get a job as a white man in America, especially in the modern age, especially within like the tech, areas and everything like that. And so sometimes, beggars can't exactly be choosers. But to work for the enemy like this, that's just... I can't. You have to have some respect for yourself. And this isn't it. Ship him to India, revoke citizenship? Yeah. If he's such a fan of Indians flooding his goddamn country, working for a fucking goddamn consultancy firm, which are known for scamming, and is also named Tata, and has one of the most amount of H-1Bs. Like, you just go to India. You love India too much. Get the fuck out of here. To be honest, I was thinking he looked like a Reddit mod. He's got the kind of build where I could see either way. Honestly, he's got the long hair, beard in the front. He's got the buttoned up long sleeve and the blue jeans. Like, I could see him swinging either way. I need like the hair definitely looks a little bit more left leaning, but with just how it's cut. But the rest of it, I can see more right leaning things in general. At 70 pounds, and yes. Yeah, like he looks like an average white American to me. It's probably him getting paid on the table, that's why he's doing it. White people usually don't get paid under the table unless they're foreign, like the Eastern Europeans do. Like, and I don't know. It's, I don't know, I don't like it, but I agree, just ship him back to India, that's where he belongs.
You're not going to show it. Okay. Well, thanks for popping your head out. You are not in compliance. We appreciate your time.
6010 West Spring Creek Parkway. 4 IT staffing companies, 95 total LCAs, 38 H-1B conversions.
There is no one home. Hi. Doing good. Ever seen anyone come in here? There should be 18 people working out of here.
This is our virtual office? There's 5 of us, but we work from home.
This doesn't even have enough room for 5 people, much less 18.
Worksite inspection.
We have a building permit signage here indicating this place has been under renovation or construction since March 6, 2025. Where have the employees gone to work the last year? According to what I'm seeing here, there should be 34 people working on site.
Your call has been forwarded to the voicemail for Resource Volume Shadilay. No one is available to take your call.
That's my reaction too. What? What was that gobbledygook? Well, hold on, we gotta listen to that gem again.
Been forwarded to the voicemail for Resource Volume Shadilay. No one is available.
Ooga booga language there, Jesus Christ.
Take your call.
And the difference between what a real H-1B worksite should look like compared to all of these ghost offices or seemingly staged worksites was immediately apparent.
Hey, are you Siusa? Siusa Inc? Siusa?
Yes.
How many people are on site right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Where are you from, by the way?
From Germany.
Germany, okay. We do need to see those LCAs, though, and then we're out of here.
Idris, I can forward this email document to you. And,
yeah, that's fine. I'll write down. I mean, listen, hear me out. I know you have attorney-client privilege.
So, that was a German. Let's see, what were we at? 49 on the dot, okay.
Site should look like compared to all of these ghost offices or seemingly staged worksites was immediately
Sorry, I'm
apparent.
trying to test something.
Hey, are you...
Yeah, he's white. I was like, is it the lighting? No, he's white. Had a little bit of foreign accent. And then the other guy, German, supposedly. Yeah, I can see it. He's light enough. The guy on the phone had an accent and it sounded Indian to me. Now, I'd much rather have my fellow whites in Europe committing these scams than Indians. Any fucking day. However, it's still a fucking scam, and these jobs still should be going to actual Americans even before Germans. But don't be telling me that the Germans and the Indians are working together for this now. German, which just means Turkish, LMAO. I know the Turks can be pretty light-skinned, and I can definitely see him being more of a Turk, but the other guy looked actual like a regular white dude here. The guy with the glasses doesn't look like he's swarthy, but he is light enough that I could be like, okay, Spaniard, Italian, some maybe a little bit mix in there, like something along those lines. Like I see it's more Turkish for him, but like it's yeah. But the other guy, like, just what's going on here?
Where are you from, by the way?
From Germany.
Germany, okay. We do need to see those LCAs, though, and then we're out of here.
Idris, I can forward this email document to you. And,
yeah, that's fine. I'll write down. I mean, listen, hear me out. I know you have attorney-client privilege. Just be real with me, though. You meet these guys, they talk to you. How often do you think you're signing off on fraud?
Zero.
Now that you've
Zero.
seen some of these offices that people have knocked on the doors, the empty offices.
Lights off, no one home, 3 p.m.
The complete shell offices with ghost employees. No one can find where they work. You really think it's zero?
If you say that it's the fraud that is found after the fact, yes.
There should be 3 people for Widespan LLC on site. There should be 1 person on site for Upward Innovations LLC. There should be 2 people on site for NK Technolabs.
There's like hardly anybody here today.
I'll tell you what USCS does. And USCS will come back and say, hey, we went to an address, this employee does not work over there. What exactly is going on? We want to revoke your H-1B. And then I go back to the employer. Hey, this is what USCS has found. Now there's a problem. Do you have, what exactly happened? Because we have to find out. Does it always mean that it's fraud? No, because I'll tell you an example where it might not be fraud. A guy is working in Verizon, for example, in Dallas as a software developer, 6 months contract. And they're reassigning to another project for say Dr. Pepper, again in Dallas, if somebody's still working, still getting paid the same salary, still in the same role, you can change the work site. That is not a material change.
You would have
so
to
when you get an
amend
RFP,
the
you're
LCA,
talking.
right?
No, it is not a material change. But if it is Dallas to Dallas, it is not a material change. It's just a different work site in the same city.
UCSIS would need to verify the work site exists, the person exists, they're in the country, they're at the place they've stated they should be. How would that not be a problem?
So USCIS have rules. If it is a different metropolitan statistical area, it is a material change. Instead of working in Dallas, somebody moved to Austin, that is a material change.
UCSIS should be able to point at and say the guy works here, right?
Oh, yes. And sometimes the work site changes. This third-party consulting, the work site could keep changing because in this case, the same LCA. Yeah, and that is the problem. That's what I'm saying. And this is what people.
Complete lack of transparency. That's wild to me. That's mind-blowing, actually. What Chand revealed to me is that employers have zero legal obligation to amend the LCA if the H-1B employee is working within the same metropolitan statistical area. This Dallas-Fort Worth-Arlington metroplex encompasses 13 North Texas counties, 9,286 square miles, with more than 200 incorporated cities and towns. So an IT staffing company like the ones we've seen can file an LCA listing at a ghost office in Frisco and then freely move that H-1B worker to a client site in downtown Dallas, Arlington, Fort Worth, Plano, Irving, McKinney, Denton, or any of the 200-plus cities and towns across 13 counties without ever filing a new LCA or amending the H-1B petition. So, on a day-to-day basis, USCIS does not know where the employee works, the DOL doesn't know, the client is not required to report anything to anyone, and the system, by design, is blind as to where this H-1B employee actually works, allowing plenty of room for things like underpayments, misrepresented job duties, and proxy work from India going unnoticed.
The contract is what.
Chat. I don't mean the Vanta black pill. I don't mean the Vanta black pill. I don't, but I just... We're cooked. I may or may not have said that specifically because Arch is in chat. I am Arch, the person who is better. Ah, yes. You think you're so elite, Mr. Swede here. But still, okay, to get back to this and not get distracted by the Swede that's infesting my chat here. It's just, how, like, I don't know what to say. I just, all these fake jobs, all these fake companies, paying people underneath the table, they're probably, actually working in India, or they're being imported. They're not where they're supposed to be. UCIS can't track them fucking down. Home Security's not gonna be able to fucking track them down if they're actually gonna be deported. They're making so much money on these nice houses and these fancy new cars, and there's just no way to hold them accountable. There's no actual proper way to hold them accountable. And then you have, like this Indian immigration lawyer here, who is running defense and protecting the ISAT for them, and we go working with the loopholes and the gray areas to keep this happening. And there's just no way to change this, because the purpose of the system is what it does. I just... I don't... Fuck. Burgundy pill? I mean, burgundy's a pretty color, but I mean, what? I don't know how the burgundy pill with this, because I'm trying really hard not the Vanta black pill. Like, how are we supposed to change the system without Fed posting? Because that's the only way to do it, is Bukele style way to change the system, and just completely just round them all up and send them over the border. That's literally the only way to fix it because of how bad it's gotten. Frisco going from 33% in 2000 to 33% Indian population. And Frisco's a massive city with all these suburbs within it, which allows them to, like, apparently just migrate in mass without any way to actually properly tell where they actually live here. Well, at least where they work, I mean. Just Fed posting, apparently. I guess. Start with local politics, a la SJW. But the thing about the SJWs is they had federal funding. They had federal funding and they had global funding as well. The SJWs were not grassroots. It was a complete, overhaul of the system by the elites, or the tiny hats, depending on how you feel. It was completely manufactured from them. It was a top-down situation, and started from the 60s really, spread into the 70s with critical theory. Then Kimberly Crenshaw made critical race theory in the 90s, and that was spread into the colleges to purposely program people into believing this stuff. And then the Wall Street, Occupy Wall Street happened, and they started infecting all the corporations with it. Like, and then obviously Tumblr was a massive part of it. It was not a grassroots people rising up and because feminism is so based and everything like that. There was a top-down approach. We don't have anybody that's willing to do that. Elon's the best bet, but he just spends his time just virtue signaling on Twitter. He's not actually putting the money where his mouth is when it comes to trying to save white people and demographic replacement. At least, he hasn't done anything publicly yet after, what, half a year plus of yapping about it? He did his best with Doge, but Congress fucking locked him out and completely gutted Doge and blackpilled him on how the government works there, so I guess I'll give him credit for that. Trump was supposed to be our guy, but that's going out the window. I mean, still better than the Democrats, but red team just for a different group of, browns to flood here. It's, I mean, I definitely say get involved with local politics. Local politics is important, like going to the gym, watching what you eat and what you ingest, spending time with your family and friends, going to your local church if you're religious, and then involving yourself within the local community to try to stop these changes is the best. But then, at the same time, like I mentioned way earlier now about the data centers, where the whole community filled a full gym stadium to argue against the data center being built, and then the mayor and the legalese within the city just completely shut them down and voted for the data center to be built anyway because they're being paid off. I once again don't mean to fan the black pill because it's definitely the direction things are going here, but it is look awfully bleak. Like we can't give up. We cannot give up, because once we actually give up, then the show is over, the curtains have closed, the scene is, transitioning to the next one, and it's not going to be one where you play a role in it. You cannot give up. But man, things are fucking bleak. Yeah. The most Elon does is give support to recognizing on Twitter. He can still fund entire movements if he wanted to, but all he does is retweet. I mean, what he's doing on Twitter is still better than nothing, like him buying Twitter in the first place, like I said earlier. And then even talking about Twitter is a big thing too, because he's reposting and quote tweeting, and so because everyone by default follows Elon on Twitter, you have to actively unfollow him. And a lot of people don't actually bother doing it because it is Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. And so any normies do we'll see that stuff, and I do think him promoting that stuff is a good thing for more people to recognize it. So it's not completely futile, but he could be doing so much more if he actually used his money for this, and he just doesn't. Local politics won't matter if they flood your locality with third worlders like this. I mean, that one supposedly quote-unquote based Indian in the beginning of the video was like, yeah, I support America, and, the H1B system's a fraud with the thickest Indian accent you could fucking hear and the darkest goddamn skin. Yeah, it definitely makes things up quite a bit difficult. Quite a bit difficult, but you still can't give up. Because we just cannot give up. Just can't give up. I thought I unpaused you.
Shows there is availability of work. The problem with fraud, the contract is for 6 months. Everything goes good. Then what? Is somebody on the bench? That is fraud. Is the employer not paying the employee? That is fraud. That is where there is a big problem with H1B. That is where all the fraud starts. And like you said, hey, this company doesn't exist now. When you call, there's no company. For example, on the day they filed, no, the company was there. Otherwise, because USCIS has their own big check, they'll tax 1 minute the company doesn't exist. So I don't think the fraud is at that point. The fraud maybe 6 months, 1 year when the project is over, the company is not paying this guy his salary, and this employee is not getting paid, the guy is getting benched. That is where all the fraud starts. And now, like you said, clearly, how do you detect that fraud? In my opinion, the government has access to the databases. Click of a button.
While listening to Chand, it's clear the system.
Government has access to the databases. Click of a button. Doesn't solve, even dissolve the fraud company here. Doesn't deport the people. Look how hard it's been trying to deport the actual illegals. Not even just illegals, the worst of them. The ones that are doing the rapes and the murderings and everything like that. Still have the Democrats bending over backwards trying to protect them with all the protests happening in Minnesota. And people screeching about it. And everything like that. It's almost impossible to deport. like the best Trump has done is a net negative migration, which is still better than nothing, you know, stopping people from being like coming into the border illegally. But mass deportations, they're not happening. Like, we have the fucking Supreme Court arguing over birthright citizenship, and they're going to vote no on that. They're going to be like, yep, birthright citizenship is a complete right. You know, just because you're born in a stable, that makes you a horse. Congratulations, because we got women in the court. There. And we're so focused on Iran right now. I know the government can do two things at once, or multiple things at once, but it's still all the focus is on Iran. Like, he had a whole conference again today. It's still just about Iran. Which I get, it's a war that we started, so war is pretty important, but it's a war that we started. Versus the war that's been just flooding our country and ruining it for decades now. Decades now it's been happening. Yeah. The government's not gonna do shit about it. It's not just a click of a button.
By design, demands little to no real transparency and heavily relies on the employer operating in good faith. Clearly, USCIS was not inspecting all of these work sites to verify their legitimacy, begging the question, where are these Indians?
That's such a pretty office.
Icon IT Solutions, here you are. We have 13 LCAs. Open up, goddammit. Okay, next. Beyond. Hello, is this ESK?
You can tell Tyler's getting even more frustrated throughout this video. It's kind of impressive. He's usually pretty good at keeping his cool.
Okay, hi, my name's Tyler. Hey, man. Good to meet you. What do you guys do?
It's a software development.
Okay.
Why do you have a ping pong table?
Hello, is this ESK? Okay, hi.
Sorry.
My name's Tyler. Hey.
Ping pong table in the middle of the office. Yeah, you're totally doing lots of work there.
Good to meet you. What do you guys do?
It's a software development.
Okay, where do you guys put your LCAs, your H1Bs?
H1Bs?
Yes.
Like H1B guy?
Yes.
Ice on ice?
No. We're just doing a little video.
Oh, okay.
Ice. First thing he's like, oh, you're from ICE? Oh, okay. You're just doing a little video. Huh?
Yes. Guys, like these guys are...
Exactly, yes. We keep showing up like empty offices. You're the first office we've shown up to with human life.
Yeah, you can check out.
We can check it out?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Hi.
And this is my office. We don't have much H1Bs.
Yeah.
I think only 3 H1, 3 H1.
3.
You said you know how these guys operate.
They're just watching TV.
Like, most of them, the offices are empty.
So tell me about that. So I want to make sure we make the difference because we've knocked on a few empty offices that appear to be like shell offices, like ghost offices.
Oh, okay.
Are you familiar with that term?
I'm familiar with the sale companies, but not familiar with a lot of people here because I don't talk with a lot of neighbors.
Okay, so why do some people rent out the offices but they never actually show up, never do any work?
Maybe most of them work remotely because most of the IT works are remote.
Okay.
But I don't allow actually to do the remote work. I prefer my guys to be here.
Okay, thanks again. Hey, enjoy the game. See you guys.
This guy brought up a good point. What happens when our H-1B prodigies are working remotely from home? I pulled up to Houston and met up with Nick Plum, a former Amazon L7 engineer laid off by Amazon, who has been speaking out against the Indianification of America. And we began our inspection.
I mean, I guess they could be working from home, but they could also be working from India, and I don't really fucking trust that either. And not to mention, like, work from home jobs got really popular under COVID because, you know, we shut down the economy and the whole entire world for the flu, but, you know, ignore that factor there. But, and then it got really popular. A lot of people realized that they could actually be more productive at home and they had actually a lot more free time. And the companies were like, nope, you're not enough of a goy slave for us. You're going to go back into the office. And so it's actually really hard to get a work from home job these days as a white person. I know my sister who works within this, has been trying to get a work from home job because she can, in fact, work from home with what her job does. There's no real reason for her to go into the office. And, just almost impossible. And she's not the only story that I've heard that it's been really hard for, like, white Americans to be able to get work from home jobs. So why do the Indians get to just work from home? The answer is because they're fucking scammers and they're not actually working. But it's just a part of the whole, the visa scam and everything like that. It's actually pretty laudable for that one Indian guy to actually have his guys working there. At least it shows proof of life. Don't know how recent that actually was. Maybe he knows that Tyler's on the prowl. I'm not exactly sure. There, or like his first answer was ICE, so he's probably actually worried about immigration purposes. But I'm a cynic at the end of the day, so I'm pressing extra doubt on actual good intentions there for not having his guys work at home. It's because Pakistan is doing them for $30 an hour. Oh, they want to work for Pakistan. India hates Pakistan, and Pakistan hates them. But same thing. They're basically the same people.
of an apartment complex with several H-1B work sites listed as the apartments these Indians lived in. They're required to have a public access file available the moment an LCA is filed, and it must be accessible at the employer's work site within 1 day of filing. Let's see who has their paperwork in order.
Hello. How are you?
I'm an office client.
Tyler. How are you?
I'm good.
Do you want to
That's
show me?
not an office. I'm an office client.
Okay.
Okay. We're here to review your public access files because this is a corporate work site for foreign workers. You should have your LCAs posted and your public access files available for review. Do you have those available for review?
Hi.
I like how they show the barefoot. I will give, well, actually, is this an apartment or an actual office building? It looks more like apartments to me. I will give Indians credit. Okay, I know how dare I? I'm spiritually Indian. Walking around barefoot in the house is perfectly fine and normal. So if this is actually an apartment, being barefoot is fine. I'm barefoot right now, actually, and no, you're not going to be able to see my grippers. But if this is some sort of like one of those like office working apartment building-esque things, not as much. Not as much. Prove she's Indian. I don't like how socks feel, okay? I like my toes to be free, okay? I like my little piggies that run around the market.
Hello.
Daima? Good to meet you, Tyler. You work on behalf of Cognizant?
Yes, I do. You should have a public access file for review.
What do you mean by public access file?
So what it includes is the LCA, your labor condition application. It includes the prevailing wage study. Whatever your job is. If you'd like to have
Sure.
So this is my website.
What you're really seeing here is how rare USCIS compliance is, and how before remote work was common, at least you had a corporate office where the public access file could be filed, and LCA notices could be posted on a wall. When the H-1B's work site is now just this guy's apartment, all of this info becomes harder to verify and easy.
What is with the scribbling on the wall? I mean, I know they're Indian, so they shittify everything they fucking touch. But it looked like a kid was there. Or like they're scratching at it. Like, Jesus Christ.
Easier to fake. While the Department of Labor doesn't have enough resources for in-person audits like these, they did create a provision to allow members of the public to demand the same info. The only problem is, nobody ever does. And of course, we stumbled into this engineer vibe coding in real time. Just look at this guy's screen.
By law, you should have it here physically ready for
so
you.
most of the PWD petitions I have, right? Okay. What are the benefits like medical, vision, and then dental, all those medicals, whatever that's been provided as part of my LCR petitions. So I do have it.
We will be reporting that we were unable to review the public access file locally.
Yeah.
So what's your job title?
My job title is senior manager. I work for a client called Marriott Hotel. Marriott Hotel Subsystems.
So they just let their kid. It kind of looks like there's a kid here, based off like I saw some art on the walls, not just the Hindu art, just like art in general. Some sort of trophy there in the background for Little League, if they even do that. And just let their kid just scribble on the walls. Like, what is this shithole? With a brand fucking new TV that hasn't had the plastic wrap like around it. Is it like an Indian thing when they just don't take the plastic wrap off?
They had your client secured before your arrival into the United States?
Yes.
Okay.
This is my second client.
Okay.
My first client is LrdAlucard. It's an energy company. Cognizant is my employer.
Sure.
They have the right to hire, fire, everything.
Sure.
I'm reporting to my supervisor, Cognizant. I'm enjoying my medical benefits, 401k. Cognizant is giving me the stocks at the discounted price. Yes, okay. Yes. I'm enrolling it. Yes, I have a family. I'm using medical.
Cool.
Hold on. Cognizant. 980. Wow, I wonder. What was the chances that he was on the top 8 of working for the top 8 companies that employ H-1Bs in America? Wow. It's funny how those nickels just keep falling into the jar.
The computer that he was working on, there was like a $299 HP computer. We come in, we see ChatGPT up on the screen. He's not doing anything. I think the biggest myth that we have is this high-skilled immigration thing. Sure. I think it's a lie. I think most of the immigration that we're getting is not highly skilled. I'll try to quantify. I'd say 70% of the folks that I actually saw hired and worked around couldn't do the job. When we needed the top tier engineer, they worked in Ireland. It's like it's just easier to hire. You know, you've got a network of people that are willing to relocate. If I'm sitting here in Texas, not paying taxes, I may not want to relocate to California. Sure. But if I'm sitting in India and I want to do anything I can in my power to get out of India, I'm willing to relocate to California, pay those taxes and the high utility bills, etc. Not classically trained in computers. I self-taught effectively, and I did that through on-the-job training. You know, like if you're a pretty smart person, which a lot of Americans are, we're not doing things that are super complex, right? Sure. Business analytics you can learn, and especially with AI now, you don't have to have years of training learning how to write SQL. You know, you can, hey Grok, help me understand how to join these tables, or write a query to do this. What we're not seeing is that shift away from a foreign reliance on labor into like adapting our new technology and understanding that these aren't critical skills anymore. They're not unique skills. Like we're not getting super geniuses.
Do you think the companies need to hire US citizens or US workers
Yes.
before they go about and hire somebody in H1B?
Yes.
The current rules. Unfortunately, no. The answer is no, which is where the biggest problem is. And that is what I want to highlight.
For every American, right? You would hope they would assess the American workforce before we start scouring overseas, right?
We're seeing graduates come out of a 4-year college degree and are unable to find a job like what this guy was working. Is this guy vastly more talented than the graduate that's coming out of college? Is it just because he already has 10 years of experience? He's the go-to hire?
I mean, our college graduates are competing with a system that is built to disadvantage them, to be honest. And here's the ways, right? Like I can write a job posting and I can require 10 different tech skills. One of them may be 8 years old. It's antiquated. Sure. But by adding this antiquated requirement onto a job posting, any recent grad is not going to have that. Now I can filter them out as a technical recruiter.
Sure. And if you're not getting algorithmically filtered out of job postings on LinkedIn, you can find job postings online hiring H-1Bs only. What a racket. Hi there. How are you?
Oh yeah, I know on Twitter there's this one account that I follow. I forget what they're called. I haven't seen them in a minute. Where they purposely look and scour like secret online listings and newspapers to try to find ones where they actually like specifically hire H-1Bs, because what they do is they have like on LinkedIn or Indeed, they post these fake job listings and then deny everybody with basically what he's saying with these antiquated requirements or some sort of technicality, right? So they can prove to the government that they're trying to hire regular Americans to a certain degree-ish. But then they have the back-end system or the newspapers or some sort of, alleyway to try to actually hire the H-1Bs instead. Of course, the H-1Bs know how to go about it because the whole is a win-win-win situation, as was already discussed in the video, where these degree farms are, getting paid by these Indians to get these fake degrees, and then these immigration lawyers are helping them, and they'll get kickbacks, and it's a win-to-win all around, and they get the cheaper workforce. Meanwhile, regular actual Americans just don't get jobs. And you just have to suffer.
You know where Suite 678 might be? It might even be in here.
It's a mailbox. It's not an actual
It's a mailbox. Okay, so yeah, we're just trying to confirm.
And see if they're actual suites.
Yes.
Yeah.
678 is the first one.
Anything that's over 200 is not going to be here.
Okay, so 534.
No.
Because they're reporting there's people working at that mailbox. Like they work inside that mailbox then. 1167.
No, these are all like literal mailboxes that I put pieces of mail in and I take packages.
324.
Anything over 200 is not going to be here.
Okay.
Yeah, and just so you're aware, they're reporting to the USCIS that there are humans working inside these mailboxes.
Well, if they can fit in a mailbox this size,
Yeah.
then sure.
Yeah. Awesome.
Okay, we have our answers. There's zero level of scrutiny at play here.
Zero.
What is our economy? But what happens when an Indian comes here on an F1 visa to study with the hopes of getting an H-1B visa and eventually a green card, and things don't go according to plan? Raj, why are you here in Texas? What's going on?
I just came for my further studies, like masters. I'm from India. I'm coming from Mumbai. Mumbai is my home country. That's why I like this country.
Do you like USA or India more?
India more, but for my further studies, I have to come here.
And how difficult was it for you to move your whole life to the USA and come study here?
It's really challenging. When I'm coming to here, it's gonna be a long story behind that. I have to do a lot of interviews, and it's gonna be depend on them if they want to give them a visa or not. It's a really big story. We have to do a lot of hard work on that. Even when we came here, we don't know where we have to leave, what is going to happen here, nothing. We don't know.
And how old are you?
I'm just like 23. This is a country that we can just make our future. Just we can study and do hard work. If we work here, we can get a good jobs and everything. But from our heart, we are connected to our country. And there are lots of Indians. They are doing a lot of things to do to stay here legally.
Where do you live? Do you live with like?
Everyone's a blood and soil nationalist for the country they come from. The heart. Sorry, the Notre Dame. Motherland India is number one superpower by 2030. Oh god. And then they still come here for jobs for their advancement. Fuck the actual Americans. That this is their country. They can't go anywhere. They can't move anywhere. Whatsoever. If they do, they consider like a colonist at best. right? Or they just live in actual slums at worst, because an American moving to like in India is not going to have a nice life. I mean, Tyler's talked about how he's got salmonella 3 times from 5-star hotels and restaurants there in India. It's not going to be a life. And then it's not where they come from. Like America belongs to actual Americans. There's nowhere to go. But this Indian can be, even though he is India superpower, but I love India so much, India number 1, can, you know, come to America for the benefit of his life, even though he is 23. Meanwhile, the average 23-year-old white man can't fucking get a job. How is this fair? How is this fair whatsoever? I mean, the answer is it's not, and it's done on purpose. But here we are. I've been applying for Starbucks for like years. I have like 6 years of barista experience, and I can't get past the silly little hiring process. It feels like they don't want me and could care less about my work. They don't. They don't care. Like in the case of Starbucks, they're just gonna be hiring women and the LGBTQ crowd because that's what they pander to. So if you're not gay or a woman or a fat black person, you're not gonna get a job at Starbucks if you're a regular white man. I know there's someone I know that hasn't been able to get a job at like gas stations because it's all run by Indians. Subway, because it's, you know, all those jobs have been taken. All the low-skilled, low-paying jobs are being taken either by foreigners or by other adults that can't go anywhere else themselves. You got the single mothers, which are a plague upon society. Teenagers, which honestly teenagers should have the job. Not the girls. Women shouldn't be in the workforce in general. And then, or just the older folk in general that haven't, you know, fucked up their life in some way, shape, or form. I've dealt with a lot of those with my job history myself, where a lot of people, then the jobs that I've taken, because I've taken the low skill jobs because I don't have a degree. Degrees are a waste of fucking money. What else am I supposed to fucking do in my life? And a lot of it's just filled with old people that been divorced, single mothers, or crackheads, various things like that. And which, you know what, they're supposed to be low paid, low skill jobs, so fine, it's not a big deal, they get it. But when the foreigners invade the high skilled and high paying jobs and forces the white men out of them, and then they try to turn to get a job, they can't get the low-paying skilled jobs because the foreigners are taking those too, as well as the crack addicts and the single mothers. It completely locks them out from society.
Roommates.
Yeah, I lived with my roommates before we are going to live. When I came here, it was like a really tough thing. Yeah. That's why in a 2-bedroom hall, we are living like 10 members.
10 people?
Yeah, to save our money.
Sure.
Yeah, it's really hard working at the time.
So how did these folks get brought here? Well, that's where I started to tie it together when I was seeing it work. We had a major hub in Dallas. I had 2 people on my team that were hired in on H-1Bs to work in Dallas. Well, they have children, and those children get a visa called the H-4 visa. Their spouses get the H-4 visa. I don't know, maybe that like the missing point for a lot of people here is when you're on an H-4 visa and you go to high school in Texas and you graduate from high school in Texas, you were not an international student. So there's guardrails in place at places like UT to ensure that you don't have these massive demographic changes. Well, those guardrails fail when all of a sudden these folks are classified as residents. I find it very interesting, Tyler, that we have folks on H-1Bs acting as technical recruiters. The person doing the vetting is, you know, they're not American. They don't have that, I don't know, underlying like for the home team, skin in the game.
Most people that come from, let's say, Mumbai, do they have plans of staying longer?
Most of our from my country, they just focus on like just we will get our degree and we will come back. But the thing is that they are not taking to go back to our country. Why? Because the thing is that in our country there are jobs, there are a lot of jobs, but what they pay, they are not satisfied with that pay.
So if everything goes your way, would you like to be a permanent citizen here?
It's not only my dream. Yeah. Everyone's dreams like that to get a green card or permanent residence in United States of America. Why? Because we already spent our like 3 years here.
What do our college graduates lack?
And I spent my whole fucking life here. Fuck off, you fucking roach. Oh, I spent 3 years of my life here and I sacrificed all this stuff just to get here. I don't fucking care. Go back to your country. I sacrificed like my ancestors sacrificed everything to build this country. So your ancestors didn't do fucking jack shit and, you know, made yours a shithole. I'm sorry that that's the case, but too fucking bad. You're not gonna get much pity out of me. I've lived here my whole entire life. This is my home. This is my country. I should be able to get the job priority over you, fucking foreigner. Goddamn. I mean, I'm a woman, so I shouldn't really get a job either. But, like, there's a difference here. There's a fucking massive difference.
Is it tenacity and skill and intellect? Are Americans stupid, Nick?
I mean, I think we're naive, I'll be honest. I think we've operated in a high-trust society for a very long time. I mean, as a father of kids, I raised them to do the right thing, to work hard, to go to school, to get the good grades. And I used to tell them, like, if you grind, you'll be fine. That we are a meritocracy. I actually am doubting that. Right? I've changed my messaging to them.
Yeah. What is the messaging now?
Well, now it's you still need to do the right thing, but you also have to understand you are competing in a system that is built structurally to disadvantage you.
How much money does it cost for you to come all the way from Mumbai to Houston, Texas?
To here, I already spent like...
I mean, I still think you should marry and reproduce, right? I know we're not... Any fucking retard that's like, oh, just have more kids to fight against demographic replacement is retarded. Like, there's no other better way to explain it. Like, you're either disingenuous or you're fucking retarded if you actually believe that just having more kids will fix the demographic replacement. That's not the case. However, you still need to have kids because it still helps at least a little bit. But at the same time, it's really difficult to have the kids and be like, yes, I'm gonna raise you in a system that I knowingly disenfranchises you, discriminates against you, and you're not gonna have anything in life. You're not, like, we're already struggling as it is. We're gonna have like a fraction of what I have, which is a fraction of what my parents had, which is a fraction of what my grandparents had there. Like, you still should have kids because regardless of how bad the time period is, people still need to reproduce and fight their way through. I mean, our ancestors sacrificed so much to get us here. And they went through famines. They didn't have electricity or like AC or cars or planes. They would die of dysentery and other diseases, and they were able to survive, right? So we don't have all those problems, but but this is one of our big plagues and one of our big problems, and we have to fight back, and we still have to have kids. But man, it must be so fucking demoralizing to turn to your kid and be like, yeah, this is the system. It fucking sucks.
Like 35, almost $40,000.
So that's a lot of money in India. How do most people afford to get here?
Everyone do like that. They have some savings in our country. Some savings like out their fathers or something. They have some gold or something. They are struggling hard to get a degree and a job here. They are selling their homes in our country to only just to visit the United States of America. They are selling homes. They are selling their like savings and everything, the gold and everything. And when they are coming here, they are not satisfied. Why? Because after all these things, the IT job market is no more. We are not getting a good jobs and nothing like that.
Who benefits from importing infinite labor from all over the planet?
I mean, I think there's a bunch of beneficiaries to this.
Who's winning right now?
Yeah, well, it's not the youth.
Sure.
It's not the American worker. It is big capital. These folks don't have freedom of movement. If they're let go, they have 60 days to find a new job, or they have to leave the country, or really what ends up happening is they just change status to a new visa.
Sure.
But they should leave the country.
If you can't get a job in IT, what's your plan?
The last option, if I will not get a job, like even I also find a girl on the dating places.
Any nice Indian girls?
No, not an Indian girls.
Who?
One white and one Mexican. The white women, they are not like a greedy. Some of them like a greedy, but everyone not is greedy. But in Mexicans, you cannot trust them.
What have you seen? What have they done to you?
Of course he's not dating Indian girls. I mean, Mexicans have their problems, but at least they're mixed with some white. But of course he's not dating Indian girls. He's trying to up his izzat by going up the ladder here. Like, goddamn, that's absolutely fucking disgusting. Once again, see chat. I keep telling you, white people are the most desirable race. Even though they're discriminated against on every institutional level and every federal level and every level, when it comes to actual dating, white people are the most desirable race, whether it be a men and women or women and men. You actually see a lot of like white guys talk about it, like when they go to like Asia, for example, and how just Asian girls just flounder over them, for that reason. Or in this case, the Indian trying to date the white girl. Or Mexican. Just don't actually trust the Mexicans. Because that's where the mix comes in, right? They have a little bit of white, so they're better than Indian girls. But they're still relatively mixed, so you can't trust them.
My friend's story. So he's just thinking to what to do, and he's trying to get a job and a lot of things. After that, all the hard working, he's not getting a job. So he find a girl. So first my friend said, "Oh, I like you. Can I get your number or something?"
Okay.
And then they went for the dates and everything. My friend, he said to the Mexican girls, "Oh, can I ask you for the favor? It's not only my favor, it's you too. Because you are struggling hard. So it's really good for you too. So can we do like a marriage just to fix my papers?"
Sure.
So she said, "Yeah, okay then."
Did they get married?
Yeah, they get married. And the thing is that after they're getting married, and she said, "I have some conditions. Like when she's going to sign the papers, she wants like $5,000 in her first month."
Like, well, let's look at Amazon, right? They laid off 16,000 people.
I mean, scummy if it wasn't him being Indian. Like, like you're both doing each other favors. Like, she's helping you get your green card. I like how she's Mexican. She's Mexican. But you know, she's still unfortunately a citizen of the United States, so she's able to get his green card. They get married. He gets the green card, and she's demanding the money out of the gate because of it. Like I mean, to be fair, she has the right to do that because she's helping him immensely. Like, cause it's not actually like a love marriage, right? It's a marriage of utility in this case. So yeah, don't trust Mexicans because they actually know what to demand for. The white girl's not as greedy. God, that's actually disgusting. Like, the white girl is a race trader, and then two, she's actually has a genuine pure heart because she's a white girl, and she's not actually asking for money for this marriage of a utility here, because she actually probably likes the guy for some disgusting reason to do so. Oh my god. Like, yeah, please let them fight amongst themselves. Yeah, go ahead, the scammer gets scammed. Like, I don't fucking care. Yeah, go suffer. I'm actually more upset about the white girl now. Jesus fucking Christ.
January 28th, 15,000 in October. I am sure those were not only Americans. In fact, I know of at least one that wasn't an American. Now, the difference between her and I is I'm sitting here, right? I'm not worried about being deported. My visa's not going to get lapsed. And these folks, I mean, they bought cars on 5-year notes. Their entire family will be uprooted. They may even have a kid here that's now an American by birthright citizenship. When someone has that much to lose, you can really compel them to do anything you want.
Then you see...
Yes, but with the kid, they have a kid and has a birthright citizenship, which is retarded. It's an anchor baby, so they're basically safe at this point. Poor white girl. Listen, I don't have much sympathy for the white girl. If you're a race trader, then you're still a trader in my books. You're disgusting. Like I am. It's hard to talk about issues like this without really glowing on it. But if you're a fucking white girl and you're a race trader, there's no coming back from that. There's no forgiveness. You're in for the streets. Go back to India with them.
Giving up everything in order to fulfill this dream or get their kids from this status of being lower or middle class to upper middle class and beyond. They may sell the family farm for all that, right?
Back home, their families are becoming millionaires, so to speak.
Oh yeah, multimillionaires, right? They're wealthy. And so I think we just we created that gold rush.
And this is a torta? Oh shit. Okay.
And
a
after
torta.
That, she is telling that this is my first thing, this is my first condition, and now listen my second condition. Every month you have to pay me like on the payments, like every month $1,000. After that, in additional to, you have to pay some of my rent, some of my bills.
So it's like a real marriage now.
Yeah, but she don't want to sleep with my friend.
And she doesn't want to have sex.
Yeah, no, she don't want anything.
Oh, she just wants the money.
Just want money. Even my friend, after they got married.
Yeah.
I mean, base Mexican scammer got scammed here, but you should also still be deported from my country. Both should go.
At the time, he already gave $5,000 to her. After she receiving $5,000, she's like disappear. She's not responding. She's not receiving the calls and everything. She's just ignoring him. When she needs the money, when she gets a time for her payments, he's calling, oh, where are you? He asks for the money. Well, where is my payment for this month? I'm doing your work from last 2 days and you're not paying for me. When she got her money for the payments for the first payment month, then she
disappeared again.
She did the same thing.
She'll come back the next month for more money. And this friend, this isn't about you.
The thing.
You're not the friend, right?
I'm the person.
You are?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sorry.
I did a lot of hard work, like 8 to 9 months to get that money, and the bitch she took in 4 months.
How is it being an Indian in 2026 here in Texas?
Oh, here they're thinking like they're saying us like they're thinking, oh, Indians, you are Indians? You are not our category. You just be aside. One homeless came to my store, and he's telling me, like, he's asking me, oh, can I get the lighter? I said, okay, you have to pay for that lighter. He's telling me like, this is my country. I'm just fed up with these things.
Really?
Yeah. From only just.
I mean, the homeless is technically correct, so fuck off.
From 2 months, what I say.
She ruined the whole experience.
All the things, all the dreams.
Yeah.
I once talked to a guy, 27 years in the United States, not a citizen. And I'm not saying they should be citizens. I'll be real clear. I think they should have departed after 3 years, period. But they've been here, bound to their employer. That's a shit system. It doesn't benefit anybody. And then we have to think about the problems that it gives to their kids. You know, they come over here with their kid. Their kid can stay on the H4 until they're 21. They age out of the system. Now, maybe they have to move back to India where they don't have any family. There's no angle that you can take that says this H-1B is good unless you are big capital.
Yeah.
There's not.
GDP goes up.
GDP goes up.
And I read today that there is 104 million people.
Oh shit, I just realized his shirt. I haven't been able to really read it so far, but it says Abbott was a DEI hire. This guy's amazing. I mean, I already figured based off what he's talking about and how he's like advocating against the H-1B system and everything like that. But with a shirt like that, I mean, hey, you can't blame him.
People that are not employed or seeking employment in the United States right now. It's a lot of people. Like, are we in too deep?
We probably are.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's the depressing thing.
I think we need to pause all H-1Bs.
Moratorium.
You have to look at illegal immigration versus legal immigration.
Sure.
And let's, I mean, right now, I think the nation, by the mandate that was given to Trump in the House, when in Congress, when we, was 2024, it showed that we had the appetite. We wanted mass deportations. We wanted to, end illegal immigration. But now here we are, a couple years into it. You hear the messaging changing away from mass deportations to only criminals. The reason I bring that up is if you don't have the appetite to handle illegal immigration correctly or, authoritatively, you're not going to have the appetite to do what needs to happen to put the genie back in the bottle for the legal aspect. Any of those.
One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. One. He knows that this man, this man is aware. He is awoken from the slumber. He knows exactly what's going on, which once again makes sense with the shirt and what he's doing, talking about these different issues. But yeah, you can tell even in his eyes, you can see the depression weighing in, the realization that it's not going to be an easy battle whatsoever to actually get this done correctly.
Those guys that are simping for the Indians or the immigration lawyers, fuck you. This is America. This is my nation. This is my kids' inheritance. Fuck you. The system is broken and we need to fix it.
In my exit interview, they go, hey, we're replacing you guys. We're getting rid of the whole team and we're replacing you guys with Indians. Yeah, I swear to God. I look them dead in the eye and go, you guys know I'm Indian, right? Like, no, you don't get it. We're getting rid of you. We're moving the job to India to be done by Indians from India who live there, who will do it cheaper. And in that moment, I turned into every one of your fathers. I was like, these goddamn Indians are taking our jobs.
You can't flood the country with 10.
I mean, it seems like he actually, based off his accent, he was raised in America. He should also be a deported. Like, you're part of the problem. Goodbye.
Of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here.
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn.
I remember the interview. That was like almost a year ago ish. I mean, what time? What day is it? What month? It's April, right? Right. I think that was like, oh god, that was during the whole me falling off the roller coaster, happening, which was around the Epstein files. With the Epstein files really started floundering around June-ish, roughly? April, May, June, yeah, rough-ish. So like it's been, let's say, 6 months since the interview. Yeah, Trump's not handling illegal immigration whatsoever. Nothing's happening here. Those worst interview Trump did 100%, but it's because he ousted himself for showing his true colors there. It's not looking good, chat. Watch the MCR video in the recommended. It's like my favorite MCR song. It's actually my favorite. Like, I'm pretty sure it is actually like my favorite MCR song. So I have. Oh. 1,000 out of 10 first recommendation. This one, I never seen this before. My recommendation's kind of all over the place here. I mean, we got whatever this is: Arch, MyChem, Celestium, Dr. Fosotic, this thingy I watched, and then some meme stuff here. Like it's all over the place, but I feel like it fits me very well at the end of the day. Represents me well. Aspen got banned from Twitch for saying he didn't care about third world opinions. I mean, based, but it's also, Twitch, so it's not that surprising. I mean, I'm perma-banned off Twitch. And I just said the N-word on Twitter. Like, I'm in the hell zone of being raised mostly but culturally white, but still being too brown to be white, but being called white by Mexicans. See? I feel bad for people like you. So it's like, I feel bad for mixed kids because it's not their fault that their parents mixed, but they have to deal with the consequences of it, and they're neither black or white or Mexican or white. They're whatever the amalgamation that they are, and they don't fit into either one. They have more likely have health problems. They don't fit in, and they get and there's no actual group for them. And tribal identity is essential for humans. Because it's literally how we survive throughout the entirety of human history there. And so having a race-blind society where we're all sing hands as peace and hold hands and sing kumbaya and get along actually doesn't sound all that bad, but it's impossible on paper. And so then you have the question of what to do with the mixed ones. Because like there are neither white or black or white, which I know in your case is you're Mexican, but I'm just black and white type of scenario there, right? And it's not something I would wish on my child. Like, one, I wouldn't race mix in general because that's disgusting. But I wouldn't want to wish the consequences on my kids. Race mixing is a very selfish thing to do, and but at least in the modern age, right? A lot of it's because of propaganda, and we were told, oh, it's okay and fine. But at the end of the day, it really is a selfish thing to do. And now your kids have to deal with it, and I feel bad for them. But same time, it's not part of it. Case by case for mixed. I mean, sort of, but most of them don't. Especially like if you like for usually the mixed don't actually have that big of a problem with the whites because once again, whites don't have a tribal identity anymore. But when they try to go to the other group that they belong into, like Asian or Black or Mexican, then they get cast out there, like that guy was saying. Amalgamyte have a question: if a German guy has a child with Polish girls, is that race mixing? No, that's retarded. Retarded, subversive fucking questioning there. Because they're still genetically, ethnically white. Like the Germans, the Slavs. Yes, the Slavs are white. Latins, and then the Nords and stuff like that. They're all white. They're all roughly the same. Just like the Japs and the Chinese are genetically Asian, but they're two different cultures there. They're still genetically Asian. And if they mix together, there's no fucking problem with it. It's the same fucking thing. It's where you get way off the map there. But there's the problem. It's... Anybody seriously asking that question needs to think for a little bit longer than 2 seconds. No offense. There. Okay. So, we got the hood done. We still have a bit left time in stream. Let me check the super chats. I was trying to make sure I was doing super chats more consistently, because I don't want to get like lazy with them and everything like that. But I think I missed some stuff on Kick, because Kick's the chat that I mainly use to read, and I know I sometimes miss some things there. So there we go. Let me see. Aha, I did. Marmillion, thank you for the resubby puppy for 7 months in a row now. Thank you. 2 more months and I'll push you out. I get kicked out of my womb. Hasta la vista. And then thank you, Savari ZN, for the subby puppy for 6 months in a row. Thank you. You got 3 more months. You got this. I believe in you. And same with Zayla Zazia. Oh, for 9 months. Oh, wait. I gave birth. Chat. I gave birth to Zayla Zazia. 9 months now. He's been a subby bubby. I'm a mother now. I'm so proud. Oh, thank God. Okay, so other topic. Wait. Did I? Okay. I mean, we've kind of exhausted this H1B thing. I had like one more tab for this, but I think Tyler's video overall. Oh, speaking of which, I need to actually share this in chat. Explained it pretty fucking well. Better than a retarded VTuber can, that's for sure. So there you go. There's a link in the chat. Like it. Watch a good chunk of it. Unmute it, because apparently YouTube doesn't like it when you mute videos. Just like having the background or something like that. Just give Tyler the appreciation and love for actually doing the work and actually, you know, physically going to this location, risking his life, and interviewing these people to be able to get a video like this, to get it all condensed together and show the world what actual Americans are facing here. It's quite honorable. Much better than a VTuber yapping in her dad's basement, that's for fucking sure. There, so yeah, give him the likes and the attention that you can, especially the likes, because apparently that's what YouTube cares about. So if you like something, like it. That's simple. That's simple. Ew, a single mother e-girl. No, I'm not a single mother. I don't know who the father is, but I'm not a single mother. I swear. Can't wait for the Poop Fest to come. Oh, you mean the Indians? Well, yeah, they're probably already there. They're probably already there. I mean, 16,000 comments, and this one I grabbed this video earlier today. It's been quite a few hours. Yeah, I'm surprised there hasn't been more Indians in my chat actually, because usually whenever India comes up, they flood. But I know we've gotten to banning them because I mean, they're only here to stir fucking shit up. Pun wasn't intended, but I mean, hey, it's there. She produces chatters asexually as chat reflects the streamer or something like that. Ayo! I don't know if that's an insult to me or chat. She doesn't know the father, that's even worse. Can I say that I got raped? Can I use like the got rape excuse? It's totally not because I regretted having sex or anything like that. I got raped, you know. We're doing hashtag me too accusations here. Okay, so let me see here. You know what, chat? You thought, listen, should we have a white pill or a black pill that goes along with the Indian stuff? It's not about Indians again, but it's similar subject of immigration. Do you want the black pill that's actually within the subject, or do you want the white pill? The gray pill. There's no gray pill. Actually, you know what? Knowing me, I could probably turn the white pill into a black pill, which would be the gray pill, because I have that specialty there. Need a damn white pill? Okay. Black pill, I can take it. White pill, gotta end on a white pill? Okay. Okay. Mahogany pill. Very dark red. I know what mahogany and burgundy is. I guess that makes a lot more sense now I actually thought about it. I'm good trying to stay away from pills. No. I will make you ingest them. Stop taking drugs. No, we need more drugs to hide. If it's the Augvid, I picked white. I don't know what that is, other than a gun, apparently. I don't know what an AUG is. Okay. Let's get the white gray pill. Okay, so here we go. We got a new article out. Adolescents who claim to be transgender have significantly worse mental health after being subjected to medical gender reassignment, a large Finnish study has found. Well, actually, read this. Transgender adolescents have worse mental health after reassignment, study shows. It is a great pill. You son of a bitch. This is a white pill. Or a gray pill, I guess, like that one person mentioned. Because at least it's now statistically proven that they have worse mental health after being, you know, transitioning. Which, I could have told you that 10 years ago. But now that we have the statistics... How is this a white pill? Nothing's gonna come out of this. Let's see. Okay, my other topics, yeah, there's no actual genuine white pill, chat. This is there's no actual white pill chat. Since when has statistics ever helped us? Well, ideally back in the day used to, but it's, you know, we like to, you know, have this so you can be like, you can turn to your normie friend and who has been indoctrinated thinking like, oh, transitioning helps them out significantly. I was told to by the experts, and then you just like pull up this actually experts have gone back and said that apparently that actually makes them worse. So trust the experts. Checkmate atheist. There. We got white pill, blue bolt. Sorry, it's a gray pill. Well, I guess we'll continue reading the articles that I started. So, adolescents who claim to be transgender have significantly worse mental health after being subjected to medical gender reassignment, a large Finnish study has found. The study, published in medical journal Acta Pediatria, Trisha, it's pediatrics, right? On April 4th, found a significantly higher incident of mental disorders after so-called medical gender reassignment, which includes the use of irreversible and dangerous general surgery, hormones, and puberty blockers. The researchers noted that the medical gender reassignments often suggested to be beneficial, even vital for the mental health of adolescents suffering from gender dysphoria, but the evidence supporting the popular claim was very limited. The study compared 2,083 individuals who were referred to gender identity clinics in Finland before the age of 23 between 1996 and 2019 to a matched control group and found much higher psychiatric morbidity in both before, 47.9 versus 15.3%, and more than 2 years after, 63.3 versus 14.2 referral. Which, well, like people are saying, this is like obvious to most to regular people, but it's a good thing to point the normies here, because for the longest time there, and that a lot of this Discord has died out as the right has taken a bit more cultural influence. We should also still have the federal power, but that's a different story. But the right has taken a bit more cultural influence over the years. But wasn't that long ago where you would have leftists screeching and crying and talking about how if you don't transition the kids, they're going to kill themselves. That was actually part of the discourse back in like 2020 roughly, when the transgender was reaching the absolute height of the craziness of it all. And so you would have these psychiatrics, these teachers, these, you know, lawyers, whenever there'd be a case where the divorce would happen, they try to stop the kid from transitioning, because there's usually the mother trying to transition, right? There's all these quote-unquote experts saying that if they don't make the kid transition, they're going to kill themselves. It sounds insane and hyperbolic, because it is, but it was part of the discourse, which is why, like, a lot of trainees say there's transgenocide happens, because, you know, this is life-saving cure that they're getting with the puberty blockers and the hormones and the actual, you know, chopping off their bits. And so therefore, if you don't actually let them get them, they're just going to kill themselves. Even though usually once they transition, then they join the 41% then, versus if they just wait out puberty, they're actually fine. But that's part of the whole, that's where they get the whole transgenocide talking point from, because of that. Yes, people who are not parents, we're over the top demanding parents should raise their children. We're over the top demanding how parents should raise their children. You say that, but that still is the case. Like, the left still has the institutions. That, like, therapy is 100% a left-wing psyop to purposely emasculate men and weaken them as fathers and just fuck up your kids. And then just try to reestablish women and just justify their claims, their insane fucking claims. And a lot of these kids are getting thrown into therapy because of how bad the divorce rates are, or for gender dysphoria, for any other issues in general. And so you still have parents that are like this. It's just not to the same extent thanks to the cultural change, but it's still something that happens, or else transgender kids wouldn't exist. In fact, there's really no such thing as a transgender kid. They're just groomed fucking kids. There. What they argue in public versus how they giggle about cracking eggs in private. Yes. Yes. Where was I at in this article? Among those who underwent medical gender reassignment, psychiatric morbidity increased markedly during follow-up, the study found, rising from 9.8 to 60.7 in males who underwent feminizing reassignment. Excuse me. And 21.6 to 54.5% in females in a masculizing gender reassignment. Jesus Christ. 9.8 to 60.7. That... Fuck, okay. So that's such a massive leap there. 50 fucking %, basically. That's insane. I mean, it makes sense. Men already are being disenfranchised, specifically white men. And honestly, if you haven't noticed, most of the trannies are white. Just a little something to think about there. Just those troons, they're just one specific skin color for most of the time, right? So you have white men are being disenfranchised by society by being locked out of every institution and job and school. But then you become trans because you've been groomed. And then you get on the hormones and everything like that, and you realize you can't actually pass, because very few men can actually pass. It's significantly easier for a woman to pass as a man than a man is for a woman. The woman looks like a manlet, but I mean, still roughly a man. She gets the beard, deeper voice, you know, can be a bit muscular and different things like that, versus men just not as much. It's much harder for them to pass as a woman. Their face shape's just not the same thing. Their hands are just massive. They already have a deeper voice, so it makes it really hard for them to actually like try to raise it. And so now you're disenfranchised as a man, but now you're a faux woman, a horrible woman, and you can't even do that, and you get locked out of society even further because of it. It makes sense statistically why it rises so much, but Jesus Christ, that's still a horrible statistic to have. The funny thing is, and I say this because I like to bash women, when it starts out as 21.6% in females, just shows that women are just more emotional. They're just more depressed. Ignore a woman when they're crying. Who cares? Well, women always cry about everything. 21.6%, too many of them dismiss. Going from ugly man to horrific woman. Well, not even like an ugly man. I mean, I definitely agree with the horrific woman part. But a lot of these men aren't even that bad. They just need to go to the gym. Just work out. Go to the gym. And you'll be fine. And then they just turn into an ugly, horrible woman on top of it. Yeah. After adjusting for prior psychiatric treatment, all gender-referred adolescents had similarly elevated risks of psychiatric morbidity, with hazard ratios approximately 3 times higher than female controls and 5 times higher than the male controls, the researchers found. These adolescents had markedly higher psychiatric morbidity than controls before and after referral, with treatment needs often persisting and even intensifying after medical interventions. On some, they might even have a negative impact. Ah, yes. Injecting the opposite sex with other hormones is obviously a safe thing. Chopping off their vaginas and dicks is obviously going to make them feel better about themselves. This is absolute batshit insane that we've allowed this to happen, but we did it just because we were told to by the experts and to trust the experts to help weaken white people once again. Because once again, I can't stress it enough, it's usually only one demographic that is trans. It's done on purpose. 100% on purpose. And now we have castrated whole generation of young white people all to be these not even test subjects. So they're not even really testing on them. I mean, we got this study, yeah. But it's like, we already know puberty blockers don't fucking work. We already know they actually are a massive negative effect. Like, they don't just stop puberty and then you restart it when you get off the puberty blockers. No, they stop puberty. And then you just never go through puberty. You fuck yourself over permanently by doing so. We already know this stuff. These are not guinea pigs. They're just horrible, mutant, just subjects, just being played with for the sake of medical gain. Because they are permanent. They are permanent. Just medical patients for the rest of their life. Permanent patients. Sorry, I was struggling with my words there. But they're permanent patients for the rest of their life, because once you get on these hormones, you can't get off. Once you stop your puberty and you don't actually go through it, you're fucked. Once you chop off your bits and you can't actually, pee through your faux vagina because you chopped off your penis and you're shitting yourself wrong and everything like that because you've mutilated yourself, you're a permanent patient for life. And that's the whole reason to do so. They get so much money out of this, is absolutely insane, but this is what it is. Frankenstein's, yes. The study also found that adolescents referred after 2010 displayed noticeably more psychiatric morbidity than referred earlier, with the researchers said suggesting increased referrals of adolescents with severe mental health issues to gender identity services. That could be a multitude of reasons. It could be the fact that those were legitimate trainees before 2010, because legitimate trainees do exist. They're like 0.0001% of the population, but they do exist. Versus after 2010, that's when the gender identity fucking crap started coming up with social justice warriors, and so therefore it's all fake and gay, because they just want to be professional victims, so they have nothing else to be victims about. They're going through puberty, feeling insecure about themselves, etc., etc. That lead to actually like genuine transgenderness there. On top of it, after 2010, things have gotten significantly worse across all scales. I mean, for fuck's sakes, like, we talked about nostalgia posting earlier with the Indian video, right? I'm almost certain we could probably nostalgia post about 2010 have a very similar effect. I mean, it's still gonna be browner than it was in 2000 or 1990 or 1980, but you can still probably nostalgia post about 2010. I mean, I do it to myself, thinking about YouTube at that time period and all the fun shenanigans I had then versus now. Things have just gotten worse since then. So it makes more sense that after 2010, that's kind of like the break point when the psychiatric morbidity increases with it referred afterwards. I remember hearing the experiences of hermaphrodite, and it was genuinely depressing, to be honest. I mean, yeah, it's not a pleasant position to put yourself in. Like, and not even really put themselves in. But, like, it's not something you would wish upon anybody. And then, yet, some people intentionally do it upon themselves. For those who are born with both genders, I feel sorry because of the way things have gotten. Well, for intersex. Intersex is a whole fucking different thing than transgenderism. And non-binary. Non-binary is something that was made up on Tumblr. Like, actually legitimately made up on Tumblr. I remember the day I first saw non-binary. I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's just gender fluid. Huh? Whatever, opinion dismissed. Back in my social justice days, I could understand gender fluid, and I counted myself as gender fluid. But when they tried to bring non-binary, it's just like, this is just gender fluid all over again. What are you doing? And then for some reason, that's the one that stuck. Gender fluid was the more popular term to say that you're both sexes. Not actually legitimately both sexes, but you're more of a tomboy, right? Or more feminine as a man. You know, as a way to be like, I'm, neither or. I'm gender fluid. I'm feeling a little bit more masculine today. That type of deal. And then, all of a sudden, in like 2018, non-binary became a huge thing. It's like, where did this come from? I mean, I recognize it. But, like, gender fluid was actually the proper term. Not non-binary. Anyways, I'm tangenting again. Intersexes are completely different. That's where God hates you. God legitimately fucking hates you. And they decided, yep, your balls didn't drop, so you sort of have a vagina, but your balls are still stuck inside you. And in that case, that's usually what happens with the intersex, or some sort of variation, or a very tiny penis, right? Or like a feminine penis, you could argue. or like you're a genetic fuck up, but it's not your fault. It's probably not even your parents' fault. God just hates you. That's a whole different story. That's unfortunate. But that's even rarer than actual legitimate transgender people. Though that's like 0.0000001% of the population right there. They don't fucking count. Who even convinced you you're gender fluid? Me, myself, and I being on too much Tumblr. Because I was bullied a lot as a kid, because kids get bullied, right? And I was a lot more masculine. I like Pokemon, I like Bakugan. I liked Power Rangers and playing outside and making mud pies and torturing frogs. And so I had a lot more masculine interests, and I got bullied for them when I was a kid. And as I grew older, I got bullied for being a tomboy. On top of that, like, I would actually be bullied for calling myself a tomboy, or people calling me a tomboy. And I got into politics, which is also more masculine interest. And so it's just like, okay, well, I know I'm not actually transgender, right? I don't actually believe I'm the opposite sex. But I obviously have all of these masculine interests. I definitely feel a lot more, I definitely am a lot more in tune with men. So I'm now gender fluid. Rare bullying L. Bullying's a good thing most of the time, yeah. But yeah, that was only for a brief time period, like roughly 2-ish years. I was also really insecure about myself too. Like I thought I was fat and I had these massive tits, and so I would like wear double sports bras to help flatten them, because I was just like, no, I don't want to be sexualized or anything like that. I was insecure. And I wore them as like as a faux binder, right? A pseudo binder almost, because I couldn't actually like bind myself properly like I wanted to do. And then I stopped because I read also on Tumblr, ironically enough, that binding hurts your breasts, and so therefore you should stop doing it and actually get either a proper binder, or try to avoid it as much as possible because of the health issues that come with it. And I was like, oh, okay, well I'm gonna stop that then. Save the tomboys. Gender fluid just means you're indecisive, so a woman. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm obviously a woman, right? I have a vagina. I have titties. I'm not a man with a voice changer. Well, I mean, I could be a man with a voice changer. You'll never know. But yeah, like, I mean, I was like, I'm obviously a woman. It was just a time period when I was like 13 to 14 years old, roughly, like, or 12 and a half to 14, somewhere in the time period. It wasn't a full 2 years. It was during like the worst of my Tumblr phase, when I was like 13 going on 14, that time of thing. That it was mostly at. Tomboys need to take over. And then he found Sargon, yeah. Yeah, then I found Sargon of Akkad. Between like the ages of like 14 and 15. Actually, yeah, I was 14 going on 15 because I was shipped out to my sister's place because she was deathly ill, and I was taking care of her. And she gave me her old laptop that she couldn't use anymore. And I remember just having it in the kitchen and having like my Bluetooth earbuds connected to it, and as I was like cooking and cleaning and making her food and stuff like that. I was just going through Sargon's backlog of Google Hangouts that he used to have, because he had a ton of like and different videos he had. Because I was a couple years late technically from the Gamergate thing. Like Gamergate was still going on, and so I still say that I'm part of the Gamergate days. So I wasn't there like at the very beginning coming from the right. I guess I was there coming from the left, you could say. And I just listened to his backlog while I was cooking and cleaning for her and taking care of her. So, yeah. You got me. You got to shoot me. The name brand of that voice changer. Well, it's called estrogen. XX chromosomes. 10 out of 10 recommend. You should be glad you missed half of it. I mean, like I said, I went through his backlog at the time, and then I kept up with him. So it was like after 2015, I think I'd probably say. Somewhere in that time period that I was able to stay with him more consistently. And I like I said, I just listened to his backlog. It was fun. It was great. It was amazing. But I'm a big Sargon fangirl. I still like Sargaroni to this day. But anyway, I'm not gender fluid anymore. I have, like I said, I've long grown out of that. It was only a brief phase back when I was a social justice warrior, insecure about myself. Actually, okay, one more note on that. One thing that really snapped me out of it, it wasn't just Sargon, but I was in 8th grade. No, 7th grade. Was it 8th grade? Fuck. It was somewhere in that time period. Fuck. And I was talking to a girl that was older than me, and she was also a severe SJW herself, and we would talk about these different issues at hand. And I remember her saying that, like, willing to call me by my preferred pronouns and my preferred name, because I didn't really like my name, my actual IRL name, and I preferred my online name a lot more. That was a bit more gender neutral. And when she offered to do that for me, the kind of reality just hit me in that moment. And I thought to myself, oh my god, my dad would be absolutely like disappointed and so sad if I went through with this. Because it didn't feel right. It was like, oh, this isn't being called like this name with these pronouns just doesn't feel right, and my dad would be so upset. And that also helped wake me up from this. I was like, oh no, it's okay, like my real name's fine, right? You can still call me Amal. That type of situation. And she's like, oh, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, no, it's fine. And she seemed a little bit betrayed, like almost. But I was like, and I tried to like kind of pedal it, and I was just like, yeah, I just didn't seem right. It just didn't seem right. Yeah, Moon is pretty general neutral. Hey, fuck off here. It's actually incredible how malleable the mind of a young person is. Imagine being talked into doubting gender as a concept. Yeah. But that's where actually having good structure in place is important, and that is completely out the window with the modern age. Like, the reason why they're so malleable is because you're supposed to form them into the roles that they're supposed to go into. Like, for men, it's supposed to be some sort of trade, you know, taking over the father's business, or the farm, or, you know, and learning new skills like that would be actually more useful overall. For women, it's supposed to also learn the more domestic skills like knitting and how to have kids, how to raise kids, various things like that. It's supposed to actually be a good thing, so they can be taught properly and be able to stick with them for the rest of their life on how to do different things. But when you live in the rat utopia, and everything's perfect and fine and dandy, and you're just a wage slave and you don't actually have any prospects, then you start eating each other alive as you try to find new issues to overcome. And well, here we are. I'm all sending us to the farm, boys. Hey, somebody's gotta make the food. It doesn't come from the grocery stores, you fucking liberals. One thing I haven't gotten over is my dislike of using liberals for left leans. Even though I don't like liberalism, I'm still stuck in, once again, my Sargonian days of classical liberalism, and there's a difference between classical liberalism and a British classical liberalism versus American liberalism, and so therefore calling people liberals as insult is a bad thing, because real liberalism is actually good. I don't believe that anymore. I don't like liberalism as a whole, but I still don't actually like using it as an insult. I guess it's been tainted. Yeah. Anyway, I was supposed to be reading an article. Wasn't I supposed to be reading an article here? Oh, it's not even that long. Okay, let's get through it. Let's get through it. The researchers said the considerable increases in need for psychiatric treatment among those seeking change towards female could be due to the use of hormone estrogen, which can cause depressive symptoms. But noted that similar increases were seen among those given testosterone. Well, maybe because it's the opposite fucking hormone they're supposed to have. Excuse me. Masculizing hormones may temporarily improve mood, and testosterone-related bodily changes, typically emerging within a few months, can be expected to alleviate gender dysphoria and subsequent psychiatric treatment needs, the research has stated. However, psychiatric treatment needs were also markedly increased among those who obtained masculizing gender reassignment. Subsequent morbidity burden may also arise from treatments not meeting the expectations placed on them. I feel like that's just a way out, when in reality it's just not healthy whatsoever. The researchers concluded that the results showed a need for further studies into why medical gender reassignment appears linked to mental health deterioration and called for more thorough psychiatric assessments before referral. The effect of medical gender reassignment and the expectations of the patient must be addressed before commencing the treatment. The considerable severe psychiatric morbidity prior to contacting the gender identity service and increase over time suggests that some of these adolescent gender dysphoria may be secondary to other mental health challenges, the researchers concluded. That is the case most of the fucking time! Like 99% of the time. Actually, 99.999% of the time, that is the case. Actual real transgenderism, which is like 0.0001% of the population, is because of a hormone or a brain chemical or brain structure things. Like it's something else, like wrong with them genetically in that case, like intersexes, but like a little bit different scale. Though we don't actually fully know exactly what, because it's taboo to actually research it. Instead, you just chop your fucking dick off instead. Like gender dysphoria is 100% secondary to everything else. It's because it's usually just puberty, like. When you're stuck in this, once again, the rat utopia, and you have no way out and no future for yourself, but everything's actually relatively fine at the same time, and you're stuck going into this cage called school, and you don't really see anything. A lot of it is really just depression, and you're also going through puberty, and your body is changing. Your hormones go absolutely insane, for both men, but also women, too, and it just causes all these different problems, but within a few years, you get over it. Our ancestors didn't really have this problem because there are ways to overcome them, but we don't have that personally because our life is actually too good in modern world. But still, just give it some time, give it a few years. Don't have to worry about it. This underscores the need to thoroughly assess and appropriately treat mental disorders among those seeking gender reassignment before and after undergoing irreversible medical treatments. Psychiatric needs must be adequately met. But apparently we're not, because you're just like, oh, you're feeling insecure about your body. Have you considered being the opposite gender? Yeah, that's a logical conclusion. Oh, it's retarded. Oh, another thing is too, because I mean, they said it was between ages, it was before the age of 23, and so probably it really is just puberty and being insecure about your body. But another case where it could be secondary, gender dysphoria secondary to, is to autogynephilia, which is another huge problem. Like, porn, I'm not anti-porn. Porn is there as a necessary evil. It has its purpose, especially when, like, sexless marriages, which are increasingly common in the day, right? Porn has always existed for the entirety of human history because people are animals and they need to fuck. And they need some sort of release to let it out. The problem with modern porn is just how easily accessible it is and how crazy some of these things can get. And I'm not going to go as far as to ban it because freedom of speech and it's just a slippery slope from there. But with how when you don't have men dating or marrying and having kids and they're stuck at home, trapped in their little apartment or living with their parents, and they are hypersexual because men need to fucking breed and have sex, and they turn to porn, it can cause damage and problems. And a lot of it does lead to autogynephilia. And as to why, there's different theories why. It's because of the cuckolding issue thing, watching a man fuck a woman, when most of the view is actually on the woman itself, and so then they get this like weird sense of wanting to be the woman in itself, and just wanting to actually be with a woman in general and not be able to get that, and so they want to become the woman too. Like, whatever it is, it kind of leads down to autogynephilia, which has existed technically before porn as a fetish, but it's been intensified because of it. And that's, once again, a fetish. It's a disgusting fetish. It's basically being gay, but it's not actually being trans. It's just they get off wearing women's dresses. And they need help. But they're not actually trans. Now, I'd hope that kids under 23, well, they're kids if they're under 18. If they're between 18 and 23, they're adults. So, I would hope for those, because it was also between 1996 and 2019. So there's a wide age group here, right? I hope that the kids that are under 18 aren't actually autogynephiliacs, because that's sad. Once they hit, 22, 23, that's where it's actually going to become a lot more common. But you usually see it in, like, older men that are, like, 30s and 40s. A lot of them already have, like, wives as well. It's crazy. There. So I would hope it's not as common in this case, but it is definitely another possibility for the secondary statistic thing, too. Is a lot of individuals that become addicted to gooning? Yes. Right? Because everything's addictive in its own way, right? Porn's addictive, video games are addictive, chocolate's addictive, meth is addictive, right? Like, obviously there's different tier levels of addictions and how they affect you, how severe they are, how addictive they are, everything like that, right? But when it comes to porn in particular, it's on the lower levels of addiction, and so that's on you, the individual. It's not like heroin, or is it meth? I always get them confused. I can never fucking remember them. But I think it's heroin, where you do it once and you're just hooked for life. Or is it meth? I'm pretty sure it's meth, actually. Fuck, I don't remember. It's one of the two. One of them you do and you're just hooked for fucking life, right? That's how severe it actually is for addictive quantities. Porn, not so much. It's on you, buddy. It's on you. Yeah, meth? Yeah, it was meth. How dare you bring meth into this? Sugar is the most addictive substance. I would agree with that as somebody who does love chocolate a bit too much. Yeah, I agree with that. Amalgamyte is addictive? Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. You need better addictions here. Go play Genshin Impact. It's both, but heroin's hard to quit. Amalgamyte. Fuck. I didn't realize this. Meth has extremely high addiction chance on first try is like 50% from what I've heard. Yeah, it's... I remember learning in my AP Psych class, which was years ago at this point, but I'm pretty sure it was meth. Like, it's... You do it and... It's just... Yeah, you're fried. Absolutely fucking fried there. So don't do meth, kids. My addiction is RuneScape. I might be autistic on my own. You just sound like an average guy. Like, I feel like most guys are autistic, and so therefore autism doesn't fucking exist. I'm not gonna go fully explain as to why, like, autism may or may not exist here. But like every single, maybe it's also just the circles that I'm into. That's also very likely. But and also I guess the guys I'm into as well. But they all like roughly the same thing. It's just a guy thing, okay? Like, don't worry about it. It's okay, bro. I recently discovered that my favorite store brand chips has sugar in them. I thought I had cut out sugar too. It's America. Everything has fucking sugar in them. How else do they want you to get addicted to whatever their food is? America has like no regulation on how to do this kind of stuff. So it's a problem. It's an actual legit fucking problem. But here we are. Welcome to America. Autism is just overdiagnosed. Well, there's also that. Autism is a multifaceted problem that I'm not going to get to at the moment. But I think autism is one of those things where I think it's a multitude of different reasons for why it's so prevalent today. And there's no real true one thing that makes it the case. It's a multifaceted issue, like I said. This doesn't make things easy. That's for sure. Especially when you're being attacked from literally all sides. Everyone's on the spectrum? Yeah. If everyone's on the spectrum, then no one's on the spectrum. That's my opinion. Even the cats and the dogs have diabetes. True and real. They do. Because they have such a nice life. Yeah. Even tap water has it? Yeah. I was talking with V on Under the Bridge on Saturday, because that's when we have our podcast there. And he had a hard time believing that the water doesn't filter out estrogen from birth control pills. And I'm just like, V, like, they didn't filter out everything. It just like the bare fucking minimum. And each city has a different regulations as well. The good that goes with it. And it's funny too. No offense, V. You're my favorite gypsy. You're the only gypsy I know, but you're still my favorite gypsy. Is somebody responded in the on the comments of the live stream talking about how they worked in a water filtration plant, and like, yeah, he was agreeing, being like, yes, we don't filter out enough of things. Like, there's a bare fucking minimum, and that's about it. Like, we don't filter out everything. It's just, you know, very few things, and it's just like, thank you, random chatter. I appreciate the the backup here. So, wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. The water's legit turning the frogs gay without estrogen. Yes, that's why I say that turning the freaking frogs gay is a legit thing. I mean, somebody has to come in and be like, actually, they turned them trans. Same thing. Same fucking thing in my book, okay? Like, it's actually, it might not be actually being, it might, like, be different in frogs than it is for humans, but it's still roughly the same effect. You can actually see the feminization of men in real time. Have a good evening, Amalgamyte, and thank you for the informative stream. Breastfall, well, thank you so much. Thank you for enjoying the stream. I hope you have a good night. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's why we need RO systems for all houses? Yes. Even then, like, you need to study and research what filtration system you actually have. Because you can get, like, a, what's it called? Fuck. It's the one that you hook up to your faucet. It's a really popular brand. And they're really cheap, but they're not actually good. Like, they're not actually that good when they're cheap. They might be slightly better than getting straight out of the tap, but it's still not great. Versus if you actually spend, like, for a Berkey, for example. Berkeys are great. Especially if you get the fluoride filters, too. With it. And, but they're also a lot more expensive. Rita, thank you, chat. Thank you. See, you're the best. You're the best. For being my memory. Because God knows I have none. Gotta love random chatters, the good twin of the one guy. Yeah. I love random chatters are the best, especially when they have all the info for my dumb VTuber mind here. Reverse osmosis is the way to go. Pricey as shit, though. Yeah, that also is pretty good. Reverse osmosis plus with a Berkey, and you probably have perfection there, or close to it, but that's really expensive. Really expensive. A lot of estrogen exposure comes from artificial hormones and food as well. Oh yeah, like I remember, when I was young and going through puberty, my sister was appalled at how young I was going through puberty at the time, and she did research into it and found that and a recent case actually where Tyson chicken, I believe. I believe one, like allegedly Tyson, we'll say for legal reasons, was found for adding extra estrogen into their chicken, basically pumping it full of hormones to make it plumper. And it's like, oh, I wonder why, you know, kids are going to puberty earlier now. You can get a kettle-like thing that stills water for you, just plug it in. That's true. Tyson's one of the worst. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Tyson, but for legal reasons, when I say I don't remember exactly, so you know. Anyways, chat. I'm gonna be sending you off here. I know we're talking about turning the freaking frogs gay, but we're gonna have to turn the freaking frogs gay somewhere else. YouTube bros, I'm sending you over to the Fish Princess Mari_en. She is not political, so do not bring up politics whatsoever. Bringing up politics is gay, and we do not like the gays here, like we don't like the frogs turning gay. Okay, we need to stop that. Cake bros, I'm sending you over to Leaflet. She is political, but, you know, follow her rules. Don't be too spicy. Don't glow or fat post. Stay on topic, you know. If you don't do that stuff, then you're also gay, and once again, we get thrown off buildings, so don't do that shit. Rumble bros, you stay in the cuck chair, you know. you know, man. And yeah, I think that's it. I will see you guys at 7:45 p.m. EST for a Wednesday stream. Don't know what we're doing at that time, but probably be something. Don't know if it's going to be game or more politics. We'll see how the cookie crumbles. We will see how the cookie crumbles. For now, thank you for all the subby puppies, donuts, and vigorous spankings, and I hope you have a good night. I hope you have a good night. Hasta la vista, chat. Hasta la vista. Bye. Bye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?